close off this. Yeah, so then no personal information is shown. Is streaming on the web link. We're in the World Wide Web. Look out. Here comes the spider stream.
He's Spider-Man.
Yeah, spins a web and he spins a web. Or that one country guy was part of what? Dressed like a spider, looks like a bug. We should all give him
looks like a bug.
One big hug. Look out, whoo! Here comes the Spider-Man. Yeah, I forgot what's the name of the artist. Okay, I'm seeing a link. Put the link in the description below. Big. Get your big badass toys at BigBadToys.com. Click the link in the description below. Yeah, shoutouts to one of the goats of action figure collection, Sharpness Prime. Shish Prime. Anyway, let me see here. Okay, join in the chat. Okay, as we rank some Spider-Man. Okay, Spider-Man movies. The time is finally here. Okay, let me see. Okay, hold on. Music. Okay, just make sure no copyright. Because Danny Elfman's music's peak, but no copyright issues. Bueno. Okay, make sure the stream is going good. Random advertisement. Oh, down is up. Bro, what's the context of your joke there? I don't get it. Not funny, didn't laugh. Okay, let me...
Ooh, what?
Some random user in the chat was like, oh, down. So I was like, I don't get the context of your joke, bro. Let's see right here. Spider-Man. Okay, dude. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now streaming Paramount Plus. Spider-Man movies tier list ranking. Afro Circus. Okay, there we go. Webbing. Yep, webbing it. One last promotion until I'm ready, because like I said, social media, just in case it's like, hey Dana, what's up? It's like, I'm live streaming right now. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh, the thumbnail. Okay, yeah, if you guys are probably wondering, like, why the thumbnail says Spider-Man Games, because unfortunately, my desktop will not allow me to change the thumbnail. I have to do it, like, after the stream, which I already have a beautiful Spider-Man movie colorful stream that basically just shows, like, all the mainline Spider-Man movies. So that's the reason why it's like, yeah, why does it say game on the stream? Yeah, because desktop does not want to cooperate with me. Anyway, let me see. So yeah, anyway, SpongeBob reference. Finally, I got you right where I want to. I like to buy all your chocolates. Yeah, I had a feeling that one of the...
I like to buy all your chocolate.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Cameron. And yes, for the Venom fanboys, whether that's Dwayne, whether that's Dwayne or Cameron or any Venom fanboy in the chat, yes, I put the Venom trilogy, whether or not if, we get to talk about it. But anyway, long story short, it feels good to be streaming about some, hold up my shirt, Spider-Man again. Okay, I haven't watched New York yet. I will talk about that in a second. So, anyway, talking about Spider-Man stream, because first of all, I mean, for those I've been notifying my notifications to my YouTube, my social media stuff, yeah, I've been glazing and milking the crap out of Spider-Man, because as of right now, this is clearly, if you haven't seen the movie, what's wrong with you? Second of all, this is the best time to be a Spider-Man fan as of right now, thanks to Brandon Day. And thanks because of Brandon Day, me and Gabriel saw the movie multiple times. Well, for Gabriel here, he saw it twice. For me, I've been a spoiled, rotten Spidey meat glazer. I saw the movie 3 times, and now I'm going to see it for a 4th time next week, and who knows, maybe a 5, I don't know. But the point is, yeah, this is the one, Brandon Day is the one and only movie I get to see it more than just once or twice. But just because of Brandon Day, we're going to be ranking all the Spider-Man movies. And before I get to Gabriel, so long story short, we are going to be ranking from chronological order from Tobey Maguire's Peak Trilogy to Andrew Garfield's movies to Tom Holland's movies, the Spider-Verse movies. And originally, I almost didn't want to add the spin-offs because most Spider-Man fans I saw on YouTube decided to not add them. But that being said, some Spider-Man fans are like, oh, just put the Venom movies and just in ways just to put it in. So either way, the Venom movies and the crappy spin-offs. And yeah, Spider-Noir. I am kind of cheating on that one because it's a TV show and not a movie, but it would feel unfair if I compare the Venom movies and the slumpish spin-off movies without a Sony Spider-Man project that I'm like, Sony could have done this the entire time. So that's why I'm kind of cheating on putting Spider-Noir. And besides, I have done the Spider-Man. Okay, me and Gabriel last year ranked the Spider-Man TV shows in animated form. We did the video games last year. What's missing? The movies. And before I read every one of people's comments, like, if this stream goes successful, like, in the next couple of days or, like, in the next couple of weeks, it's like, yeah, I made, like, 501k views. Who knows? I could make more, depending if this stream goes successful for other Spider-Man streams. Like, if I'm, like, if I have to bring suggestions right now, rank every Spider-Man suit from movies to TV shows, comics, video games, yada, yada, yada. Ranking every Spider-Man movie villain from Spider-Man 1 to Brand New Day. So, depending if the stream goes well, I could make more for all month long, since August is just Spidey Sweet month. So anyway, let me just catch up with the chat before I let Gabriel speak. Hi Daniel, Joy for Spider-Man movie, Toby, Andrew, Tom are amazing in their own ways. Exactly. So no matter which one's your favorite, they're all spectacular. Okay, hold on, my OBS. Okay, there we go. It's like, come on, bro. I just started the stream. Anyway, let me just comment right here. First, heads up, 70 movie seats here. Second and third is D, Japanese is we, but those for ranking for anyone wondering those. But yeah, Cameron, that's why I'm not adding those, because barely people are going to be like, what? What is this? So anyway, let me just continue on. Dwayne's not here. I only ask about the spin-off because I'm kind of a completionist. Dwayne, we've actually asked him about if he wants to be a part of the stream, but Dwayne is busy celebrating at Bad Bunny's house. I'm just kidding. Obviously, Dwayne is too busy hanging out at a friend's house. I'm like, yeah, bro. I mean, he was there for our Spider-Man TV show ranking, our video game one, so it is kind of sad because I kind of want to hear his thoughts on Brand New Day along with the Venom movie, since, you know, aside from Cameron, Dwayne is like the biggest Venom nerd that I know. But anyway, before I could start off with the stream, so for now it's just me and Gabriel. Who knows? Maybe Lesnar might come in at the last minute, but Lesnar is going to be arriving a bit late, so that's going to be the context of what's going to be happening. Hey Daniel, my dad has the original comic of the book where Venom was in 1993 when he was a kid. Hey, that's pretty cool. So yeah, pretty cool stuff, guys. Anyway, Gabriel, do you want to start off ahead with your start stream before we start officially ranking in the meantime?
Hey guys, I'm here again for another Spider-Man tier list video, except we got a little more. We got Spider-Noir TV show, and of course, Brand New Day.
Yeah. Main reason why we're doing
and of course, I guess a couple of the Sony movies, which I've only seen Venom 1 and 2. I don't care to watch the rest. But yeah, we're gonna get this done.
Yes, we are.
I don't know, things might change from the last tier list we did.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Like, as in TV shows or a quote-unquote Spider-Man stream that we used to do?
No, like our placements, like where we place things.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, like, where are we going to rank this, especially after watching Brand New Day multiple times? Don't worry, I'll watch this. I'll watch the stream 10 times. I admire the dedication, Karen. Besides, I mean, I'm the one that saw Brand New Day 3 times, and now I'm going to see a 4th, so definitely be like for multiple times. So yeah, like what Gabriel said, our place is going to be up and foremost. So like I said before, it's just me and Gabriel for now. Who knows, maybe Lesnar might pop up at the last minute, then we'll invite him in. But for now, to not waste any more time, let's just start off for the first 8 minutes for the first real Hollywood blockbuster that not only made me and Gabriel diehard Spider-Man fans since day one, but it made us fall in love with the character, made us fall in love with the Marvel Universe in general. Let's start off with the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie. I mean, I'm just going to give the ranking out the way if you guys are wondering. It's easily an S tier in my book. Why is that? Sam Raimi Spider-Man 2002, in my personal opinion, it's the perfect superhero origin movie of all time. I mean, of course, people are going to say, yeah, I like 78 Superman, and yeah, Batman Begins is a good origin movie. Same goes for the first Iron Man movie. So that's what, anyways, I'm cool. Spider-Man 2002, yeah, easily an S tier. Hey, what's up, guys? We're about to be talking about the first peak Spider-Man movie. But anyway, back to the point. So, yeah, Spider-Man 1 is, like I said, in my personal opinion, the perfect superhero origin story of all time. Like, if we're talking, like, origin superhero movies, no one could do it better than Spider-Man 1. Like, yes, we had Batman, we had Superman, and we had X-Men, but I feel like this movie is, like, the one comic book movie that perfectly, like, what's it like visually seeing a comic book about to leave like for real life, from the iconic opening Danny Elfman score, dun, 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 just basically us like getting us set up for what we're about to see, from the monologue of Tobey Maguire going, who am I, you sure you want to know? It's literally like reading of speech bubbles and us being the comic book readers before we get to the origin of Peter Benjamin Parker. And as for the set pieces, I mean, this movie was truly ahead of its time from the early 2000s. And like every time I rewatch this first movie, you get like this classic home movie comfort feel every time you watch it. Sure, you could say, oh, some of the jokes, some of the CGI is a bit outdated, but to be fair, that's kind of like what the movie's charm is from the original. So first and foremost, Tobey Maguire, aka Tobias Vincent Maguire, me and Gabriel can agree, he was our first Spider-Man movie that we grow up as a kid growing up. Like, personally, like I said, this was the movie that made both of us a Spider-Man fan in the first place. Without this movie, I probably would have never been a Spider-Man fan. I probably would have never be so invested in the Marvel Universe. Like, after seeing this movie and the sequels, I'm like, you know what? I want to get into more Spider-Man. I want to see who's this Marvel character and who's that. So that's why Spider-Man 1 holds a special place in my heart. But anyway, on to Tobey Maguire. Around that time, he's like the perfect Peter Parker because he definitely has that Steve Ditko, Stan Lee essence of like being this nerd, being this outcast, but you could definitely tell like in that first movie, he's definitely that outcasted nerd that would easily get beat up by Flash Thompson and get boys and barely has any friends and has like no riz with the chicks. And I feel like that's what Peter Parker does, and I feel like this first movie is like the perfect underdog story of, you know, being a nobody, being that somebody. So like I said, Tobey perfectly encaptures the embodiment of Peter Parker from that classic 1962 like era. And yeah, somebody in the comments, yeah, we will talk about the GOAT himself, Willem Dafoe. We will talk about that. The 2002 Spider-Man soundtrack is goated. Yeah, bro, I 100% agree with you. From Sum 41's Rock, what we all about, what we live for, we want to shout it out. And then Nickelback's Hero. I mean, bro, me and Gabriel played that music video on a loop when we were kids of, they say that a hero can save us. Well, I mean, way before we know Nickelback of, look at this photograph. In my mind, it's like, yeah, every time I think of Nickelback, I always associate it with Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. But either way, the suit itself, really amazing, really timeless. I mean, sure, it's not comic accurate, but the eye shading has that beautiful, realistic texture tugs. The webbing's great. The red and blue's great. And that being said, for those that are not comic book readers, for those that never read comic books, this is like the perfect introduction for somebody that doesn't know much about superheroes, don't know much about comic books. I would say this, like, if I had to recommend somebody new to Spider-Man, but also somebody new to like superheroes in general, by saying, watch this first one. If you're not really a comic book reader, watch this movie. This movie's like the perfect embodiment of a comic book adaptation in real life. But that being said, everything was great about it, from the Spider-Bite, which obviously you have the best Uncle Ben, the best Aunt May, played by Cliff Robertson and Rosemary Harris. I mean, thanks to the acting from the cast. I mean, like I said, one thing I love about this movie is the filmmaking, from the practical stunts, from the CGI, to even some of the most simplest shots of literally from Peter Parker's like home in Queens all the way from Norman Osborn's house. Like, the textures are like really well done. But yeah, some people are calling the song, and they say that a hero can save us. Shout outs to the AMV edits with not just Tobey Spider-Man, but just any Spider-Man in general. But either way, so definitely love the sequences that we get to see the origin of Peter Parker. I know the major difference that we got is the organic webbing, which obviously Sam Raimi was considering to put the web shooters in. But to me, around that time, it didn't bother me because I'm like, well, the spider's radioactive. When you have like more powers of getting to the spider, which once again, it did foreshadow Tom Holland's like in his later movies. But either way, for Tobey Maguire, the best thing I do love about that movie is the fact that not only like every time we get to see Peter crawling up into the walls, I'm going to be honest with you guys, and Gabriel, you might agree with this, weren't we like those kids by saying, I'm going to pretend I'm going to be crawling on the wall even though I can't? Yeah, Mom, Dad, look, I'm crawling like... Yeah.
We all, like, would, I don't know, try and climb stuff at the playground, or we would, like, stick to the walls in the pool, like, do flips and stuff underwater and pretend we're Spider-Man. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
We did all sorts of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. This movie played a big part, not just because of our childhood. It's more like, you know what? Like, you want to know why Spider-Man, especially in this movie, is such a great role model? He just went from this nerdy nobody to having a bit of pride and ego, who is about to be vengeful when Uncle Ben dies after beating Bonesaws ready, and then once again nailing that, you know, that mature but serious side of Peter Parker from that early Steve Ditko, Stan Lee era of, like, you know, Peter being entitled, but then he feels sorry for the actions of ignoring Uncle Ben's advice before he got shot. And obviously Peter had the moment to be vengeful against his quote-unquote killer around that time, but then he realized, like, that's not going to make it better when he's about to, like, get to Uncle Ben. So that's why I definitely say that, in my personal opinion, like, that's such a great, like, good, like, maturity of, like, a young boy being a troubled teen to becoming a man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why Spider-Man, from this movie to, like, all the Spider-Man iterations, is the perfect embodiment of positive masculinity, but also the embodiment of, like, hey, for you young boys, be like him. I'm not saying you need to get bit by a radioactive spider, but it's more like, hey, don't go to the dark side. How about you actually be a good person, actually use that responsibility with that great power? So that's why, yeah, this movie gave us the birth of the iconic "with great power comes great responsibility" line on the big screen. And not only just that, like, basically from the New Yorkers, from, like I said, I like that New York is, it's literally like a character in the movie. Like, you get from fans by saying, like, I love Spider-Man, guy with 8 hands, house, he stinks and I don't like him. And yeah, that's another thing why we love about this movie. It's so quotable of the, who am I? You sure you want to know? I got you for 3 minutes of playtime. You know, I'm something of a scientist myself. Sleep. Oh, if I want to make it famous, I want to make him infamous. It's like, dude, all the characters are really well done. I mean, let's talk about the casting. Tobey's great as Peter, and J.K. Simmons, hands down the perfect comic book casting choice of, like, him playing J. Jonah Jameson, which I know Stan Lee originally wanted to play Jameson, but when J.K. Simmons like, what do you want to do? Maybe 5 minutes having swirls? Get out of here! Like, who are you going to see? Crap, mega crap. Like, that bro embodies Jameson so much that later Spider-Man media, from the sequel trilogy to Ultimate Spider-Man Disney XD, that even across the Spider-Verse used J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson for that. So I'm like, that role's forever iconic. But either way, let's talk about the GOAT himself, aka Willem Dafoe. You know, I'm something of a talented actor myself. That's a cute outfit. Yeah, everyone's going the line. That's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you? I missed the part, but that's my pun. We'll check again, webhead. Oh, they stopped that guy. What the hell's wrong with you? It's like, yeah, bro, so many great quotes. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. Yeah, I will talk about the scene. But Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, I mean, if this stream goes well, guys, and like I said, if this stream goes well, if I do a Spider-Man movie villains ranking, yeah, I feel like till this day, Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin is still my favorite villain in a Spider-Man movie, which I will say this. The character Green Goblin in general, I'm saying generally speaking, is my favorite Spider-Man villain, because Green Goblin in this movie and any iteration, whether it's Willem Dafoe's in this movie and No Way Home, Spectacular Spider-Man, the 90s animated series, just Green Goblin in general, Goblin is like the Joker to Spidey's Batman. He's done menacing stuff. He's responsible for, like, many deaths of Peter Parker's life, attempting to, like, literally almost killing Peter Parker, like, in some other pieces of media, from the comics to the shows to even this movie. But man, Willem Dafoe, bro, is like flexible in his 40s, and pretty much bro to want to put like 90% of the stunts. And I know fans are going to go and complain by saying, oh, his suit looks a lot like a Power Rangers villain. I mean, yes, it may look corny, but to me, ahead of its time, I still say the suit slash, from that phase, from that fangs, and literally from the, like, the coolest thing about the helm is, like, when the yellow eyes lit up, where he's like, you're an astonishing creature, Spider-Man. You and I are not so different. I know No Way Home, they got rid of the mask mainly because they want to see Willem Dafoe act and go manic behind the scenes, like literally with the mask off, which I understand. But still, even when I was a kid, I was scared of Green Goblin. Like that, bro, the Green Goblin literally just like really spooks me to death, especially Gabriel. You probably remember this. Whenever I see Goblin about to die and say, no, I don't want to see blood in this movie, I gotta get out the room. Like, bro, Goblin, I mean, just to quote Goblin, follow the cold shivers running down your spine. Literally, he gave me the cold shivers running down my spine when I was a kid. And yeah, literally, the best lines, out am I? No one says no to me. Hello, my dear. It's like, bro, like I said, bro is literally the Joker to Spider-Man. And like I said, Willem Dafoe, a.k.a. Willem Dafoe, like, before I started glazing about Goblin, I like the split personality he brings to both Norman and Green Goblin. Like, obviously, Norman Osborn is a successful, wealthy, brilliant man, but obviously, Norman is very tormented on the inside, from his business to his relationship with his son, and obviously, admiring, like, seeing Norman admiring Peter and not more of his son and Harry, that's comic accurate, where, you know, Norman's like, I've been like a father to you, be a son to me. Sometimes Harry, his own son, gets up and saying, man, Peter has more respect for him than more me. He's like, come on, Dad, I thought what we had was special. That's the attitude I get from when Harry sees Norman and Peter, whenever Norman admires Peter, just like how it is in the comics. So, I like the tormentedness where Willem Dafoe could be so vulnerable. Like, during the scene after when he killed off the military man, and one of the best scenes where, you know, Goblin's talking to him in the mirror is like, bringing you what you wanted. I remember originally, yeah, you're actually right, Jim Carrey and Nicolas Cage were considered to bring Green Goblin, but obviously Nick Cage is off playing Spider-Noir instead. But hey, it is what it is. Love the Raimi Goblin. That's what I'm saying. Like, look, I know they took so many. I mean, just like the Spider-Man suit itself, they took so much time to like make Green Goblin into live action. There's this one iconic behind-the-scenes picture where you have the yellow eyes and you have like green prosthetics makeup, and obviously you have like the purple hoodie that they try to do to make it comic accurate. So wait, what will Hobgoblin would have been if it was an orange recolor? I feel like if it was styled in the Raimi verse, I think it would be similar like that, which we will talk about Spider-Man 3's new Goblin when Harry took the Goblin tour, which I do have some complaints about Spider-Man 3, but we're still talking about the first one. But like I said, I don't care if it is a cheesy Power Rangers villain. A part of me was a little disappointed in No Way Home by saying, man, I get you want to see Willem Dafoe's face, but I kind of love the helmet so much because the helmet is just so iconic, but also it gives this version of Green Goblin identity. But anyway, the best thing about Green Goblin in this movie is like after when he like Green Goblin is devious, he's menacing, he's sly, and he finds a way to like get tormented, get close to not to Spider-Man, but to Peter Parker as well. And the best thing about Green Goblin is literally from taken down to almost killing off Mary Jane, almost killing Aunt May, vanish it from evil! And yeah, once again, that one scene where Norman is still tormented with Goblin, like facing his inner Goblin demons of, tell me how! The heart, Osborn! First, we attack his heart! Literally traumatizing Aunt May, putting Mary Jane on the bridge, and that one scene, one of my favorite scenes with Goblin is when he puts the sleeping gas with Peter where he goes, Spider-Man, I knew you chose this. Hey kiddo, let mom and dad talk to you, will you? Sleep. Literally like the best monologue, and this monologue foreshadowed No Way Home when Goblin had a similar monologue to Tom's Peter, but to Toy's Peter is like, but the one thing they love more to hear is to see a hero fail. Well, I messed up the speech. But the one thing they love more than a hero, see a hero fail, fall. Die trying. Why bother? There are 8 million people in the city. We are exceptional. I could squash you like a bug right now. Join me. Imagine what we could accomplish together. What we could create. Or we could destroy with senseless pains and again and again and again until we're both dead. Is that what you want? Think about it, hero. Like, I love how Green Goblin torments not Spider-Man by saying, hey, you can either be with me or we have to go fight again. Like, it's Batman and Joker just going, like every single time. But that's what I'm saying, like, Goblin is such a great villain. Like I said, if I had to do my Spider-Man villain tier list ring, I mean, you can easily tell that Goblin will be there in S tier. But anyway, let me just move on to people are mentioned up in the chat. So, obviously, Godspeed, Spider-Man. Favorite Marvel YouTuber is Duneblazer. Also like that guy. Just watch his videos. Yeah, the Peter Flash Thousand fight scene. I don't want to fight you, Flash. I wouldn't want to fight me either. Yeah, Tobey Maguire punching early 2000s Deathstroke before that got canceled in the DC universe. But the one thing is I find pretty funny is the fact that when Flash Thompson is about to beat up Peter Parker, when Peter decided to put his Dragon Ball Z punch the Flash, if you rewatch the movie, when Flash slides like the cafeteria tray, you literally see a camera in the shot right there. Literally a camera looking at Flash before some random food is. I thought that was funny. My favorite scene is New Yorkers back into Spider-Man. Yeah, that's what I love about Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 1, that it's not just Spider-Man. Like, one of the best scenes of the movies where Green Goblin, like we said, Brand New Day has a similar scene like this, like Spider-Man 1, where on the bridge, where he has Mary Jane, let die the woman you love, tormenting Peter Parker, or suffer the little children. It's like it's either be Spider-Man, save the kids, or be Peter Parker, save the woman you love. And then literally Goblin's best line when he drops both of them, we are who we choose to be, now choose. Like I said, the perfect reflection. Like, the filmmaking has so much aura, so much sauce of, you see Mary Jane on the left, then you see the kids on the right, and then literally Spidey having the choice to like choose both. Once again, once I talk about Brand New Day, there's a similar scene like that in Brand New Day, and we got that with Toby's. But Peter obviously saves Mary Jane, saves the kids, and then Goblin going time to die. And the New Yorkers, we got the people on the boats, and then literally that guy of the, I missed the part where that's my problem. Like, literally, and I feel like since this movie was filmed like after 9/11, this was like Sam Raimi's love letter to New York, and literally where they throw stuff like Goblin's like, I got something for you, yes, you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us, and then literally Peter like saving Mary Jane and the kids, and then we get a very comic Easter egg where Green Goblin ties up Spider-Man at the end. Dude, like, I'm not trying to glaze this movie so much, but the final battle of Spider-Man 1 is still my favorite final battle in any Spider-Man movie this day. Yes, No Way Home has great moments, but Spider-Man 1 will always, like, the final battle will always be my #1 favorite because, bro, from the hand-to-hand combat and literally just Toby, like, his face, like, the best thing about this movie, the battle damage suit, like, first of all, aura every single time that any Spidey variant gets like ripped suit and get face bleeding up. It's like, bro, like once again, the best thing about that scene is like, despite Peter is literally about to get beaten up, bro's broken, bleed with his bones when Goblin's doing his karate chop actions, and then literally when Goblin says things that triggers Peter by saying, now that you really pissed me off, I'm gonna finish her nice and slow. And then literally when he's about to stab Spidey and goes, MJ and I, we're gonna have it all the time, Toby just locks the F in, literally just going on by saying like, hey, you try to piss me off, you try to kill all the people I love. It's like, I'm not gonna let that happen. Like, we just went from Peter being this nerdy nobody that gets beat up to now being a man, being a Spider-Man, beating the crap out of Goblin, and it's really amazing. But there's other characters I did not talk about. I didn't talk about Mary Jane or Harry, but we'll get to that soon. Let me just read the comments. Misery, misery, misery. That's what you've chosen. Even this movie's cheesy still in some areas. A lot of things I have loved for this movie isn't that outdated. It has its charm, especially for the movie around this time. So, my mom plays the first Tobey Spider-Man movie DVD when I was a kid. We don't have DVDs anymore. We use Roku to watch movies now. Yeah, Spider-Man 1 was like awesome one. I do not care. Spider-Man 1 is one of the movies I actually say is perfect. I mean, I said it at the very beginning. This is the perfect superhero origin movie ever made. I mean, yes, we have Batman Begins. We have Iron Man 1. We have 78 Superman. But no, this is like the perfect one. But yeah, best battle damage suit. Yes, I agree with you, Cameron. Like, definitely the best battle damage Spidey suit next to Spectacular. That even Spectacular had a similar fight like that in the final episode of the show. But anyway, also, yeah, Macho Man was awesome considering I'm a WWE fan. The funny thing about that scene is like, so wait, when I watched that scene of Tony Maguire fighting Randy Savage, Macho Man, so pro wrestling is real, where he goes, what's the one scene where he goes, hey, freak show, you going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Bro, so funny. Like I said, this movie, yeah, it has the sauce, it has the perfect origin story for the character. Tony's quips are in it too, are out of the best out of the trilogy. Yeah, the best quote, like the quips of, hey kiddo, let mom and dad sit out, will you? And then what's another scene? It's you who's out, Gobby, out of your mind. And then obviously so many, like, a lot of funny quips. Cheese, when he literally just took the pictures from the criminals by saying, that's his classic peak Spidey. But other characters I did not talk about. So anyway, here, let's talk about the elephant in the room, or in this case, the red hair in the room. Kirsten Dunst's Mary Jane Watson. I mean, Gabriel, let's be honest, we all had a crush on that version of MJ, specifically the first movie. The first movie, she definitely looks the most tragic. Because number one, I feel like, in my personal opinion, I feel like the peak of Kirsten Dunst's Mary Jane is in this movie. I do have my complaints with her character in Spider-Man 2 and 3, but I feel like the first movie, she's fine. Like, the one thing that they got right about this version of Mary Jane, I find it funny that at the beginning she's wearing Gwen Stacy's outfit from purple to green to the headband, because obviously, yeah, in the comics, Peter Parker knows Gwen Stacy before Mary Jane, but since this is the Raimi movies and the 90s cartoon made Mary Jane like the fan favorite popular. I mean, Mary Jane is still the fan favorite today, but back then she was the popular Spider-Man girlfriend. Like, she is the Lois Lane to Spider-Man Superman, if that makes sense. But anyway, aside from her wearing Gwen's clothes at the beginning, the one thing that they really got right about Mary Jane is the reason why she's like the most attractive girl next door, because she kind of hides her personal abuse away from her dad, which obviously that scene is like, oh yeah, you're always going to be a mistake, I have to go to school. And Toby's Peter, whenever he gets to see, like, obviously I like the contrast where Peter has a loving family between Uncle Ben and Aunt May, even though he was kind of harsh on Uncle Ben, which pretty much that's the lesson of the movie, while Mary Jane lives a life through abuse from her drunk father, which obviously that's saying in the comics. And Harry, on the other hand, has a father, but obviously it's a very complicated relationship with, you know, Norman's formula experiment, but also Harry wishing that he had the same love from his dad, just like what Peter had from the same love for Uncle Ben and Aunt May. And my favorite scene with Peter and MJ is definitely the backyard scene when Peter just got back from the hilarious "Go Web Go!" Literally, Peter and Mary Jane. Like, the most realistic scene of the movie between Peter and Mary Jane is when they talk about, so what you want to do after high school. That's the most realistic thing to talk about. Like, obviously, whether it's with a friend or with a girl that you like, and then Mary Jane talks about she wants to be an actress. And the funny quote that Toby says, I cry like a baby when you play Cinderella. Peter, that's only first grade. Yeah, my hunch. Once again, Tobey Maguire has the adorable face of a puppy, but pretty much like Mary Jane. The reason why she dates Flash Thompson, dates Harry Osborn, because, yeah, she wants to have that escapism, like Mary Jane the comic. She wants to be the party girl of the lifetime, the wild card, so then she gets to hide the pain away, just like how Peter hides his pain, Harry finds his pain. Like, I like that Raimi finds a way to, like, make Peter, Mary Jane, and Harry Osborn to, like, connect in the ways from their all personal pain to why they connect so well as a trio throughout the trilogy, and I really like that. I kind of find it funny that, and I'm pretty sure that Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst dated in real life, and James Franco had a crush on Kirsten Dunst, and that kind of bring a little bit of drama with the actors. I'm like, okay, this is becoming a bit too accurate like their characters in the movie. So anyway, I honestly don't like Raimi and J.C. Hans, but I'm not a fan of the character. So let me specify, I think she's at her best in the first movie. We'll talk about Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 where she kind of downgraded as a character in the sequels. But I feel like the first movie, they got Mary Jane so well in the first film, at least, from not only by the looks, but from her motivations. But then Mary Jane realizes you don't need to date the high school jock. You don't need to date the rich kid. You just need to kiss the guy with Spider-Man. My complaint between Peter and Mary Jane, my biggest complaint is, you know when Spider-Man says Mary Jane, and he goes, you know who I am. I do. It's like, Toby, Peter, you're not even disguising your voice. Like, the best thing I will give Tom Holland credit, at least Tom Holland disguises his New York accent in Homecoming and Brand New Day, so I feel like, Toby, your voice is being too recognizable. How about you disguise it? Which Tom Holland actually did that better in his movies. But either way, that's one complaint I got about between Toby and Mary Jane. And the fact that, the one thing I found stupid between Spider-Man 1 and 2 is like when Peter and Mary Jane decided to quote-unquote kiss in this movie, and then literally when Peter Parker friend zones Mary Jane at the end because he wants to make sure that his secret is safe and his enemies cannot get closer to him after what happened to Green Goblin in Spider-Man 1. And then Spider-Man 2, it's like, girl, can you just not get the idea that same kiss that you had upside down in the rain is Peter Parker underneath the rain? And it's like, how can you not recognize the kiss, like, literally from Spider-Man 1 and 2? That's just a minor nitpick I got with, you know, Mary Jane being, you know, she's pretty, but she's clearly not that smart. But anyway, oh yeah, Wolverine was going to be in this movie. Yeah, Hugh Jackman. I think I saw one interview that Jackman was supposed to be part of this movie, and I think they wanted to give him the comic accurate suit, which, look at us now, he has that suit in Marvel's Deadpool and Wolverine, but due to Fox and due to Sony, that eventually did not happen. But as for Harry Osborn, I did not talk about Harry that much in the movie, so I will say this, I mean, just like Kirsten Dunst, Mary Jane, I think Harry in this movie is fine, but man, in the sequels, especially when we get to Spider-Man 3, he is so goofy as hell in the sequels for Spider-Man 2 and 3. I mean, separate the artist from the art about James Franco, what he did in real life. But I will say this, in Spider-Man 1, it made it so believable. Like, one, he used to be like Peter's close best friend, but then he kind of cock-blocks Peter when he's dating Mary Jane, so Harry was not a real at the end of the day. But I will be honest, like, the beginning of, you know, when Green Goblin accidentally stabs himself where he goes, Peter, don't tell Harry, it's the perfect conflict that we know in the comics, we know this in the TV shows of, we know, obviously, if you're a Spider-Man fan, you know that Peter and Harry are the best of friends, and then later on, thanks to Norman Osborn dying because he's the Goblin, they will become sworn enemies like how you know in the source material. And I feel like this first movie does well. I mean, I know it's a meme where James Franco goes, what have you done? What have you done? And then literally just grabs the gun. And then literally, the last thing that Harry says were, in the first movie, he's like, I got nothing left, but all I know is Spider-Man will pay. And once again, that becomes the beginning of the conflict where Harry's having he's cool beans with Peter Parker, but he hates Spider-Man, which I honestly say that's pretty accurate. And, you know, obviously he wants his father's love, but also wants Mary Jane to approve him. Like that funny scene during the Thanksgiving scene where Norman's talking to Harry by saying, like, come on, son, like I heard, they're going to be nervous like a pack of wolves. A word to the nonsense of your little girlfriend. Do what you need, and broom her fast. And then literally, Harry had that conflict with the Thanksgiving stuff. But also, speaking of the which, I like that in the Thanksgiving scene, Norman's wearing red and blue, representing Spider-Man colors. Toby's Peter's wearing green because of Green Goblin. Aunt May is dressing blue because Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker wears a lot of blue outfits throughout the movie. And speaking of Aunt May, she is easily the best live-action Aunt May. Not only she looks like Aunt May in the comics, like, she has that earnesty, she has that soft, nurturing nature, but also Aunt May, especially in Spider-Man 2, we will talk about Spider-Man 2, May definitely has a tough side no matter how old she is. And me and Gabe are not trying to get personal. That version of Aunt May, she reminds us a lot of our grandmother in the best way. So Rosemary Harris's Aunt May is like the GOAT when it comes to all the live-action Aunt Mays when she delivers the emotional scenes. And obviously the great scenes of the... Yeah, my favorite line that she says in Spider-Man 1, you do too much, you're not Superman. Aunt May? Is that an angel? Those eyes! Those horrible yellow eyes! Ah! Bro, it's so funny. Anyway, let me just see that. And they'll have them together in Secret Wars. I don't believe the Doomsday Rumors I'll ask about later. But yeah, other than that, so let me talk about the ending of the movie. So what I love about the ending so much, like, yes, Green Goblin dies. Okay, I like that in the comics, the glider kills him. Like, in the comics, it kills him in the heart, but then it's onto the goblin sacks. And like I said, but I do like the conflict in the beginning where he goes, I've been like a father to you, being the son. Because if we go back to the first movie where Toby's Peter, like, when he has that argument with Uncle Ben where he goes like, I know I'm not your father, then stop pretending to be. And then when Uncle Ben dies, and then Toby's Peter has the maturity to say, I have a father. His name was Ben Parker. And I'm like, great character development right there with Toby's Peter. Then obviously after when Goblin dies, and once when Mary Jane feels like she's finally seen, like, it's not the jock boy, it's not the rich kid, it's not Spider-Man, it's the boy next door that likes you. And I know, Toby's Peter would have had the balls to say, like, I love you too, girl, but deep down inside, I have to be a man. I have to be a man to protect you, to make sure you're safe. So sorry I have to friend zone you. But once again, Spider-Man 1's ending, and I'm not trying to glaze too much, the first movie's ending is still my favorite ending in a Spider-Man movie ever. Like, it's so like, there's zero complaints about the ending of literally just one final monologue, just walking from the funeral and just going, I'll never forget these words. With great power comes great responsibility. This is my gift. This is my curse. Who am I? Spider-Man. And bro, the Danny Elfman score and him just web swinging to like the skyscraper to the Chrysler Building. Ah! And then the cherry on top is literally when he's like on the American flag, and it's more like, yeah, I mean, I know people are going to say Superman is the American symbol. No, Spider-Man is the symbol of New York and America, and literally just going one iconic web shooter of da 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 da. And yeah, I will talk about it for the rest of the trilogy, but Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker, like, I say the Danny Elfman score is the best Spider-Man theme. I mean, obviously, if you guys think of Spider-Man, of course, Andrew, Tom Holland, and even the Spider-Verse movies have great theme songs, but when it comes to, like, the most iconic ones, and I'm not saying this for nostalgia's sake, bro, the Danny Elfman score, like I said, as kids, we pretend, we put on our Halloween Spider-Man costumes, then we go, pew, pew, da, 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 da. And obviously we talk about the songs, we talk about Nickelback, and I like that in the very end credits of the first movie, they literally played the iconic 1967 Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. I mean, like I said, there's no other director, and I'm not trying to brag since I met Sam Raimi in real life at MechaCon 2023, which was probably one of the best celebrity meetups I did when he signed my Sam Raimi DVDs of like cost $300. But either way, back to the point. Thank goodness that Sam Raimi made so much passion, so much love of bringing not just Spider-Man to life, but bringing Peter Parker to life, bring all of the side characters from Mary Jane, Harry, Green Goblin, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, J. Jonah Jameson, even all the random side characters from Bonesaw, Hoffman, Betty Brant, Randy Robertson. Like, there's like, it's so much like every single character in this movie, just whether they have a lot of screen time and a little bit of screen time, every single character in this movie has their own distinct personality, no matter if they have a lot of screen time or a short amount of screen time. And the best thing why this movie still holds up to this day, I mean, way before we got the MCU, back then we live in an age where superhero movies were very simple. Like, even though, yes, this movie was obviously going to make sequels and, you know, adapt the best Spider-Man stories and basically foreshadow all the Spider-Man movies in the future. But that being said, this was during a time when superhero movies were just standalone human stories, and that's what made me got invested in Spider-Man, aside from his red and blue colors. I mean, if you ask a young kid what's their favorite colors, they're either going to say red, blue, or black, and that's going to be like the top colors if you ask like a young boy. But either way, aside from that, this movie is going to be forever not only a childhood fan favorite one, but this will always be the movie that made me a Spider-Man fanboy to this day. Not just Spider-Man, this made me love Marvel in general if it weren't for that original movie. So, yeah, that being said, I mean, I've already said enough. I'm going to let Gabriel speak, but it is 100% S tier on my book. Peak comic book movie, and still, if I have to say my final words, it's easily top 5 favorite Spider-Man movies, and it's like I said, I always have a debate switch. Do I like Spider-Man 1 more or like Spider-Man 2 more? But as of right now, it's my second favorite Spider-Man movie of all time. Whew. Spider-Man down. Anyway, Gabriel, you ready to start ranking your Spider-Man 1 thoughts?
Let's do these. Yeah, man. Pretty much everything you said. Spider-Man 1 was the pinnacle of my childhood. Big part of my life. I connect with it a lot. I connect with Peter the most in this movie. I know a lot of us do. That's why we love this character. It's why we love the film so much. And I think it just ages well considering the time it came out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the effects, like, for its time, must have looked incredible. Like, the final swing and certain fight scenes. The design of the suit, I thought, was Tobey's best.
Agreed.
MJ was the best in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Willem Dafoe, like, genuinely, like, one of the best performances in all the Spider-Man movies.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
One of the best actors to play in Spider-Man movies, because he was in technically all three.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, in Spider-Man 2 and 3 and the mirror reflections.
And also now No Way Home.
Yeah. So he
but out
played
of all
Norman
those movies,
4
he
times.
performed, he outshined in every single one of those movies.
He does.
His performance.
One of his best performances ever.
So his Goblin is iconic. I know people have opinions on the suit. I don't mind it. I think it's fine. I think the helmet is really cool. It's like like, because of nostalgia and our childhood growing up, like, oh my gosh, he's the bad guy, scary. Like, we'll see that helmet and it's as ridiculous as the outfit is.
Mm-hmm.
It's also intimidating because you know who's behind that mask and what he does. You hear that voice and he's like the most menacing villain in all the Spider-Man movies. And you also have other characters, like some of the side characters like Flash, who, this is one flaw I have with the movie, and this is a big thing back in the 90s, 80s, 2000s. Everybody looks way too grown to be high schoolers, and Flash was one of them. He looks like a 30-year-old dad who was in high school playing as a bully. Hang on. As I was saying, Flash Thompson, I don't think I'm not saying performance-wise he did bad.
Sorry.
Like, he played the part well in terms of acting. I just think he didn't look the part.
Yeah, he looked way too old.
And
Flash.
a lot of the high schoolers just looked way older.
Because everyone looks like
high schoolers.
You want to know what's funny, Gabriel? The teacher at the beginning, like in the Oscorp scene, why does the teacher look way younger than his students? That doesn't look right.
Yeah. Also, I mean, yeah, again, when it comes to the effects, like the scene where he gets bit by the spider, at that time was really cool. Like, you see the close-up when it bites him, and then,
red and blue spider.
Also the makeup when he has the swollen spider bite. I don't know, just the effects, costumes, everything looked great for its time. And the music, soundtrack, obviously, like, every Spider-Man film has an amazing soundtrack. But this one is so nostalgic. It fits this Spider-Man. It fits Spider-Man in general. It's just iconic. And obviously, like, the intros, they leveled it up with Spider-Man 2 and 3, but the first one was still, like, it's still nostalgic. As soon as you hear that music, and then you see, like, the names, and then the spider webs, and then you see the title, Spider-Man, and then it begins, it's so great.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, you relate to this Peter so much. Like, in the very beginning of the movie, he's already late to the bus.
Stop the bus!
And I mean, maybe not everybody, but I can say I've had that happen to me many times. And that feeling, you're late to the bus and you walk in and everybody's just staring at you and you got nowhere to sit. It's like it happens. So like just little moments like that with Peter makes him so relatable. It makes you care for the character. Also, you know, his relationship with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, like Daniel said, best Aunt May we've had in all the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And Uncle Ben was great too. You really like, they felt like family. Like you cared for them, just as much as Peter did.
Exactly.
And yeah, I mean, this is one thing they got right, is that Peter acted, especially once he got his powers, he acted kind of like a douche. Like he was being kind of mean to Uncle Ben, and that's kind of how he was in the comics, where he wasn't always reserved,
Yeah, his
nice
ego
guy. Sometimes he had an attitude, and
his ego got in the way.
Yeah, because of his powers and everything, he kind of got an ego, and wasn't being responsible, which is the whole theme of this movie. It's about responsibility. So it's like the development of Peter from the beginning, where he has this attitude and is rude to Uncle Ben, and then he loses Uncle Ben and realizes he took those moments for granted when Uncle Ben was trying to just talk to him. And then, you know, he wanted to seek vengeance, realized once he got the guy that it wasn't worth it, and it made him feel worse, and he wasn't proud of who he was. So it made him want to grow and become better and use his powers for good. Well, once he figured out how to use his powers, which was another cool thing, like showcasing how awkward he was with his powers. Go, and then hitting the billboard.
Yeah, freaking Tarzan across the city.
I'm up and away, web. It was a silly way to do that, and it was clever.
It was.
I don't know, man. Just like his development from a spoiled teenager, I guess, to just maturing over the last couple days of him being Spider-Man. And then also, this is credits to Sam Raimi, the horror aspects, which is why he did so well with Green Goblin.
Even the spider
that scene where Goblin chokes the doctor and then throws him out the glass, and he starts tweaking out. Like that was a great horror aspect from Sam Raimi, and made us kids like uncomfortable. It made us fear the Goblin.
Same goes for the spider
bite. He did really well in that, and not just with all his villains in general.
Yeah, for sure.
But especially Goblin and Doc Ock. Iconic scenes, the upside down kiss. That was, I mean, her MJ, Kirsten Dunst's MJ, was like probably my first celebrity crush. And that moment right there.
Yeah. And now she's in the Minecraft sequel.
Yeah. But that's an iconic moment.
I think
that's still one of the best moments in all of Spider-Man movies.
I think that scene won for best kiss scene at the MTV Awards. Well deserved.
Yeah, it's too good. It was shot well.
Yeah.
The little bit, I know some people complain about the action sequence because it looks goofy. I think it's okay, and I thought it still fit his fighting style.
It did.
And
bro did not have time to put on the mask, so he had to fight in the rain. Make sure she doesn't get stabbed.
Oh, why didn't he use his webs? Because it's raining.
Duh.
But yeah, it was fun. It was fun, and that scene is iconic. Final battle, obviously iconic, based off the comics.
Yes.
Except he gets stabbed in his, I don't know, gut or something.
Yeah, and the goblin guts.
The lower abdomen instead of his heart.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, coming back to the development of Peter, like he like when Norman was like, "Be a son to me."
Be a son.
He's like, "I have a father. His name is Ben Parker."
My dada.
That scene was great. It was powerful. That whole like warehouse sequence, the setting, just um, the battle damage on Peter's suit, just looked beautiful. And yeah, I mean, I think the death of Goblin could have been portrayed a little bit better. He kind of died like too fast, and it was kind of silly, but it was still, I guess, it was still nice, and it was nice. It was a nice homage to the comics.
Yeah, in a way, it's still somewhat faithful.
But yeah, great, and also the scene on the bridge, where Goblin is like making Peter make a decision to save MJ or the kids, and because he's the GOAT, he does both.
Foreshadowing.
But that scene was great, and then seeing how the New Yorkers got used to Spider-Man and trusted him and their, support for him, was nice. Also, J. Jonah Jameson, the Bugle, iconic, perfect casting. You will never get anyone to play J. Jonah better than him.
Nope.
And any scene in the Bugle was just funny, and I love the dynamic between Peter and J. Jonah Jameson. It was always fun to see. And then Goblin infiltrating, and later you get the speech with Goblin and Spider-Man on the roof. So iconic, man. Everybody did great in that movie, and to me, it's not perfect. I've mentioned a couple flaws, like the high schoolers. Goblin's death was a little
goofy.
I don't know, a little silly, but everything else was just phenomenal. And to me, this movie is still S tier, still one of my comfort movies. One of the best Spider-Man movies ever.
It's one of the
S tier.
It's one of the movies that I never get tired of watching again. So definitely for sure.
And it shaped Marvel and Hollywood as a whole, just like Iron Man 1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this was during the peak of Marvel movies, not just Marvel, but superhero movies, by saying, wow, I guess these fictional...
and, of course, X-Men.
Yeah, X-Men as well. But that was during the time by saying, wow, superheroes are cool. Let's make more of these, for the better or worse.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, Spider-Man 1. But now, look, I know it's a debate, and even I debate this to myself. Do I love Spider-Man 1 more? Do I love Spider-Man 2 more? Sometimes my mind always switches back and forth. Spider-Man 2, mainly because of the relatable aspects of that movie, and also the most human stuff that happens, both the good and the bad things that happens to Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2. But Spider-Man 1, okay, I'll say this. Spider-Man 1 is more comic booky than Spider-Man 2. I would say this, like the first movie is like the most comic booky Raimi, like in the trilogy, of course, like in the Raimi movie, Spider-Man 1 is like the most comic, colorful, vibrant one, while Spider-Man 2 kind of, like, so Spider-Man 2 is still a really great movie, but I feel like it lacked a bit of that color, like, blend like the first movie has. But either way, Spider-Man 2 is hands down an all-time great. Not just a great Spider-Man movie, but a great superhero movie. But no, scratch that. It's the most human superhero movie until Brand New Day was up in that list. But we will talk about Brand New Day later on. But anyway, why is Spider-Man 2 the Michael Jordan of superhero movies and just Spider-Man movies? First and foremost, like, I mean, even the cast members, and Sam Raimi's biggest task was literally, how can you make a sequel? How can you top a sequel that will, like, not only either be as good as the first or even better as the one? So yeah, best of the Raimi films. I'll get to my favorite Spidey films later. But Spider-Man 2, man, why is this movie so great? First of all, as much as we love the Spider-Man action, because me and Gabriel can relate to this, we're like, yeah, we're just here to see Spider-Man fight some villains and fight the bad guys, get the girl and save the day. I mean, that's what you expect from a superhero movie, right? But rewatching this movie again as a grown-ass adult, man, this movie, aside from this movie and Brand New Day, Spider-Man 2 is the ultimate Peter Parker story up on the big screen. The best thing about it is, and yes, even though Spider-Man 2 gave us the birth of more hilarious memes of Mr. Aziz, which, bro, the beginning, Parker, stop! But before I get to the iconic piece of time stuff, man, like, just like the first movie, great opening monologue. We got the iconic Alex Ross art of recapping the first Spider-Man movie, and that amazing Alex Ross artwork. And then starting off with Mary Jane the Billboard, which, yes, I will talk about Mary Jane later in this movie, which I think Mary Jane and the trilogy just downgraded. But Either way, as we go down to Spider-Man 2, so aside from the hee-hee-ha-ha pizza time moment where Mr. Aziz's like, oh, Parker, you're a nice guy, but you're just not dependable, go! I mean, I remember it like in the editor, was it like the extended cut of Spider-Man 2 where they reshot the go scene where he was like, go? Because Sam Raimi thought that scene was maybe a bit too goofy. But anyway, aside from that, Spider-Man 2 is basically the birth of Tobey Maguire. Like, for Tobey's Peter, this is his strive and his struggles through adulthood. He's trying to deliver pizzas on time. Like, you know, that funny moment of, whoa, he stole that guy's pizza! And obviously, we got the iconic Pizza Time Spider-Man 2 movie tie-in game, which, yes, this movie inspired one of the best movie tie-in games that gave us the iconic so yeah, thanks to Spider-Man 2. But literally, that beginning sequence, like, aside from the memes, that beginning sequence perfectly captures the struggles of living a double life as Peter Spider-Man. It's like, crap, I gotta deliver pizzas in order to make some money. But I'm like, oh no, there's some two kids in the background. Quick, Spider-Man, save Disney Channel star Peyton List on the truck. Which, yes, Spider-Man saves a future Disney Channel star of the, hey kids, no playing on the streets. Yes, Mr. Spider-Man. And once again, that was just a small moment that says, yeah, he is being that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, just rescuing kids before they get randomly hit by a truck. And me and Gabriel still finds this scene to this day. Rest in peace to the guy that was about to eat the pizza, but when Spidey takes the pizza and then literally webs up the guy for the cheese pizza, it's comedy gold. And the comedy, I will say this, Spider-Man 2, okay, I will say this, I will say Spider-Man 3 is arguably the funniest scene. Like, I think Spider-Man 3 has the most funniest jokes in the trilogy, but Spider-Man 2's comedy is so gold. Obviously, for Tobey's Peter, just casually get inside the apartment place and just go, pizza time, literally just out of nowhere, just, like, messing up with the gender stuff, and then obviously the woman climbed the jerk is like, yeah, you're late, I'm not paying for those. It's like, woman, can you just have some dignity that this man literally had to go all the way upstairs, save some helpless kids of playing in the streets, and not giving him like a tip or anything? It's like, come on. And then literally after when he gets fired from the pizza shop, I'm like, well, what's your best solution, Peter? You gotta make money, something, so you can't be poor Peter Parker on the streets. But literally, okay, when we talk about Jameson, bro, the peak, this is J.K. Simmons' best performance as Jameson. Like, hello, you're fired. It's like, come on, give me a violin. It's like, Rampage's brothers, right? Say, I'm telling you, J. Joe Jameson, he's not a mess. Shut up, get out of here. And the funniest thing is, literally when Peter's trying to like ask him for a pants for a vase, like, that's outrageous. And then literally where he's like, fired, you're not fired. My son, the astronaut. Like, you're not getting pictures of Spider-Man. And then the funniest thing is, I feel like this is the most relatable scene for anybody that works at an employee job, where you as the employee ask the manager, ask the boss, like, hey, boss, can you pay me advance? And then the meme-worthy moment of Jameson just going, you serious? What are you doing here? Standing here? Get out of here. 8 o'clock tomorrow night at the planetarium. Like I said, and let's not forget the hilarious deleted scene when Jameson puts on the Spider-Man suit and he starts posing in the Spidey suit, and then you see Betty Brant, Randy Robinson, and Hoffman just going off. And yeah, one of the best lines when Doc Ock becomes free, it's like, oh, we just need to think of a name. How would it say? Doctor Strange. That's a good one. That's taken. Oh, I got one. Dr. Octopus. New villain in town, Doc Ock. I like that the Daily Bugle is the reason why they give the villains in the trilogy the name. Like, Jameson calls Green Goblin the Green Goblin, Doc Ock, Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man 2. I don't think he gives Sandman a name in Spider-Man 3 for what I remember. But that being said, peak Jameson in this movie. Like, especially the bloopers where it's like, yes, he was a hero. He was a thief! And then literally the bloopers where he dropped out of his fake teeth where it's like, he wants a new prop! Bro, J.K. Simmons was having a riot in this movie. Like, Parker, take the picture. But anyway, let me get back to the point at the beginning. I think the pizza time shows the scene that's the same lady from the show Bones. Oh, wow, really? That's honestly, like, really cool to put that up. Anyway, Doc Ock shines this movie. Even though I'm not that big with Doc Ock, I prefer Hobgoblin over him, to be honest. Alright, that's a pretty valid take. Anyway, great soundtrack. Like, Vindicated, we will talk about the soundtrack later on. But anyway, afterward, Peter, got fired from the pizza shop, and then he has to work for Jameson to take pictures of himself as Spider-Man. Like, obviously, in order to get paid, he needs Jameson to expose him as a menace, a criminal, a thief, he stole my suits. And then Peter, on that same day, he lost his job, and then he has to make money for this, company that wants to expose him. And Peter Parker is late for his own birthday, going to Queens, being with Aunt May, and being Mary Jane. I will be honest, I feel like Mary Jane's hair is such a downgrade compared to the first one, where Mary Jane looks more like a ginger than the redhead, but it is what it is. But either way, Funny that Peter was late to his own birthday party, and Harry, despite, you know, Peter, Mary Jane, and Harry are still like, you know, yeah, we go a long ways, like, do the high school. Gabriel, can you still do the laugh? What laugh? Is it the J. Jonah Jameson laugh or the Buzz laugh?
I'm assuming he means the Buzz laugh, because J. Jonah Jameson does that.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of. Not really.
You can do that right now, Gabriel. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yes, he still can. On command. He can't do it on command. But either way,
on Star Command.
Sorry, I'm eating cheeses because, yeah, they did a Spider-Man 2 cheeses commercial back in 2004. But either way, let me get back to the point. So, the fact that Peter struggles on getting a job, late for his own birthday, still having conflict with his best friend, still by saying, oh, you're taking pictures for that Spider-Man? I still hate that guy because you're basically taking pictures of the guy who basically killed my father. And then after that, he feels bad for Aunt May because Aunt May is going to lose the house. And I feel like growing up as an adult, watching this from trying to, like, make sure that Aunt May has the house, and I feel like the most relatable moment where Aunt May uses the last of her money to Peter, and he's like, oh, Aunt May, I don't need this money. Yes, you can. Like, for God's sake, it's not money. I'll take it. It's like, wow. That's probably the most realistic thing that I've seen between Peter and Aunt May. Like, the last amount of money in order to keep the house, and then literally, him just going to Mary Jane. I mean, obviously we get the most iconic scene of, oh boy, yeah. I feel like one of my biggest problems with Spider-Man 2 is like, Peter, can you just tell that you really love this girl? I know you can't say it because, oh yeah, if I tell you my secret, then my enemies will get close to you. But at the same time, Peter, I know you friend-zoned her for purpose on the first movie, but at the exact same time, you love this girl. If you can't say you love her, if you can't tell her to be here, then she's clearly going to date some richer, fancier guy named John Jameson, the astronaut, and then just fall in love with some other guy, which, once again, we will get to that later on. But either way, in that same night, Peter goes to one of the funniest characters in Spider-Man 2, Mr. Dickovich, where he's like, rent, Sony does not pay the rent. If you do this, my daughter will be fat, and don't give away. I have ears like cats and eyes like Ronan. So Peter literally has that last $20 from Aunt May. His landlord takes that money away, and then probably the most realest and saddest moment of the movie is where Peter Parker can't catch a break. Like, well, of course, New York loves Spider-Man. He saves kids, he delivers pizzas, but man, it was one of the worst nights of Peter's life. Like, and then living in a all crusty apartment alone. I feel like most people in their 20s literally just have that relatable moment. Me after Brandy Day, oh boy, yeah. Yeah, I'm saying Spider-Man 2 and Brandy Day have similar parallels where Spider-Man is living the best of his life, but Peter Parker is not doing so well in real life. And like we said, it's the perfect representation. Like, this movie is so great on the double life duality aspects of your personal life, but also your real life persona. Like, I'll say this, Daniel is Peter Parker. The pop culture dude is my Spider-Man persona, and that's what I love about that for Spider-Man 2 and Brandon Day. But I'm back on Spider-Man 2, so the perfect scene that represents that, like, obviously we got that one song for the Jets, you hold on to, when Peter's getting ready for Mary Jane's play. Like, the two suits is either dressed up as Spider-Man or dressed up as Spider-Man, and then obviously the funny scene of Mr. Dickovich coming out of the bathroom, where's my money? And then literally Peter trying to get inside to the bathroom, rent. Everyone needs a Russian landlord whenever you get to rent an apartment, if you get to live outside of your own home, if you don't live with your mom and dad anymore after high school. I don't know, it's just so funny, man. But literally during the moment where, once again, like, Peter, like Spider-Man 2 perfectly captures of every time Spider-Man wins, Peter Parker loses something at the end. And it's not just this movie, it just happens to every Spider-Man variant in general. Every time Spidey wins, Peter loses something at the end. And best example where Peter lost his motorcycle, and then the iconic scene of, oh, how do you get to do that? Work out, plenty of rest, eat your green vegetables. That's what my mom always say. I actually never believe her. And then literally Peter suiting up as Spider-Man to stop the criminals. I remember the extended cut where he basically stopped the criminals, but then he took off his mask while he's driving the car by saying, I guess bro does not really care about the secret identity. But during the moment where Peter Parker is late for Mary Jane, and then we got the iconic Bruce Campbell by saying, hey, it maintains the illusion. Let's not forget Sam Raimi's best friend was going to play Mysterio at some point, but sadly, it's not going to happen anytime soon. But his cameo was really nice. And then Mary Jane got upset by saying, Peter, you're nothing but an empty seat to me. And then that leads to the, I'm not an empty seat anymore. Just punch me, I bleed. But then, even though Peter Parker's life is going through a living hell, but there's one character, and let's say this, next to Green Goblin, Alfred Molina's Dr. Octopus. Hands down, a perfect casting choice. Another British actor playing a really well-known villain on the big screen. Alfred Molina is like just like Willem Dafoe was perfect for Green Goblin. Alfred Molina as Otto Octavius Dr. Octopus. First of all, I like when we get introduced to Otto. He is a brilliant man, and one of the best quotes that Otto Octavius says to Toby's Peter, where he's like, "Oh yeah, you're a Connor student. He tells me you're brilliant, but you're also lazy. Intelligence is not a privilege, it's a gift, and you use it for the good for mankind." And then Toby's Peter saying, "I'm just trying to do better," which once again, foreshadowing No Way Home later on. But either way, that message between what Otto speaks about, what Peter talks about, and obviously Harry Osborn saying Nobel Prize, like obviously Oscorp's finances will help to make Otto Octavius' dream come true, with with the power of the sun. And I find it funny that Otto is married to, what's her name, Rosie? I find it funny that the actress playing Rosie in Spider-Man 2 is Mother Gothel from Disney's Tangled, and Alfred Molina is the voice of Anna and Elsa's dad from Disney's Frozen movie. So I'm like, so you literally have two Disney parents talking in front of Tobey Maguire, but literally when Otto is trying to talk to his wife, like everything that he's talking about science, and then literally where Toby's Peter says like something about Einstein, and he's like, Rosie, I love this boy. I like that Otto becomes like a mentor to Peter, because Peter sees Otto for what he wants to be. He wants to be brilliant, he wants to be successful, but also he wants to have a woman in red to be in love with him. And then Otto Octavius, for the better of words, talks Peter by saying, "Oh, if you want a woman to fall in love with your heart, feed her poetry." But sadly, that did not work out for Toby's Peter, and I did that in real life, and that did not work out for me in my school years. But either way, the best thing about Doc Ock is, first of all, the arms. Okay, I know that Sam Raimi's a big Three Stooges fan, so I think he named the arms like Larry, Curly, and Moe. I forgot what was the fourth arm's name, but obviously he's a Three Stooges reference. And shouts to the iconic Willem Dafoe blooper where he's putting on the Doc Ock. I was like, I like to thank Harry Osborn. And then the iconic blooper where Alfred Molina and the Puppeteers were dancing, "If I were a rich man, na 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 na, all day long I bitty bitty bum. If I were a wealthy man," because obviously Alfred Molina also does theater as well. I mean, such a great actor. But literally when Otto is like I said, there's like literally when he has to like give up on his dream, what Aunt May said about the speech by saying, "We gotta be sane, give up the things we want the most, even our dreams." And thanks to Otto Octavius being so immersed with his invention of the power of the sun in the palm of my hand, literally where Peter has that tension of the spider senses, where literally Spider-Man, and like I said, I realized that everybody has a personal vendetta against Spider-Man except for Aunt May. Jameson does. Mary Jane is disappointed with Peter because of Spider-Man. Harry Osborn doesn't like Peter because of Spider-Man. Otto Octavius lost his wife because of Spider-Man trying to stop the experiment. But that being said, Harry Osborn was so goofy in that scene. He was like, "Turn it off! Shut it off! I'm in charge here!" And then literally Spider-Man saving Harry, and the funniest thing is, I know it's such a meme where Harry is like, "I have nothing left except Spider-Man." But I will be honest, when Otto's wife dies, it's honestly so tragic of how the way she dies that the glass goes to the eye. I'm like, yeah, that iconography that Sam Raimi does. And literally where Otto Octavius was in the hospital scene, okay, I will be honest, the hospital scene did not scare me when the arms, like, obviously since Sam Raimi is a horror director, he brings his horror movie, like, his roots where the arms just basically just take down the surgeon. Like, that one surgeon just scratching the nails on the floor, it's like, yeah, she's dead. Including the one surgeon with the chainsaw, and then literally Otto Octavius being like Darth Vader, Revenge of the Sith, when the arms are no longer in control with the inhibitor, and just going, no! Once again, Raimi does a good job of how tragic Otto Octavius is. Like, even though Otto in the comics is not that sympathetic, but I like that Raimi gives Otto Octavius so much depth, where he lost his wife, he lost his invention, and thanks to that inhibitor chip, that's how he got in control of the arms. Pretty much just like Green Goblin, like the Goblin Serum is in control of Norman, the arms are in control of Otto Octavius, where he's like, no, I'm not a criminal. And then after that, Otto, thanks to the arms controlling Otto Octavius with the bank, where he goes, "The power of the sun in the palm of my hands, nothing will stand in our way, nothing." It's like Otto is basically the dark reflection of Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2, which is what makes Otto Octavius such a great villain. Yeah, I was going to say, like, to me, it did not scare me when I was a kid. I know it may scare some kids. I was more scared of Green Goblin than Doc Ock. Like, when I was a kid, Doc Ock was, like, the least scariest villain to me. So that's why I was cool with Doc Ock when I saw the Spider-Man 2 when I was young. And I will be honest, shouting out the Universal Spider-Man ride where they literally took inspiration from Alfred Molina's Doc Ock in that design. It's like, yeah, that's how you know that's how iconic that performance that he does. But either way, as the movie continues, once again, despite Spider-Man, I will say this, like, during where Peter and Aunt May are having the mortgage to pay for the house, I like that you have a lot of cameos. Like, there's a lot of cameos in this movie. You have comedian, I forgot what's his name, Joey Davis, like, in the subway train, he's like, hey, you gotta get gold to Spider-Man, you gotta go through me. Another cameo where, the bank loan guy is trying to get the coin, that Aunt May slaps the guy, like, in the hand, ow! And the funniest thing is, that one Vietnamese woman going, a Spider-Man does whatever a spider can, spins away. And one thing that is really cool is once when Doc Ock puts on a fedora in disguise. And like I said, I think that's kind of a reference to Indiana Jones since Alfred Molina was in the first Indiana Jones. But anyway, as much as I talk about Green Goblin, boy, Doc Ock's theme slaps. Like, Danny Elfman cooked with Doc Ock's theme. Dun, na, 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 da, na, na. And then the best, my favorite part of Doc Ock's theme where it goes, da, na, boom, bum, boom, bum, 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 boom, bum, bum. Bro, every time I hear the da, da, I just imagine the Doc Ock arms leeching in every single time, and the banter between Peter and Otto going off, you're really getting on my nerves. I have a knack for that, not anymore. Like, the banter between Spider-Man and Doc Ock was just so perfect, and during the moment where Otto kidnaps Aunt May, like, first of all, like, yes, it does give us, like, a little Superman vibes. Literally, when he drops Aunt May, it's like, come on, give her back to her, Butterfingers. I like the fact that the actress, Rosemary Harris, did all the stunts. Like, that's a really old woman, but she did all the stunts during that iconic scene where Doc Ock takes over Aunt May, and then literally Spider-Man just takes him over. Like, you're saving the web for the last time. It's like, bro, it's so comic booky, and I love it. And the best moment where basically Doc Ock was going to stab Spider-Man, and then Aunt May just going, shame on you. And then literally, as a typical old lady, hits him with the arm, and then Spidey gets to save Aunt May, because obviously Aunt May's basically like a Monty Peter. I like that Peter, like, in the suit's like, well, yeah, we sure handled that, and then Aunt May's like, what do you mean we? It's like, you got it, Aunt May, your nephew's in disguise. I like that all the hot ladies in that crowd's like, oh my gosh, Spider-Man, take me with you! And then obviously Spider-Man's doing great in his life, but yeah, let me get to the bad aspects of, you know, Spider-Man's doing great, but Peter Parker's life sucks in comparison. But anyway, let me just get to this. When Spider-Man was losing his powers, I feel bad. I will get to that soon. I like they made Otto Octavius himself isn't the villain. It's the arms that are the reason. Yeah, so yeah, voice actor cameo. Phil Lamar, a.k.a. the voice of Samurai Jack from Cartoon Network. Yeah, not only, I think he also voices a character, Randy, in Spectacular Spider-Man, and then he gets to share the scene with Tobey Maguire in the train scene. But anyway, about Peter losing his powers. I mean, when I was a kid, I was so confused by saying, why is he losing his powers? It's coming out of nowhere. But hey, thanks to Brand New Day and thanks to Spider-Man 2. So every time Peter Parker's like mental health is not feeling too well and he's not being happy with his life, his web shooters are going. I mean, of course it gets some funny iconic moments where he screams off, ah! And then literally bro takes the elevator. He's like, cool Spidey outfit. Thanks. She's like 98. I think it's safe to say that during the Doc Ock fight, she called, like, she could tell that Peter's Spider-Man. Even Spider-Man 2 kind of gives a wink-wink. Like, even though they never said Rosemary Harris knows Aunt May's Spider-Man, but I feel like throughout the trilogy, wink-wink, my nephew, my son, I know you have to have a double life. You're not Superman, but you are Spider-Man. But either way, back to the point. So, as funny as it is seeing Peter Parker going, no, my webs. I mean, even though, yeah, it got much worse during the second time where he's losing his webs, I will say the worst night of Peter Parker's life where he's invited into the planetarium. Bro cannot get a cupcake. Bro cannot get a cut. Like, he doesn't get a drink. He gets dumped by Mary Jane because obviously during the moment where Peter Parker's looking at Mary Jane, like Peter's late to see Mary Jane's play and she kisses another guy. I'm not trying to talk about my personal life. It's like, yup, Peter, I've been through that same pain that went to when you see your ex-girlfriend kissing another guy in high school. Yep. Me too, Pete. Me too. But the best thing about that scene is where Peter mans up, decides to suit up as Spider-Man, like Superman again, taking off his shirt, his normal outfit, and starts web swinging. It's like, that's a real man right there. But the worst night of his life, bro can't get a cupcake, bro can get a cup, and Mary Jane dumps him. He gets slapped by Harry Osborn from, you know, his frustration. He's like, ha, you like that, how, brother? I know it creates hilarious means that Peter could have just beat him up, but obviously his best friend hates him now. His boss is lecturing him to take pictures of his son married to his ex-girlfriend. Parker, wake up, shoot the picture. And obviously when Spider-Man is web swinging, he's not having a happy swing. It's a sad, depressing swing. And then boom, once when he falls down to the dumpster, trying to recreate the exact same wall crawling scene, and then literally the doctor, where Peter wants to make up a lie by saying, in my dream, I'm Spider-Man. Then the doctor thinks Peter's insane by saying, like, maybe you should not be crawling on balls, Spider-Man. But I like there's one line that the doctor tells Peter by saying, we always have a choice, Peter. And I feel like, yeah, if the first movie's all about responsibility, and Spider-Man 2, I mean, this is signed by Sam Raimi, by the way, it's not about being a hero, it's all about the choices that you make. Anyone knows the differences in the suits from the first film? Yeah, like, the logo is different in the first one, the webbing's kind of like, you know, a bit of a change. I can definitely tell that Spider-Man 2 suit is definitely a bit up, it's like a more updated, cleaner version than Spider-Man 1. Okay, there we go. But during the moment where Sam Raimi basically just recreated one of the most iconic comic book panels where Peter puts on the Spider-Man to the trash. I mean, once when Peter is tormenting himself, where he's losing his powers, seeing a Daily Bugle where, oh, Spider-Man and Doc Ock rob a bank, and then literally Uncle Ben brings up, take my hand, son. And then it's like Peter, it's not like he's having a dream. He's like, if he was with Uncle Ben right now, this is the moment that he would say, he's like, no, Uncle Ben, I'm just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man no more. So Peter abandoned that Spider-Man lifestyle because if Peter can't be happy as Peter, he does deserve to be Spider-Man. And then we got the iconic moment of Spider-Man no more. And then I like Sam Raimi's tone. We got from one of the saddest scenes from the movie to one of the most goofy, silly scenes. Raindrops keep falling on my head. I just like about a seed or two. And then bro just lost sight of his glasses, looking like a nerd, going up the paces of the college. And I forgot to talk about Dr. Connors. So I find it hilarious that you set up Dr. Connors throughout the Raimi trilogy, but he never became the Lizard, which is why Andrew Garfield's movie decided to take that idea. But him just like tipping over the glasses, and then Larry's like, oh, you're doing up with your glasses, Parker. And then I like that the movie purposely pauses during the time where he's like, nothing's worrying me. Like I said, this movie can be so real, but yeah, it can be so goofy. Including the time where there's cops around and Tobey Maguire takes like a tofu hot dog, and then bro just eats the hot dog when the cops are coming by. That was hilarious. But either way, I like that Peter slowly but surely understands that despite that he's living a great life as Peter Parker, showing up for Mary Jane's playing, but then Mary Jane still rejects Peter in a way. But still, moment still happens when there's a fiery building. And I love that this is a contrast in the first movie. Like, in Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man saves a helpless baby in a fiery building. But Spider-Man 2, he has no powers, he has no suits. And I guess Homecoming should take notes from this. If you're nothing out the suit, you shouldn't have it. Literally, you see that same black guy from the bridge literally saying, like, oh, you messed with Spider-Man, you messed with New York. Literally, Peter going in, no powers, no suits, manning up, saving a poor Asian little girl in the fiery building. The one thing that doesn't make sense in that scene, how did that little girl have the strength to pick up Peter Parker literally when he's hanging onto the ramp by saying, like, nah, that's so unrealistic. But hey, the best thing is, Peter Parker rescues one kid and reunites that kid with the family, but literally when the fireman is like, you got guts, kid, and then one of the firefighters reports by saying, Alonso could not make it. It's like, once again, Peter does something good, but then he loses something in return. And then that leads to the conflict where Peter goes, am I not supposed to have what I want, what I need, what I'm supposed to do? So obviously, Peter's life has been so horrible that he gets no break, no love. Until then, and I know people are going to say this, Ursula should have been Peter Parker's girlfriend because she's the only one that actually is nice to Peter, while Mary Jane just treat him like trash. Which, honestly, it is true. I mean, despite Peter has his vendetta with Mr. Digovich, but at least Ursula was so nice. Like, literally during the moment where, literally, she's like, hey, would you like to have some chocolate cake? And would you like a glass of milk? And Peter's like, that would be nice. I feel like when our lives are feeling so horrible, it's nice to have at least one person by saying, hey, I know you're not feeling too good, man. You want to have some cake, have some milk? That'll be good. So that's why I honestly really like that. She had the strength because plot. Yeah, exactly. I know Mary Jane's the motivational force, but Peter, you have a new girl, even though despite her dad's weird, but still, she would have been a much better girlfriend for you, Peter. Which I will talk more about that in Spider-Man 3. But either way, once when Aunt May, okay, I like that Peter had the maturity to go to Aunt May's house before Aunt May starts moving away from Queens. Peter had the maturity of why Uncle Ben died, and then Aunt May was speechless, and after that, when Aunt May was shocked to hear the brutal, honest truth of why Uncle Ben died, why Peter had to say what he had to say, Aunt May had the courage to, like, move on, not just from Queens from Ben's house, but to move on from the past. I like that Aunt May's giving a young kid $5, and then you have this kid by saying, hey, you take pictures of Spider-Man, right? Where is he? Always taking a break. And then the best speech of the entire movie, and Brand New Day has a similar speech like that with Marissa Tomei's Aunt May, but it doesn't top what Aunt May says. And this, like I said, this is why Spider-Man 2 is the most human Spider-Man movie up to date, next to Brand New Day and the first Spider-Man movie. But that speech where May says, I believe there's a hero in all of us. Everyone cheer for them screaming days. Everyone holding the raid that you have to hold on a second longer. We have to give up the things we want the most, even our dreams. And I love that speech goes stuck into Peter's mind. And yes, I know it goes to a very hilarious scene where Peter was about to lock in. He's like, folks, what I want. Peter trying to recreate his web swinging scenes from the first movie. Then you go to the, I'm back! I'm back! I like that they literally shot that for real, have Tobey Maguire stunt double, and then literally bro just hits himself in the car and just go, my back, my back. Which, fun fact about this, Tobey Maguire was not going to return Spider-Man 2 because he had a back surgery during a movie called Seabiscuit, where, yeah, Peter Parker rides on a horse in a movie called Seabiscuit. Around that time, Sony was originally going to recast Tobey Maguire with Jake Gyllenhaal because Jake Gyllenhaal looked closely with Tobey Maguire, and how ironic, Tobey Maguire and Jake Gyllenhaal did a movie called Brothers, and then Jake Gyllenhaal played Mysterio in Tom Holland's Spider-Man Far From Home, so I find that ironic between Tobey, Jake Gyllenhaal, and the Spider-Man franchise. But then, thanks to money, thanks to Tobey's back being fixed, Tobey Maguire, I mean, obviously he got paid a lot for Spider-Man 2, but that scene of, my back, very meta of the behind-the-scenes knowledge of Tobey Maguire's back injury from the earlier movie he did before Spider-Man 2. But either way, the scene gets better once when Peter is actually locking in, and like, here's the one thing, like, here's my complaints with Mary Jane. Look, I get that Mary Jane is achieving her dreams without Peter Parker, but what I don't understand about Mary Jane is, like, look, I understand why she's harsh to Peter by saying, like, oh, you don't show up for my play, like, my mother's sick, like, God, my father sees it, Harry sees it, but you don't. It's like, can you just understand that this man is struggling a lot, and the main reason why that he can't see him in person is because he's Spider-Man, but he doesn't have the courage to say it because obviously Peter's going through a lot. It's like, have some dignity, woman. So I feel like the dirtiest thing that Mary Jane has done, she tries to recreate the upside down kiss to John, and it does feel the same way, and I'm like, you stupid slut. I'm like, yeah, Peter doesn't deserve you, man. But I will be honest, like, despite that Mary Jane is getting engaged with John, this woman's like, kiss me, Peter. It's more like, woman, make up your mind. I know you love Peter since high school, but I like that Peter, with their Spidey sense, the car comes back through, Doc Ock is motivated, which, once again, when Doc Ock goes to Harry Osborn's house, like, literally to his apartment, I like that he literally takes Harry's drink, and he's like, I want you to kill Spider-Man. But once when Otto leaves the building, I like that Harry says, no, don't kill Peter. It's like, wow, so you're telling me that you could care less about Spider-Man getting killed, but you literally slapped Peter's face earlier, boy. Like, make up your mind, Harry Osborn. But during the moment where, such an iconic scene, when Otto pops up to Peter's like, Peter Parker and the girlfriend, and then literally choking Peter to death where he's like, or I'll peel the flesh off her bones. Like, I don't know, the arms have so much personality that it's so addicting every time. And then literally, typical villain fashion, Otto kidnaps Mary Jane, Peter locks in, no longer with the glasses, takes over the scene, and the best transition of the movie is literally this scene, is literally the moment when Peter takes off Spider-Suits, and then we got the hilarious, I want Spider-Man. I love the transition when Spidey is web-swinging. It's Doc Ock's perspective, and then the best action sequence of the entire movie, and everyone say it with me, the train scene. Bro, there's so much stakes. The filmmaking aspect where Spidey and Doc Ock are finding up in the clock tower, and then they fell down to the train with the New Yorkers, and then literally, just him just doing, Spidey doing the poses, Otto just grabbing the arms, and I like the extended shots where Otto beats the crap out of Peter, and Otto removes New Yorkers out the train. Spidey's fast enough to do it. Then we got the iconic duh, duh. And then literally when Otto's trying to do this Dudley Do cartoony type of villain trap, you got a train to catch. Otto escapes. And I like that the people of New York in that train could care less about Peter's identity, because obviously Bro had to take off the mask because of the explosion. He's like, Spider-Man, tell everyone, hang on, brace yourself. And then once again, voice actor cameo, Phil Lamar, Samurai Jack, but also Randy in Spectacular Spider-Man, voice actor cameo in that train scene. And then, look, I know we make fun of this scene so many times where Peter looks like he's pooping, like he's making the biggest fat dookie in the train where he goes, literally just screaming with all of his muscles and all of his guts and glory. Like, as much as we love making fun of that scene, Peter's using all of his strength with all of his webbing to save these people from these trains to make sure they don't die from New York. And then the best scene of that movie, the entire movie, is when Peter's having all that strength, and everybody in New York is like, you know what? We need to save this guy. And one of the best lines, this random grown man's like, he's just a kid, no older than my son. And I like that when Peter gets a little bit confused by saying, where's my mask? And I like that the two kids, fun fact, those are Tobey Maguire's nephews in real life. Like, his nephews is literally giving his uncle his mask back. He's like, we found something. We won't tell anyone, Spider-Man. I like that in Spider-Man 2, New Yorkers are kind to Spider-Man, but in No Way Home, Tom Peter's like, oh my gosh, you're Spider-Man, let's expose him. Let's use our TikToks, our social medias, let's expose Spider-Man's identity. The complete opposite of Spider-Man 2, where, hey, you saved us. Like we could have been dead if you didn't help us. So once again, the perfect, just like the first movie, the perfect representation of average people, these average New Yorkers, these go-to people. And when Doc Ock comes over, obviously a funny cameo, he's mine. Hey, you gotta get through him, you gotta go through me. And me, don't forget me, huh? But like I said, I like that these average people are standing up for the hero by saying, look, you could say Spider-Man is the hero of that scene, but the real heroes were those New Yorkers in that train scene. Larry's like, hey, he's just like us. Sure, he's more powerful than us, but hey, he's human like us. And then Otto Octavius beat the living crap out of Peter, which once again, Peter cannot catch a break. Like, literally just gets beat up every single time. And then literally about that, yeah, those were Tobey Maguire's nephews when they gave him the mask. So I honestly thought that was a really wholesome scene. But yeah, during the moment where Harry was about to steal Spider-Man by saying, I need to see Spider-Man's eyes before I die. Look, I know it's meant to be this big plot reveal by saying, wait, my best friend Spider-Man, no, you killed my father. I will be honest, it was so goofy how the way James Franco acted that scene. He's like, no. But I like that Toby's Peter wants to live up to Norman Osborn's promise. Don't tell Harry. Like, when Harry's like, you killed my father, like, Peter can't say it by saying, that's not true, Harry. But I like that Peter's like, Harry, where's Otto Octavius? Where's Mary Jane? There are bigger things than you more have to worry about. Obviously, Otto kidnaps Mary Jane, and Otto wants to rebuild his dreams and build the sun, but then Peter just wants to lecture Otto Octavius by saying, you're going to make New York City and drown to the river. And then one of the best final fights. Like, it doesn't top Spider-Man 1's final fight to me, but this is still a cool action sequence when Spidey is literally, yeah, I just like that, hang on, Mary Jane, punches Ock in the face, literally. I like that he says that a lot throughout the trilogy, like, Mary Jane, hang on! And I like the fact that in Spider-Man 3, they reused the exact same screams for Mary Jane, because Kirsten Dunst cannot scream that loud in Spider-Man 2. And yeah, Mary Jane's showing off her nipples again, just like in Spider-Man 1. Not trying to be a perf, but yeah, 2000s baddies back then. But I like the fact when Spidey is taking down Doc Ock, he's like, I should have known Osborn takes you. You're taking a risk, Doc. That's a risk we're willing to take. Literally with technology, and when Doc Ock got stabbed with the electricity, it was so goofy, but yet it's so well done where he goes, ah! And then literally when Spidey's beating the crap out of Otto, like, Peter could have done the same thing where he's about to beat the living crap out of Gotham in Spider-Man 1, but I like that in Spider-Man 2, he empathizes with Otto at the end where he's like, Dr. Octavius, and then once when he unmasks himself, it's like, Peter Parker, brilliant but lazy. But then his evil side, the arms, decided to like to choke Peter Parker by the throat, and then obviously Peter uses his human side to reach out to Otto by saying, you told me that intelligence is not privilege, it's a gift. And then Otto's like, I can't give it up. They can't be stopped. It's my dream. It's the dream I want to do with Rosie. And then Peter quoted a line from Aunt May, sometimes we gotta get ready. We gotta give up the things we want the most, even our dreams. And like I said, once again, we could say Peter is the real hero, but thanks to Peter's good empathy, his friendly neighborhood aspects, if it weren't for the New Yorkers, if it weren't for Otto Octavius had a change of heart, man. Literally during that time. Oh yeah, I was gonna say where Otto is like. Here's the one thing that Otto Octavius does better than Norman Osborn. Like Norman Osborn, the Goblin took over him, full control before Goblin dies. But Otto had a redemption in his eyes where he goes, "Listen to me." He's right. Listen to me now. Like Otto is in control. Like in Otto's mind, I'm in control, not the arms. And then Otto had the courage by saying, "I'll drown the river for myself." And then, look, I think it is kind of stupid where Mary Jane's like, wow, MJ, until now you notice Peter is Spider-Man. In the first movie, you know who I am. It's like, MJ, you did not recognize the voice at least, and now you understand why you've been so hard to Peter's, like, that he lives the double life as Spider-Man. That same boy next door since high school, or in this case, childhood friends, you say, is the same guy that saves your life. And then once again, iconic Spider-Man 2 meme, ah! Like, bro just screaming when Mary Jane's about to get hit, and he's like, hi, we're about to get crushed. I know you find me super sexy in this red and blue suit, but hey, you love me now, right? And I know such a hilarious scene where Otto Octavius is screaming, trying to drown the sun in. "Ah!" But the best line that Otto says, "I will not die a monster," which we will talk about in No Way Home. I was a little concerned by saying, you're not going to make Otto die a monster in No Way Home, right? But thankfully, we'll talk about No Way Home later on. But for No Way Home, it's like, okay, they did right with Otto Octavius in Spider-Man 2. He did not die a monster as promised, and that's what you want to be. And even though, yes, I mean, the Raimi trilogy goes the trope where, a villain kills himself. But at least for Otto Octavius, the difference between him and Norman kills himself and his evil side, but Otto, he made a sacrifice in a heroic way, and Otto became the real hero of New York when he drowns himself in the river, until he came back in No Way Home. But even though, despite I did not like Mary Jane that much, I feel like Mary Jane was probably one of the weakest parts of Spider-Man 2, and I liked her more in the first movie. But I do like the honesty that Peter does. I like when he crawls on the web, it's like, okay, first of all, that's iconic, and Peter's like, "See, MJ, this is why I can't live with you." It's like, not only, like, you definitely deserve a guy named John. And I will be honest, that is a relatable moment. It's like, yeah, girl, as much as I love you, I can't be with you. You're better off with this guy that could be there for your life. For me, I ought to protect the city because New York needs me and the neighborhood needs who I am. But like I said, similar like Brand New Day, Toby chooses to be both Peter Parker and Spider-Man. Then he masks up one last swing, go on ahead. And I find the funny scene during the wedding scene, everyone's all booked up on the wedding, and then once when Mary Jane ran off from the wedding, like, obviously not like Shrek 1, we're like, okay, I'm gonna switch somebody love. I like that J. Jonah Jameson is like, calling Deborah, the caterer, and I know fans made a funny theory where, oh, that's the guy who plays Punisher in the original Punisher movie. I'm like, wait, is it really the same actor? Like, even though, yes, Peter Parker saves the girl, saves the city, he lost a mentor, and oh yeah, before we get to the ending scene, Harry Osborn having the mirror scene with Norman where he's like, "Son, I'm here." I'm like, no, like, I can't kill Peter, I'm your father, avenge me. Avenge me, no! I find it funny when Willem Dafoe, I think Willem Dafoe was in New York, and he was not meant to return Spider-Man 2, but when Willem Dafoe was visiting on set during Spider-Man 2, that's where Sam Raimi talks to Willem, and he's like, "Hey, would you like to do this cameo scene with us?" And I'm like, bro, that was really hilarious of how the way I see it, and he's like, "Avenge me!" And then clearly that just sets up the whole Harry Osborn becoming the Green Goblin. So just making sure like that doesn't happen anytime soon. But either way, as I continue on, like, even though the beginning of Harry Osborn becoming the Green Goblin is not like a big fat surprise, but at the same time it's pretty obvious because, you know, it's like that in the comics where Harry becomes the Green Goblin, which I will talk more about that in Spider-Man 3. But there you go, Harry's Goblin direction is happening, like in the comics. But either way, for once, Mary Jane is having knowledge by saying, like, "I was always been standing on your doorway. Is there some time that somebody saved your life?" Yeah, there's already people that save his life. Aunt May saved Peter's life. Ursula saved Peter's life. Doc Ock saved Peter's life. The New Yorkers have. But you haven't. But hey, at least y'all get the kiss at the very end. But the one thing I will give Mary Jane credit at the end, at least she says one iconic phrase, "Go get him, Tiger." But around that time, that's where Peter Parker is satisfied with his life by saying, "I can be happy living my life both as Peter and Spider-Man." And the final swing, it may not top Spider-Man 1's final swing, but now it's no longer a, "Oh no, I'm losing my organic webbing, I'm losing my powers." I'm like, alright, I get to do everything in life. Like, I'm like, my life as Peter's doing great, my life as Spider-Man's doing great, and then we got the iconic helicopter swing. And the last thing I will say about Spider-Man 2 is, yeah, the songs at the end. Even though Nickelback's Hero is great, but man, that song, Vindicated, the perfect song for this movie. Vindicated, I am selfish, I am wrong, I am wrong. My favorite part of the song, I am flawed, but I am cleaning up so well. I see it through me now, dangles on a string like Swostman Redemption. Great, like, perfect representation of Peter's double life struggle from this to that, like in that song. And also, just like in the first movie, we had the classic Spider-Man theme, we had the Aerosmith cover of Spider-Man, Spider-Man, the first movie, and then we got Michael Bublé, yeah, that same guy that sings "It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas." He brings his own smooth jazz version of Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever, which also Junkie XL did the music for that song. Yeah, the same composer of the Sonic movies. But either way, Spider-Man 2 is like literally, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of great songs from Maroon 5 to Yellow Card to I'm Anything But Ordinary. And obviously Hold On is a great song you hold on to. But anyway, long story short, Spider-Man 2 not only, it's like, well, like I said, my debate, Spider-Man 1 is the best Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man 2 is the best one. It always goes back and forth. Like, yes, Spider-Man 1 is more comic booky than Spider-Man 2, but Spider-Man 2 is like the most realistic, but the most human, the most relatable superhero movie up to date. So, without further ado, Spider-Man 2, S tier on the waist, 5 pizzas out of pepperonis. So yeah, that's my review on Peach Spider-Man 2. Gabriel, you take it away.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much majority of what Daniel said too. I don't even know where to begin. Overall, still my favorite Spider-Man movie. Favorite superhero movie. And just like the first, it's a big part of my life. It's a big part of everyone's life. Super nostalgic. But despite the nostalgia, still a great story was told. I think this is a movie that can reach out to like a wider audience, not just Spider-Man fans, comic book fans, or whatever. Like, anyone can enjoy this movie.
It's such a relatable story. It really is.
What I love about the Raimi films is the morals of the stories, what it teaches. This one, I think, at least for me, is more about perseverance.
Amen
because
to that.
Of everything that Peter went through just in one movie. And you know, he's been spending so much time already with Spider-Man. Get to see people that have like put their trust in Spider-Man already. They know who. And like the scene where he saves the kids, the road. Don't play in the streets. Like, you see moments like that where he's already connected with New York as Spider-Man. People have come to know him and trust him. It's a great thing to see, because, you know, like, home. You know, New York is a part of him. But yeah, the suit does look different a little bit. Like I said, I think the first suit looks best, but this one is not bad either. And of course, CGI improved. Quality and action scenes look much cleaner. And for 2004, I mean, I guarantee, like, at that time, people were mind blown. Great the movie looked. I think it still ages well till today. Soundtrack, great as always. I love the intro, iconic theme that plays. And what else? The humor, I think, was the best in this movie of all the Raimi films. And J. Jonah Jameson, you got to see a lot more of him in this movie. Hilarious. Best performance. J.K. Simmons' best performance in the movies. And just, I don't know, just like seeing the difference between Spider-Man's life and Peter's life. Like, with Spider-Man, he's saving the day, he's doing his usual thing. Peter, and he's struggling with his job. He lost his job, you know, delivering pizzas and all that. Cool. Then it all just escalates. It goes down, and like that scene where he delivers the pizza time. Obviously iconic moment, but like where he's like just the way he does it, because he's trying to put up. No, he accidentally drops stuff out of a closet or something, and then he's like trying to pick everything up again. And like that's again, it just goes to show how relatable the character. We all have our awkward moment, and he's struggling. You just feel for the character. You resonate. Because I've had that happen where I was cleaning a classroom at school. And I was trying to put up the broom, but it kept falling out of the closet. that exact thing happened.
So real.
But it was funny. Like little moments like that is funny. So the fun has like the best humor of the ring. And then of course small moments where Peter's so busy he can barely have time for like his birthday. Like he goes home, May, and then Aunt May, Harry, MJ, they're like surprise. And Peter's just like shocked, like he's not used to. He's used to being alone. He's used to being too busy as Spider-Man. Other Peter Parker stuff with the Bugle and part-time jobs and everything. And seeing Aunt May like give him the little guilty and, no, just take it. Like it makes it so relatable. Like you don't want to be a burden to your family. You're like, no, I gotta make money myself. I gotta do this myself. But your loved ones want to help you. And that was just a great scene to showcase that. Then you have, I think, the second best villain out of all the movies, Spider-Man movies, Dr. Octavius. And I like the build-up Doc Ock, where at first he's this really friendly guy. He's just a friendly doctor, smart guy.
Brilliant.
Rosie, I love this boy.
I love this boy.
Just like he's just super friendly, and then Peter admires him for her character and his intelligence. He's also, got some sort of wisdom. What did he say? He said,
intelligence is not a privilege, it's a gift, and you use it
for the good
of mankind. Yeah, that's the line.
Use it for the good of mankind.
And then Toby's Peter says, I'm trying to do better.
Like that's such a great moment. Super memorable. It creates it makes their relationship and chemistry believable as, teacher and student. And
mentor and the mentee.
Yeah. And it's just really cool. I always liked when Peter would he always has someone to admire, and I think Doc Ock made the most sense because, Peter was wanting to be a scientist. And Doc Ock is, I think, close to what Peter wanted to be. He was a good man, and I like their dynamic. And Harry, I think, was just, I don't know. He was, I would say from here and Spider-Man 3, he was just silly.
Which we will get to that later on with Spider-Man 3.
Take him serious. I get that he has every reason to be upset at Spider-Man. Now that actually no, not yet. Yeah. But later he knows that it's Peter. But he's upset at Spider-Man. He hates Spider-Man because he killed my dad.
And Peter Parker,
which that whole thing we'll get to in No Way Home, kind of retcons that stuff.
Yep.
But
we will talk about that.
That's later. Right now, Harry hates Spider-Man. He's kind of just grumpy. Acts like a spoiled brat.
As a spoiled rich kid would do.
Dad. I'm in charge.
I'm in charge here.
Yeah, but that sequence was cool. Like seeing, it was cool but sad because Doc Ock was very happy and excited, and passionate about the project he was making. It all goes downhill, and then it costs almost his own life, and it costs the life of his wife, and almost everyone else. But Peter was there. Luckily, he went Spider-Man mode, saved Harry. This doesn't change anything. I don't know. It was a nice moment.
It was.
And seeing the transition between Octavius and then later Doc Ock. Freaking Jameson. Doc Ock. I love that scene, or just any scene with Jameson in this movie was
the most hilarious scenes in the movie for him alone.
Yeah, where he's coming up with a name for Doc Ock.
I think it was Professor Sweat, and then we got
Doctor Strange. Was already taken.
That was already taken. Foreshadowing.
Yeah. Yeah, same director. And what else? Like this, I would say like the set location, like where Doc Ock was repairing his machine.
Oh yeah.
Or warehouse place, whatever.
Yeah, the abandoned warehouse. The Lego set.
And also where they did the final battle, like that setting area looked really well designed. And then you have everything else that Peter's struggling with. Not just his jobs, responsibility as Spider-Man. Then on top of that, what happened with Doc Ock, wife. You get stuff with MJ, who I think this is probably the worst of MJ out of all the...
in the trilogy, for sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah, in the trilogy. This trilogy is the worst scene of MJ. I think... I don't know, man. She was just kind of she was just being weird.
She belongs to the streets! The New York streets!
Yeah. But, Peter is, like, still thinking about her. Yes, he chose the responsible choice to, stick to his Spider-Man stuff.
As he should be.
His jobs, and just, be responsible. Instead of, making time for MJ, because in the end of Spider-Man 1, he chose responsibility over relationships like that. Go well. But he, he's human, so shows that in this Spider-Man 2 that he wants that relationship with MJ and cares about her, tries to talk to her, but she's, she wants the attention. She wants the attention. An actress,
like in the
plays,
comics. Like in the comics.
And then she meets other guys. Jameson's son.
The astronaut.
My son, the astronaut. In fact, I'm very proud of him. But yeah, it's just sad that connection with MJ, because Peter was taking too long, and I mean, he had a reason, like he wanted us to choose his responsibility as Spider-Man. That would damage their relationship if it dated. Put her in danger, and he wouldn't have. So, it's just a struggle. It's stressful. You get to see it in Peter's movie. So he gets heartbroken all the time. Then on top of that, you have the angry friend there at the party.
Huh, brother?
Then you have his good boss. Parker, get a picture.
Shoot.
Take a picture of the girl he loves with someone else, and man, all in one night. And then I guess it's it is, I don't mind it. It is creative how he kind of loses his powers a little bit because of how stressed he is, and it messes with hormones, health. It's a creative way kind of show that even in real life, rest and everything, it affects your health, affects your body. And for Spider-Man, this is a way of dealing with that. Creative. It was also to do the iconic Spider-Man No More, where he puts the suit away and it's like, you know what, I just want to have a normal life. I want to be Peter Parker.
It do be like that sometimes.
Get back what I missed because of Spider-Man, and so he gives up on Spider-Man. It's like in real life where you've been working so hard, but you out on the fun and stuff.
Yeah.
Or relationships, like moments that you could have had with family, friends, anyone.
Yeah. No YouTube. I just
because
want to live
you're
my
too busy.
life.
So in this case, Peter didn't want to be Spider-Man because it took so much of his life as Peter Parker. So I thought it was really creative. I thought it was a segue into that. The montage was fun. I'm sure it was intended to be fun. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Then he trips and falls. And then where there's like crime happening, and then he's kind of just brushes it off like, oh, not my problem. I missed the part where that's my problem. Then eats the hot dog.
Yeah, vegetarian hot dog.
It's silly. It's silly, and I mean, realistically, he probably should have helped, but
yeah,
he was just so done with playing like being the hero and just wanted to be normal. That's why he was attending college more, spending time with, his loved ones, Aunt May, and spending time for himself. Then at the Bugle and just doing his thing, doing his own normal human life. Until a fire incident, which that showcased better, okay, I can't take it anymore. I gotta save this child.
Without my suit.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm not Spider-Man. I can't suit up, so either way, I'm gonna go in as a normal citizen. And do the firefighter's job. And so he goes in, saves the day, even as Peter Parker, and it's a great way to show like bravery in his character. Even despite he wasn't suiting up, being Spider-Man for a while, he still has that heart, the same heart that does as Spider-Man.
Yep,
really cool.
Like in the first movie.
Then the action sequences in this movie. The train or subway sequence, iconic. The best action sequence in the movie. One of the best action sequences in all the Spider-Man movies. It's that good. The music, Doc Ock's theme, super iconic. I think it's the best villain theme for all the Spider-Man movies. Some of the shots, like when it zoomed out from Spider-Man swinging, then back to Doc Ock where he was on the building. That was super cool. When they were fighting on the tower, and Doc Ock threatens Aunt May and almost kills her. Gosh dang it! That part always reminds me hanging with her cane. Or the umbrella, I forget.
Shame on you.
No, where he's like, no, she looks at the statue and was like, "Thank you."
Oh yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
Who was the YouTuber? Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, the unusual stuff.
And then she falls. Yeah. I always remember that video. But yeah, the action sequence, great. I mean, the action in this film, it's the best out of 3 rankings. Of course, the scene where Peter, like, his mask is off and the people in the subway. It's, again, kind of like the first movie. It's a great way to show, like, how much New Yorkers care about Spider-Man. What he does for them and stuff. Stopping the train and finding Doc Ock. So they're like, you know what? We're not going to snitch. We got you, man. Help him up and everything. Yeah. Just powerful stuff. Really great stuff. Yet, later on, Harry discovers that Spider-Man is Peter, and then his reaction. I mean, it's understandable, but it's also just
him
the way James Franco does it. It's like over-exaggerated.
Yeah, just screaming.
But yeah, Peter just gets out of the thingamajig that he's stuck in. He's like, "Listen, I didn't kill your father, okay? You gotta help me." Then they leave at that. Peter goes, tries to save the day. Also, that scene where Peter and MJ were talking at the restaurant, and then Doc Ock throws the car through the window. That's another iconic scene. They implemented it in Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah, they did.
That scene was awesome, the slow-mo and everything. And the final battle, of course, great set piece. I think it was more of the stakes. Yeah, dude, food. No.
Yeah,
the high stakes of MJ being captured and the machine going off, and there was a lot going on. Peter had to deal with it. Doc Ock, save MJ, stop the machine, and there was just high stakes in the final battle. Great. Then you get to see him take his mask off, and Doc Ock knows Peter, and then they finally like connect with each other. Like, oh shoot, Peter, and then Peter talks him out of it, and then he's like, you know what, you're right. And then Spider-Man saves MJ because it's a superhero movie. You have to do that.
Yeah, it's part of the formula.
So he saves MJ, and what I love about Doc Ock is the whole time he's a villain, but it's also because he was mind-controlled, but he was a villain the whole time. Well, not the whole time. First he was good, then a villain, then he's good again, and makes up for what he did by sacrificing, stop the machine, and save the world. So he died. He was a villain for most of the movie, but he died as a. That's why Doc Ock is such a great character.
Noble sacrifice.
Or in that movie. Also to mention about Raimi's directing, the scene in the hospital with Doc Ock and he kills all the doctors.
Spooky.
That was like pure horror. Like that fell out of a horror movie.
Literally.
I'm not saying it was that scary. I'm saying like the way it was out of a horror movie.
Especially the surgeon scratching her nails onto the floor. That was crazy.
Yeah, but like the screams and it was just shot really well. Made you terrified.
They are.
And then freaking Doc Ock when he goes,
oh, like Darth Vader. No.
Yeah, that was just straight up Darth Vader.
1 year before.
Yeah, there's just so many great things to say about the movie. Iconic moments. All these moments I mentioned. Love it so much. It shows balance between Spider-Man's life and Peter's life and the struggles he goes through as both Spider-Man and Peter Parker, which is what you always want to see in Spider-Man. And the way he persevered through it all, and even then, after saving MJ, still had to let her go because she chose another man and chose responsibility as Spider-Man because he knows that's what he was destined to do.
Perseverance.
He has that much power, and with that much power comes great responsibility. So yeah, it just shows great character, Spider-Man. Doc Ock was a great character as well. Everyone did great in the movie. It was funny, it was emotional, action was amazing. Just on the soundtrack, like just everything. 10 out of 10 movie.
Absolutely.
Like yeah, there are silly, corny moments. It's a comic book movie. You're gonna get. It's great. It's S tier, definitely.
Definitely S tier for sure. And the one thing I will say about Spider-Man 2 before we move on to Spider-Man 3, even though as much as we love Spider-Man 2, sadly, despite this is the second Spider-Man movie, sadly this was the last Spider-Man movie that everybody universally agrees, yeah, this is a great Spider-Man movie. But starting from Spider-Man 3 to the rest of the Spider-Man movies, this is where the fan base have a debate by saying, this movie's mid, this movie sucks, this movie's not the great one. And sadly, Spider-Man 3 became the first Spider-Man movie in the, not the trilogy, but in the franchise in general, that causes division with the fan base of Spider-Man. I mean, especially still to this day, we're going to get like 100 Spider-Man movies, and you're going to be like, yeah, these first 2 movies are good, Spider-Verse movie, everything else is just either mad and it sucks. That's one thing I want to say, that's going to be that. So, anyway, I will move on to Spider-Man 3, aka, now dig on this. But anyway, let me just catch up with the comments real quick. Doc Ock had a great arc. Same goes for Flint Marco. Don't know why Topher Grace's Venom did not have a redemption arc. Because the symbiote makes you evil, so that's the major difference. So we will talk about the villains in Spider-Man 3. But anyway, on to Spider-Man 3, the finale of Sam Raimi's trilogy, even though it was not intentionally to be. But on rewatching it, it's a decent closure to the trilogy. But let's be honest, I know many fans, like I said, like Spider-Man 3, it's a guilty pleasure. Like, clearly, it's not the best Spider-Man movie ever made, but I would say it's far from the worst. I know some people would rank Spider-Man 3 as the lowest. Okay, now this Spider-Man 3, this sucks. I really don't like it. He stinks, and I don't like him. So, personally for me, yes, I will agree that Spider-Man 3 is the weakest one in the trilogy, but it's far from a bad Spider-Man movie, or just far from a bad movie in general, but okay, I'll get to the flaws real quick. The things that don't hold up in this movie is James Franco and Topher Grace. I feel like James Franco, Topher Grace kind of like makes this movie cringier on rewatch value. I mean, we'll talk about everything else. So let me get to my complaints real quick. So Harry Osborn's James Franco. The only best scene of the entire movie is Harry's redemption arc in the final act. But throughout the entire movie, from having his vengeance, like literally when he's looking at Peter like from the balcony during Mary Jane's play, and then literally I feel like his arc becoming the new Goblin was rushed, in my opinion. Like, I knew in the Raimi trilogy he set out to be the new Goblin, but here's what doesn't make sense. So you're telling me that his father goes to, aha, we'll meet again, Spider-Man, and then Harry becomes the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, and a hoverboard from Back to the Future 2, and he becomes a bit more serious as like that. But anyway, let me get to Spider-Man 3 trivia facts. So, yes, that is true. Sam Raimi wanted to put Vulture in the film, but instead they choose Sam until, like, oh, the black suit was fine. Cool, I saw the original plan, Spider-Man 3, that we would see Adrian Toomes as to the Vulture, so anyway, hear me out. Should have just had the symbiote. Harry resolved the issues with Peter, and Sam with a tease of Venom at the end, and then Venom be the big bass for the fourth movie. But let's be honest, guys. Yes, I think Spider-Man 3 was originally meant to be split into two parts, but like I said, it's not Sam Raimi's fault why Spider-Man 3 is not that good. It's freaking Avi Arad, man. Avi Arad is like the biggest Venom-y glazer. I'm not, like, more than you guys in the chat. That bro loves Venom so much that I think Avi Arad was a producer on the 90s animated show, and no surprise, if you look at the symbiote Spider-Man episodes in that show, Avi Arad's one of the producers, and then Avi Arad is calling Sam Raimi up by saying, Sam, you're not putting the fan favorite Spider-Man villain, you're being selfish, you're focusing too much on classic villains, which obviously Sam Raimi has a more sentimental attachment to the classic villains from Green Goblin, Doc Ock, and Sandman. So Venom was forced to be added to Spider-Man 3. I mean, don't get me wrong, the marketing and the hype for Spider-Man 3 was the same. Me and Gabriel were there. We were like 6 years old when Spider-Man 3 came out, and boy, the merchandise, the Burger King toys, the commercials, the hype for Spider-Man 3 was wild back in the day. That's why Spider-Man 3 was like one of the most anticipated movies in 2007, especially since 2007 was such a big blockbuster year. You had Transformers, you had Pirates of the Caribbean, you had Shrek, you had the Simpsons movie, you got Spider-Man. Yeah, 2007 was such a big year for movies, and now 2027 we're repeating history all over again with Spider-Man, Shrek, and Simpsons in 2027. But anyway, back to the point that I was saying. So either way, as I continue on, yeah, Venom was shoehorned at the last minute due to the sake of, hey, we need Venom. Venom's the fan favorite character. We need to sell toys. And once again, it's not it's not Raimi's fault. It's Sony and Avi Arad and the studios more like, yeah, we gotta sell Venom toys just for the sake of this. Hot take, Spider-Man 3 is good as the previous two and also deserves to be S tier. Okay, so that's an interesting hot take. So I know there are Raimi fanboy says that Spider-Man 3, I will say this, Spider-Man 3, if you personally ask me, Spider-Man 3 is a mess, but it's a beautiful mess. That's the best way I would say this. Bro, just listen to all my favorite franchises, Transformers part. Yeah, because all of that happened in 2007. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, TMNT 2007. So yeah, 2007 is, yeah, we're also getting a Ninja Turtles movie next year as well. So history is repeating itself 20 years later. But either way, back to Spider-Man 3. So, look, despite this movie has its messes, but the one thing that Spider-Man 3 never fails on is the opening sequence. The best thing what Raimi does best, he treats these movies feel like events and not like episodes, installments into the franchise. So anyway, let me just continue on. We know Sam Raimi likes the classic villains. He's not a fan of Venom, and he used Venom for forced care. Safe to say, for 2018, he had PTSD, and boy, I have some choice words. Yeah, that's why Raimi tries to avoid Venom as soon as possible. And let me just talk about the good. The opening sequence, boy, just recapping the events of Spider-Man 1 and 2 in that opening intro. Like, it doesn't feel forced like some Marvel movies were just forced in the continuity, but the opening intro is really, really great. And then, when we get to the Sandman theme, and I will talk about Sandman, which Sandman is one of the best things about this movie, but literally just the sand, and then you got the symbiote going in, taking over our eyes and ears, back to the Danny Elfman score. It's like, it's so peak. And then literally the best thing about the opening sequence where, you know, Peter does his usual fun, like, it's your friendly neighborhood, you know. Like, obviously Peter's living the best life. Like, after Spider-Man 2, Peter balances both being Peter Parker and Spider-Man. And then, Gabriel, we're going to talk about this. Okay, Brandon Day may give us 3 baddies, but let's be honest, Spider-Man 3 did it first. Thanks to the inclusion of other fine women. Sure, we got Kirsten Dunst's Mary Jane, Elizabeth Banks, Betty Brant, and Bryce Dallas Howard's Gwen Stacy. I don't know why Peter decides to, like, dip off not dating. Yeah, Brandon Day may give us multiple attractive women, but Spider-Man 3 did it first back then for us. And to me, back then, it's like, damn. And now we're back to the annoying guy. But anyway, back to the point. It's like, bro, given the fact that they have to introduce Gwen Stacy in the 3rd film, a part of me was a little bit conflicted by saying, like, look, I get that the Raimi trilogy wants to be different, where they want to put Mary Jane into the film, but either way, like, that's one thing that, so they could have just done something better, like, add, like, more character development with Gwen Stacy, but hey, she's a college classmate in Spider-Man 3. And yeah, I see people are talking about Venom into the chat. So let me just read the comments. So once again, I'm seeing a lot of Venom slander, which, yeah, we'll talk about it. So I feel bad for Topher Grace, who's a massive comic book fan. Yeah, okay, you want to know what's funny about Topher Grace? Josh Keaton, the voice of Spectacular Spider-Man, he had a hot take at a convention. I saw a video not too long ago where Josh was with the other Spider-Man voice actors. Josh Keaton says, you know, if Tobey Maguire was not cast as Peter Parker, Topher Grace would have been a great Spider-Man. Like, don't get me wrong, Tobey's great. No, like I said, I'm not saying this. Josh Keaton, Spectacular Spider-Man, said himself, look at the show, the 70s show, that is so Peter Parker coded. And I feel like Topher Grace is meant to be a parody version of Peter Parker, and I feel like that was the intention by being this cocky, arrogant version of Peter into this. But yeah, speaking of Eddie Brock, everyone's talking about in the comments, say all you want about Venom Spider-Man 3, at least he had blonde hair. Like, no, it's not just his blonde hair. There's one thing that they got right about Eddie Brock in this movie. The one thing they got right about this version of Eddie, at least he has vendetta against Spider-Man, and the reason why he hates Spider-Man, because the Bugle, Peter humiliates him in a funny way. That's the one thing they got right about that version of Eddie. Like, his motivation of hating Spider-Man is justified, even though it's rushed at the last minute just for the sake of, we need to put Venom in the movie, gotta put Venom toys. But I highly agree that Venom should have been saved for Spider-Man 4, so then that'll be a perfect cliffhanger, because, like we said, Spider-Man 3 was meant to be split into 2 parts, but Sony's like, we gotta put this in one movie. But we will get to more of the flaws into the movie. But anyway, weird part is when Venom opens up, he opens his Eddie face, it gets his face, he still sounds like Topher Grace. I prefer how, yeah, the Spider-Man 3 movie tie-in game, look, that Venom voice is not perfect, but at least they try to make a different voice. No, we're going to destroy how we kill the spider. But the one thing I don't like about Topher Grace's Venom, he goes, I want to kill the spiders. Like, no, it's we. The one thing that Tom Hardy does better is like, well, at least that one shows that the symbiote has 2 split personalities. But yeah, the one, okay, like I said, everyone's talking about Venom in the chat. I guess I'll get straight to Venom in the way, because obviously Spider-Man 3 was the first movie that introduced Venom onto the big screen. But either way, there's this one tie-in comic. If you are a diehard Spider-Man fan, there was like a Spider-Man 3 tie-in comic where Eddie Brock puts on the symbiote, and then Eddie gets like Peter's memories of Goblin and everything else, and then Eddie just kills some burglars, and Venom looks more bulkier, looks more giant in that comic book, and then Eddie goes to Gwen Stacy's room, ends the apartment, then he realizes Mary Jane, and then it leads up to the scene of kidnapping Mary Jane. And when I look at that comic book, I'm like, dude, why wasn't this in the movie? And I feel like since Sam Raimi is a horror director, like seeing Venom like killing off these criminals in the building, that would have given us like scary horror movie vibes. But like I said, it's not Sam's fault. It's the producer's fault for shoehorning Venom into the movie at the very last minute. So let me just catch up to the comments. The black suit design's fine. I used to hate it, but it's growing on me. Though it's a bummer they did. Yeah, they were considering the classic comic suits that was going to be. Apparently, the first 2 movies, MJ was a combination of MJ and Gwen. Yeah, the black suit theme. Eddie was a combination of the classic and the ultimate version. Kind of. I prefer the actor that originally played it, Eddie Brock, in a deleted scene from Spider-Man, pretending to be Venom, same with the high in the costume. I know the creator of Venom, Todd McFarlane, was not happy with the take on Venom, like, oh, why'd they make him so human-sized, and the fact that he can't grow big and giant. I know the creator of Venom was not happy with Spider-Man 3's take on Venom. But anyway, here's my thing. I'm alright with Eddie as Dark Peter. As for the Venom design, remove the webs, just bulk them up. Hell, trying to give Topher Grace a Venom movie. They actually, as you mentioned that, Sony was actually considering getting a spin-off film to Topher Grace's Venom. Try to not jump in onto Venom in this conversation, bro. See ya, chump. I hate how Venom says it, and I also how they make Venom pure evil to where he got, so that he doesn't get his code, that he just wants to kill Spider-Man and no one or innocents get hurt. But anyway, I would like to see the deleted scene of Eddie and Spider-Man 1 to be in the movie, then Spider-Man 3 would have made the best Raimi villain, not on the Goblin levels. But sadly, once again, I know everyone wants to talk about Venom, but there's one Spider-Man villain that we're not talking about, Sandman. So, either way, Sandman, in my opinion, is probably the best part of this movie, because first of all, you cast, like, honestly, Thomas Hayden Church, again, like Green Goblin Doc Ock, perfect casting as of right now. And secondly, literally, like, the best thing about Sandman, and even though there's one nitpick I do have about Sandman, about retconning Sandman's origin in a way, but either way, the actor, Thomas Hayden Church, is really well cast. Yeah, the verminated from over the hedge, you just been verminated, stand down, sister. But I like that Raimi finds a way to make Sandman more sympathetic. And before we get to Sandman's character, the CGI is really well done. Like, I like that they test out real sand on set in order to, like, make all the sand elements in real life for the actor, but also the fight scenes with Spider-Man, which I thought was really brilliant, which Sandman was, like, one of the best villains translated in live action. And even though he would, like, in the comics, he's such a goofy villain that, you know, that makes, like, morph into different sand abilities. Though the roar they gave Venom, I think that would have worked for, like, somebody like Carter Face. Sorry, I have a lot to say on Venom. So, either way, just admitted that Venom's being short on him being a good thing, or else we wouldn't got the means, the black suit, and the iconic. I'm just talking about Venom as a character, not the symbiote. So, before I get to talk about the symbiote and everything else, I just want to get back to Sandman. So, like the fact that there's one line in the movie that Sandman has, once we're literally just seeing, like, running off, like, literally going to find his daughter's apartment. And my only complaint about Flint Marko in the movie is we never get to see a resolution with Flint Marko reuniting with his daughter, which sadly we didn't get to see in Spider-Man 3, and we still never get to see in No Way Home. So I feel like Sandman's story is unresolved, but the best line that Sandman says in the movie, where he's leaving this apartment from his ex-wife, and then his daughter gives, like, that, you know, that small little picture, Flint Marko says, "I'm not a bad person, I just have bad luck." Like I said, that's, like, honestly one of the most heartfelt moments of the movie, where Sandman has a tragic backstory. And even though I do find it stupid, literally, where Flint Marko flies down, and I like that the signs, it's like, oh, I don't know, it must be a bird. Shout out to Spider-Man 3, how it should have ended. Maybe, here's a bright idea. How about you go check if there's no guy following this? Wait, that bird looks like a guy. It is a guy. Oh, you don't understand. I have a daughter. She's sick. Activate Metallica ref. Excellent! Out the Never Land. Nice reference. Heck, I watched an AMV with Sandman with that Metallica song. Before the black suit, this movie works aside from the retcon. Yeah, like I said, Sandman is one of the best parts of this movie, especially his theme song, which, I will be honest, I'm disappointed that No Way Home did not play his theme. It's like, look, I get it, the actor was not on set in No Way Home, but come on, the da-na, like, literally like a sand kaiju Godzilla, literally just him walking like sand in his ear before Spider-Man gets that parade. Anyway, let me read this comment. When I was a kid, I sort of one, and obviously Peter has to rinse and repeat the motivation he has to. His suit is easy to adapt in live action. Honestly, I used to hate Sandman, but now I really like him. Yeah, remember Ben Parker? The man you shot down in cold blood? What does it matter to you anyway? Everything! So yeah, speaking of which, so I will get to the black suit itself, not Venom, the symbiote itself. I will talk about that soon. But either way, making Sandman Uncle Ben's killer, at first, like, at the beginning, I'm like, why would they do this? That's just rehashing the same arc that Peter's going through. But thanks to, with the addition of the symbiote, that makes Peter more vengeful when he's taking down Sandman. And like I said, Sam Raimi always want to make, like, the villains in his trilogy have tie-ins with not just Spider-Man, but personally to Peter Parker. And I feel like, for the most part, Raimi does such a good job on it. I will talk about the weakest villain. It's not Venom. It's going to be the new Goblin, or in this case, Goblin Little Jr. But either way, about the symbiote itself, okay, I know they had plans of, like, making the symbiote origin story, like, not Secret Wars, but since Raimi's films are, like, in a self-contained universe, I feel like, personally for me, I wish back then they would have done, you know, the symbiote come from space, and then Spider-Man has to save J. Jonah Jameson's son from a spaceship crash around that time, and I feel like since Spider-Man 3 was the most expensive Spider-Man movie to made around that time, I understand why they couldn't do the budget of, like, Spider-Man gets to save J. Jonah Jameson's son in the space, and then the symbiote comes to Earth. So, I know it's lazy writing where a symbiote just randomly just falls down to the asteroid, but once again, this movie already has a big budget, so I'm not going to complain too much of that lazy writing nitpick where it just falls from the sky out of nowhere, but it is what it is. But anyway, let me just read the comments since there's coming up. So, I didn't like how they reused the upside down kiss. Okay, yeah, with Peter felt no remorse. The thing is, Peter did not even have the symbiote around the time. I think Peter was too... I mean, I get the message of Spider-Man 3 is all about if you have so much success underneath your belt, you become too egotistical, too much pride. And yeah, Peter was acting too cocky way before he even had the symbiote. If he had the symbiote, it would have made a lot more sense to me, at least. Instead, I'm like, Peter, I know New York loves you. I know that iconic scene where sexy Gwen Stacy in that movie was literally like, Spider-Man! And then that funny, yeah, the meme where Peter's like, they love me! And then, I will admit, Harry should have been like Hobgoblin in the comics. I mean, if they would have just Raimi-ified the Hobgoblin suit and just do it for Harry, that would have been such a big change. Peter's face when he hits Mary Jane take over. We'll get to that, guys. At least they didn't do the Ultimate Origin, which I hate the Ultimate Origin. Yeah, like, remind me again, is it where Richard Parker, Peter's dad, and Eddie Brock's dad wants to, like, create the symbiote for themselves? Yeah, I remember that in the Ultimate Comics, which, once again, it's such a lazy way to introduce the symbiote. I kind of prefer, you know, from space, as it should be. But either way, back to the point. So, okay, I will talk about Harry in a second, but during the moment where Peter, like, saves Gwen Stacy, which I will say this, Spider-Man 3, look, even though, yes, Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2 are the better movies, but Spider-Man 3 has the best visual effects, the best Spider-Man 3 has the best cinematography out of the three. Like, during the scene where Peter's trying to rescue Gwen, I like that Eddie Brock is like, oh, I'm Edward Brock Jr. for the Bugle, and I'm also dating your daughter, and your daughter's about to fall off and die, though. I like that Gwen in this movie's more Mary Jane coded than Mary Jane himself. And what's funny is Bryce Dallas Howard is a redhead, but she's playing a blonde. Kirsten Dunst is a blonde, but she's playing a redhead. It's like, man, what's with the Spider-Man movies, like letting redheads playing blondes and then non-blondes playing redheads? It's like, I don't know, it's just very confused. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I knew that was the Ultimate Origin. Yeah, my favorite cameo, not just in Spider-Man, my favorite Stan Lee cameo in Spider-Man 3 where he goes, you know, I guess one person can make a difference, enough said. And every time I watch that scene, I'm like, Stan Lee, not only Spidey make a difference, you made a difference of creating that character, but everything that you gave us in the Marvel Universe. That still is my favorite Stan Lee cameo, which, R.I.P. True Believer. But anyway, the Bruce Campbell cameo, yeah, I feel like this is his funniest cameo out of all the trilogy. Like, in the first movie, he was like a wrestling match, The Amazing Spider-Man. And then Spider-Man 2, he was like a random usher. And then Spider-Man 3, he's like a French guy who's like, you put the ring on the bottom of her part, on the bottom. And then it's like, oh, table reserved for Peter Parker. And I was like, bro, if they would have made Spider-Man 4, it would have made sense that he would have been Mysterio for Raimi's Spider-Man 4, but it is what it is. But yeah, the symbiote itself, I mean, yes, we'll talk about the hilarious Bully Maguire memes, which one thing is, look, despite Sam Raimi did not want the black suit, but yeah, can we talk about the Bully Maguire? The memes are funny too, Jesus, too cartoony for this YouTuber, even though that's my hairstyle. Knowing that Captain Stacy dies in Scene of Spider-Verse, how come Raimi Captain Stacy didn't die? Instead, Harry got impaled, where it could have been Captain Stacy for the canon. Yeah, Emma Stone. Yeah, I was gonna get to that for. Yeah, we'll get to that for Andrew Garfield's movies of redhead playing blondes. I mean, I guess that's the trope for Spider-Man movies in a nutshell of casting hot, sexy women in these franchises. But anyway, about the symbiote itself, and yes, we will get to, you know, you want forgiveness, give religion. The symbiote Spider-Man. So I'll say this: despite Sam Raimi did not want the symbiote, but you know what? For the story, like I said, excluding Venom at the end, the symbiote works for the story for the most part, and here's the reason why. Because despite Peter is so much with ego success, like he kissed Gwen Stacy upside down, and then basically he's like, well, everyone loves me in New York, now I'm just going to be this egotistical celebrity. But then after when he realized, oh, Sammy is actually, you know, the line, like, this man killed my uncle and he's still out there. Literally Peter's just tormenting about Sandman, and then the symbiote finds its way to find Peter Parker, and then after that Peter's getting that nightmare of Sandman killing Uncle Ben, thinking that Sandman killed Uncle Ben on purpose like an evil villain. And then obviously we get the most iconic, and yes, it's a meme on the internet. Where am I? This suit is different. I feel fast. I feel strong. I feel good. My only complaint about the black suit Spider-Man is we never get to see daylight scenes. I know there was a deleted scene where he's web swinging in the black suit in the daylight. Like as I think about it, guys, he mostly wears the black suit at night, and I wish we would have seen some more daytime symbiote scenes. And even though, in my personal opinion, yes, Spider-Man 3 is the only Spider-Man movie that has the symbiote adaptation, but personally, in my opinion, I feel like Spectacular Spider-Man and the other Spidey medias from Spectacular, the 90s cartoon, even the PS5 Spider-Man 2 game, those are the better. Web of Shadows! I can't forget about Web of Shadows. Those four are the way better symbiote adaptations of Spider-Man 3, which, once again, for what it is, in this movie, it still works for Peter's arc for what he's going through before he becomes full-on Bully Maguire. But either way, the moment where he's about to, quote-unquote, kill Sandman, not defeat him, not lock him in jail, he wanted Sandman dead. After that, everything's time for pain, Marco. I will be honest, it's so goofy, but him just doing the slow motion of flashbacks to the Spider-Man 3 movie tie-in game, literally just beating up Sandman, and then literally just going Peter, removing like the water, and then literally when Sandman gets like turns into Mudman, literally Peter's like, good riddance. And I like that Peter talks to Aunt May and just be like, Spider-Man kills him. And I like that May, as always in this trilogy, she reminds Peter by saying, Spider-Man should never kill. Like, revenge is like a poison, it could turn you into something ugly. I like that foreshadows like Peter realizing by saying, if you're going to use vengeance for your entire life, you're going to become the dark side of yourself. But yeah, your guys are going to talk about symbiote for Tom Holland once. Eddie telling God, yeah, I want you to do you one favor. I want you to kill Peter Parker. It's like, bro, Eddie, that's not how it works, man. I hope we get the symbiote Secret Wars. Yeah, we will talk about it for Tom Holland's movies, which, here's my hot take. Even though, yes, Spider-Man 3 was the first symbiote storyline, but trust me, guys, when we talk about Tom Holland's movies, bro, I think they're going to cook. They're going to cook with symbiote bully Tom Holland. Bully Holland. If they do the symbiote for Tom Holland's Peter, bro, with that's correct, it will be really great. But anyway, on topic with Spider-Man 3. Let's get back to Spider-Man 3 before we talk about Tom Holland. But anyway, let me just get to this. I wanted to get the Secret Wars with Tom gets suit, held the black suit, and one big fight in the scene. That's all over the marketing. F every rod. So with Bully Maguire, keep on thinking of Sam from Brothers. Yeah, you know what it means. You know what it means. I hope you had the time of your life. Also, good riddance. But yeah, I mean, literally Peter Parker has this Billy Joel Armstrong Green Day type of hair, and then obviously his bully face growing in. And once again, hilarious moment where Mr. Dickovich is like, oh, sorry, just because it's free country, it's not a rent-free country, it can be rent. You get your rent when you fix this damn door! And then literally just comes in, Mr. Dickovich going, he's a good boy. And I like during the moment when the symbiote's not kicking into Peter. I like that when he's trying to reach out for Mary Jane. I like the best advice of Mr. Dickovich. It's like, oh, is it the woman? You say, you're a good woman. I'm a good man. And then he says, quiet. Then he goes, I think Sam Raimi made a joke about Mr. Dickovich being Kraven the Hunter. It's like, bro, if Dickovich is being Kraven, I will not take that seriously. This is why I'm going to kill you, Spider-Man. Not for the third time because you haven't given me rent, or else my daughter will be fat. Bro, that would have been such an interesting plot twist. The Aunt May speech kind of reminds me of what Bruce told. Yeah, great reference to Batman Forever. Oh, speaking of Batman Forever, guys, when we talk about Brand New Day, there's one scene in Brand New Day that will remind me a lot for Batman Forever. But speaking of which, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, when Bruce Wayne's telling Dick Grayson, a.k.a. Robin, about revenge, it's like, you're going to see another face and another, and revenge has consumed you. You'll be alone, just like me. It is kind of like that. He has the emo hair for a bit and loses this, and gee, this movie confuses me. Look, I know, okay, him doing Bully Maguire, yes, for the sake of we will get to the hilarious moments, but when it comes to the negative aspects, I mean, Peter has been going darker and darker, so he thinks back then, he quote-unquote kills Sandman, and then with Harry Osborn, man, can we talk about Harry for a bit? Okay, people said, okay, there's fans either defending Eddie Brock, defending Venom in this movie, but if there's one character, okay, I think Harry's best moment is in the final battle, but throughout this movie, my gosh, I mean, like I said, no disrespect to James Franco, but Harry was, for the most part, except for the final battle, Harry was so dumb and stupid. I get it, because of the amnesia, I get it, but bro, literally when he got his head, like, literally, Harry just hit himself into the head, it's like, bro, it's so hilarious that once when Harry hit his head so hard, he lost his memory so bad. It's like, yeah, they're my best friends, alright? And then Peter tried to, like, reconnect with Harry wearing the exact same outfits from Spider-Man 1, grabbing the basketball, and he's like, still got the moves. And then what's even more dirty is the fact that, okay, for Mary Jane, even though I'm glad that she has red hair again in Spider-Man 2, but during this moment is where, when Peter's trying to go, it's like, come on, Mary Jane, if they love you, don't give me the horse thing. I like that Mary Jane is going through a similar downfall like Peter has in Spider-Man 2, where, great, I thought life was going great, but now I'm no longer Peter Parker Broadway anymore. Well, Peter has a great comeback. Like, Peter feels like a failure when Mary Jane was rising in Spider-Man 2. Now Mary Jane is being a failure while Peter and Spider-Man is rising up with success. So both Mary Jane and Peter Parker swapped up. But then the goofy, I would say, people are going to say the Bully Maguire scene is the most goofiest scene in the movie, but no, the real goofiest scene is where Mary Jane goes to Harry's apartment and they go, come on, baby, let's do the twist, come on, baby. Okay, I will be honest, as funny as that scene is, I feel like that scene of Harry and Mary Jane cooking an egg omelet, I feel like that scene could have existed in any other movie. I'm like, why are we having this goofy comedy, romantic comedy scene in a Spider-Man movie with the most cheesiest song? I mean, it's a funny song, let's do the twist, and it's like, bro, like, people are going to say Bully Maguire's the most, like, unhinged scene. Like, no, that is the real unhinged scene. Mary Jane and Harry make an omelet, and then Mary Jane kisses Harry. After that, it's like, sorry, I can't do this. And then Harry, once again, has a Vietnam flashback of Norman Osborn. Then he goes, first, we attack his heart. Yeah, MJ cheats with Harry. Yeah, eat the pie. Bro, when he eats the pie, he goes, so good. And then literally just goes out way by saying, bro, Harry was so cringe. I feel like Harry was, people say, well, some fans would say Venom is the worst part. No, Harry is the worst part in Spider-Man 3 until his character got way more improved at the last minute in the final act. But other than that, Harry was so dumb. Like, literally, he's eating cotton candy, then mess with Mary Jane where goes pop. It's like, bro, I get it. James Franco is a stoner. He gets high in real life. That's why he used to be in touch with Seth Rogen. But, bro, James, you didn't have to be that high or on crack on this role for the Harry Osborn Nisha subplot. Like, it should be a bit more dark and serious, but no, it was way too unhinged. Like, literally, when Harry Osborn eats the pie, is like, so good. And I will be honest, when Harry tried to torment Mary Jane to break up with Peter, bro, that moment where Peter started crying, no, please don't say that, please. It's like, yeah, from all that build-up where Peter's like, hey, Aunt May, I'm going to ask Mary Jane to marry me. It's like, Peter, you don't deserve Mary Jane. And I feel like because of the symbiote that got to Peter, bro, Peter got a lot. Okay, before we get to the, like, Tobey Maguire has the most riz out of all the three Spider-Men, which, don't get me wrong, we'll talk about Andrew, we'll talk about Tom, but no, Tobey has the ultimate riz in Spider-Man 3, thanks to Bully Maguire. But anyway, let me just say, the apartment fight, yeah, the apartment fight was, it's good. It's goofy, but it's so good. So I like to see more of the action scene of the black suit Spidey. Maybe Harry would have fought Peter in his suit, or 1 and 2s where he fights the group, if you know, shocker. Yeah, we'll get to that later on. But either way, bro, the way how Harry just talks by saying, oh, the taste in her lips, strawberries, and then bro's like, oh, you kissed my girl? Huh, huh. And then literally Harry stabs Peter Parker, which, you know, foreshadowing No Way Home. Oh, it's okay, I've been stabbed before. So yeah, his son stabs him, and Norman Osborn stabs him in No Way Home. Once an Osborn, always an Osborn. But yeah, we will get to symbiote Riz later on. But literally, he was like, I'm about to kick your smile little ass. Toby's face where he goes, ooh. Yeah, Spider-Man 3, my biggest complaint, like I said, it's not Sam Raimi's fault, but I feel like sometimes it feels like a good Spider-Man movie, but at the same time, it feels like it's a parody of a Spider-Man movie at times. And yeah, the movie tries to be dark, but it tries to be goofy, like Batman and Robin. I heard in a podcast that Harry's butler in this movie is like Alfred from Batman if he was on drugs. Bro, that's the best way to describe it. It's like if Bruce Wayne was on drugs. It's like, sorry, you're going right down. Sorry, I got a taste of delicious pie. But during the moment, which we got the iconic moment where Peter beats up Harry, he's like, oh, your father's such an embarrassment. Look at little Goblin Jr., you're going to cry. But the most cruelest thing is, Peter, like, during the part where Peter throws a bomb at Harry, and the fact that Norman did the exact same thing to Peter in Spider-Man 1, and the editor's cut, you want to know what happens in the editor's cut? Instead of Peter going to humiliate Eddie Brock, it just goes straight to it's like, bro, like, not only Peter was a bully, he just straight up almost killed his best friend because of the symbiote, bro. And that's why I would actually see that, because that actually would be hilarious. I know, right? So if Tom gets the black suit, that will get him the Blue Maguire pins. I would say more like Spectacular Spider-Man, because like I said, I feel like, my personal opinion, the Spectacular Spider-Man does the best symbiote adaptation of going to, not to Peter's mind, but into his soul. Spider-Man 3 did its best, but like I said, Spectacular, 90s, just any symbiote storyline, I just find it better than Spider-Man 3. But like I said, Spider-Man 3 did its best for what it was able to do. So, yeah, we are going to get to that scene. I'm going to put some dirt in your eye. Literally to you, Eddie Brock. It's like, hey, it looks familiar. And then literally when he humiliates Brock in front of the Bugle, you want forgiveness? Get religion. And that loser's like, oh, God, I want you to kill Peter Parker's like, bro has never been to church in his life, man. And that's what he thinks he is. Like, bro, he just made Eddie Brock just a wimp, of course. A wussy wimp, man. But speaking of symbiote, Riz, bro, of course, yes, we get to the Deneta. Like, yes, it's cringy, but guess what? It's intended to be cringy, because obviously, Spider-Man 1, Peter was a dork, and I'm like, hey, I'm a sexy guy, I'm a pimp. It's like, come on, ladies, dig on this, showing my Peter web balls onto another. So obviously, it's hilarious, it's a meme, but either way, like I said, symbiote Peter got the Riz. Like, from Ursula, like, oh, got some more nuts, go make me some. Eating cookies with nuts with Ursula, flirting up with one of his co-workers with Betty Brant. Parker! Miss Brant, this is not what I signed you up for. And then literally with Peter, it's like, I was going to say, like, it's funny. I would say the 90s show is the best. I would say that's my second favorite. The worst is Ultimate 2012. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I would say, yeah, the 90s show is my second favorite adaptation after Spectacular being number one when it comes to symbiote adaptations. But I do love Web of Shadows, though, as another fan favorite symbiote adaptation for the Black Suit. But either way, yeah, he decided to res Betty Brant. But then the most ugliest and hideous thing that Bully Maguire did, aside from almost killing Carrie, is literally having... Okay, hold on, let me read this. The Spectacular did the symbiote story. No. Spider-Man 3 did it first, and then Spectacular. Like, Spectacular Spider-Man came out 1 year after the Raimi trilogy. Like, if you watch episodes of Spectacular Spider-Man, yes, it's from the comics, but you definitely will see references from Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3. So, to answer your question, Spectacular came out after the Raimi trilogy. So anyway, let me go on. Still getting mad about Spectacular getting canceled. Yeah, it is what it is. Once again, blame Disney for the reason why we couldn't get Season 3, but it is what it is, guys. Bro, Spider-Man 1 2 are goated. Yeah, but we've already talked about it for the past 2 hours. But on back to Spider-Man 3. So, yes, don't get me wrong. As hot and sexy Bryce Dallas Howard's Gwen Stacy looks, especially in that black suit, but I find it hilarious that in the beginning, Eddie Brock is like, oh, can I marry you? We have coffee, Eddie. And then that fortune is up, you made me lose my girl. So Peter, as a sexy mofo, brings Bryce Dallas Howard's Gwen to the bar, and then obviously symbiote Riz comes over, just flirts with the waitress, go find Mrs. Shade, and then Gwen's like, wait, isn't that your old ex-girlfriend? Should we leave? But no, Peter, like, as a bully, he wants to humiliate and embarrass Mary Jane. And the saddest thing is, I mean, look, like I said, as much as I get horny when I was a kid seeing Gwen in that scene, but Peter is doing the most hideous thing that he's ever doing in the symbiote. I mean, as hilarious and as stupid as it is, of like him dancing in a bar, being like a total idiot, but at the exact same time, literally when Peter said, he's like, this is for you. After that, he removes the jacket, and then obviously the hilarious moment, now dig on this, he starts using Gwen, literally using Gwen as an object, and then literally Gwen realizes, wait, all of this was for her. And I like that Gwen has a good heart by saying, sorry, MJ, thought you were treated this way. So at least Gwen in that movie was starting off by saying, as much as I was smooth, it's like, wait, you did this all for her? Like, that was for me? You were just using me the entire time? So I feel bad for Gwen, man. It's like, man, in my mind, it's like, yeah, if Peter did not give the symbiote, I would have been like Peter. At least that version of Gwen at least likes Spider-Man and likes Peter, while Mary Jane is so conflicted by saying, oh, who's kissing here, Spider-Man or Peter Parker? Which obviously Tobey's Peter was so close. It's like, that's why in Spider-Man 3, people make memes by saying, dang, why would Peter, like, get back with MJ when he has Gwen, Ursula, and Betty that are more attracted to Peter than Mary Jane? But, you know, Tobey's Peter was so wishy-washy with his MJ. But anyway, the hilarious moment is when the people behind Mary Jane's job's like, yeah, everything okay here, Paul? Yeah, everything okay here, Paul? Take your hand off me now. And yeah, somebody who's been commenting this on the chat, was it Zach? Yeah, the Zach guy was saying, talk about Mary Jane getting punched. Yeah, let me get to the sides. I know it's a funny scene. Peter, stop! And then that screen going, ah! I mean, obviously, as hilarious as it is of how the way Tobey Maguire screams, but still, at the end of the day, it's messed up. Like, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, hit a woman, assault, report on Spider-Man. Jameson was right about you, Peter. Spider-Man is a menace. So, the fact that Peter basically just beat the crap out of, like, just one punch for Mary Jane, and then Mary Jane's like, who are you? And then, like, basically going back to Spider-Man 1 of, this is my gift, this is my curse, who am I? Then Spider-Man, like, when he looks at the black suit, I'm like, I don't know. And then obviously Peter decided to vent off. So this is where the movie gets better. So despite the campiness, despite the goofiness, despite the messy script that Spider-Man 3 was going to, this is where the movie shines, where he's reflected himself, which, once again, one of the hardest posters in movie history, where he's on, you know the poster I'm talking about, where Black Suit Spider-Man on the church tower, one of the best movie posters ever, where he's reflecting about his mistakes, and obviously we get the iconic removing the black suit. I mean, yes, corny Eddie Brock saying, want to kill Peter Parker, removing the suit, like, removing it from this of, like, literally removing the symbiote out of it, like, literally just taking off like it's a demon. The one thing is, when Eddie Brock coincidentally gets the Venom symbiote, and then literally once when you get to that Tasmanian Devil type of scream, I remember there was like early shots of Venom literally just like, I think it was like an animatronic, and Venom looked a lot more scary, but obviously they had to CGI him up, and then Venom looks like a a human. How is Peter not banned at that place from the end of the film? Yeah! Okay, Cameron, that is a really good point. It's like, yeah, how does the yell know? The symbiote is weak to the sound, which obviously the Venom movies, we will get to the Venom movies later on. But yeah, how is Peter not banned from that bar/restaurant when he went to the exact same one that Mary Jane sings more like, hey, isn't that, like, didn't like the security's like, isn't that the guy that just punched you in the face? Yeah, that was such a big plot hole retcon that the ending Spider-Man 3 that did not age well. But either way, the movie, like, despite the messiness, despite the corniness, the movie gets better at the final act, where Peter confessed to Aunt May's like, I heard her, Aunt May, what I'm gonna do. And the message of Spider-Man 3 is right there, where Aunt May's like, you must forgive yourself. And that's the thematic theme of the movie, forgiveness of all the main characters except for Eddie Brock, because obviously Eddie Brock dies. So the final act, yes, even though, yes, disappointing that Venom was rushed at the last minute, they could have done better with Venom. But like I said, the one thing they got Venom right in this movie is his personal vendetta against Spider-Man. That's the one thing they got right about this version of Venom, despite, you know, I can't take him seriously. He goes, hey Parker, oh, my spider senses are tingling, if you know what I'm talking about, like, haha, boner joke. But outside of that, the best scene of the movie is when Peter saw the news, and then Venom has this 90s animated Spider-Man logo font, but literally during the best moment where Toby unlocks his suit, where it goes, like, you hear the responsibility theme playing again, bro, that was awesome. That was peak right there. I'll say this, the roar is great, but would have been great for Carnage, and again, bulk Venom up to 6 feet, then there you go, alright with this design. Once again, the creator of Venom was not happy with how the way Venom was treated in Spider-Man 3, so yeah, even a freaking Spider-Man movie 3 movie tie comic made Venom more bulkier and bigger for that. But either way, I like that Peter tries to reach out to Harry. He's like, no, you try to kill me, man. But this is the most stupidest scene of the movie, next to the Alma scene, where Harry's butler's like, the night your father died, the blade, your father died by his own hand. And shout outs to How It Should Have Ended, the How It Should Have Ended parody Spider-Man 3. You are so fired. What? You told me this entire time? I thought this would be, I got a pumpkin bomb blown in my face, dude. It's like, bro, so you're telling me his butler would have said, like, how did Norman Osborn died? He waited this long in Spider-Man 3. Like, the butler was around in Spider-Man 2. It's like, Harry, you should have immediately fired that butler. You should have immediately killed off that guy. You decided to tell Harry now that Peter did not kill Norman Osborn. It was his own glider that killed himself. And it's like, dude, terrible butler. That butler is not as loyal as Alfred to Bruce Wayne in the Batman franchise. I wish Peter would have told MJ that he had an alien side. Yeah, that's the one thing. That's a big retcon in Spider-Man 3. Peter did not say anything to Mary Jane, like, sorry, there's like the symbiote, which, I'll say this. I mean, like I said, if Tom Holland gets the symbiote, I feel like they could make a much better version of Spider-Man 3, in my personal opinion. I think if Tom gets the symbiote, I think they will do justice of a great symbiote adaptation. I say, for this adaptation, it's fine. It's serviceable for what it is. But I feel like the tone in the script definitely needs some better writing, and the tone definitely needs better things aside from the memes carrying it. So I feel like if they do it for Tom Holland's Spider-Man for Spider-Man 5, I think they could do a much better symbiote adaptation in live action for the next time they do it. But anyway, Sandman says at the end of the line, yeah, end the line, Spider-Man. I thought he said I don't like Spider-Man as a butler. Yeah, a total douche, like, in the franchise. I personally did not like that at all. So that's why I honestly just don't understand. and the line Spider-Man. But anyway, as we move on, like, literally, the one thing that I just don't understand is the fact that literally after when we get to the moment, which once again, the best parts of the moment were the New Yorkers cheer for Spider-Man. We see Spider-Man, the American flag. That was awesome. But then we get to Sandman being a giant 6-foot tall snowman, and then literally the moment when Sandman and Venom are trying to like kill Spider-Man. When I was a kid, like literally the news report says, this could be the end of Spider-Man. As a kid, I thought Spider-Man was literally going to die in this movie, but then you know what happens. And then you got the Goblin theme playing again, and I will be honest, I know everyone's going to say this, wow, this is the best Avengers Endgame scene. Like, even though Harry was the worst character in the movie, but definitely Harry got better as a character in the final act. Where after that, he came to Peter, and then after that, bro to another, boom. Handshake. It's like, dude, that chills every single time. It's like, bro, he just went from best friend to enemy to hater to almost killing each other. Now Harry's actually being the best friend, tag teaming Spider-Man, because let's not forget, Tobey Spider-Man is the only Spider-Man in his universe, and he doesn't have anybody to team up with. So I hate that No Way Home retcon. I don't know how to work the team either. It's like, Peter, Harry saved your life when you were about to die by Sandman and Venom, so what are you talking about? You had your best friend literally by your side. But either way, it was so cool to see Spidey and Harry as Winter Soldier, Goblin Jr., and the Glider. Like, it was a hype-worthy moment, and they both saved the girl next door that they both have a close relationship with. Hang on to something, to what? And then the New Yorkers cheering, and then Jameson's last scene where he got Sam Raimi's. I think Sam Raimi's kids, like his sons, awesome, wicked cool. Those are Raimi's sons, and his daughter of the why do I want a job? Because, you know, one thing I will give Sam Raimi himself, I like that he brings his family members playing characters in the trilogy. Like, obviously, Hoffman, that's Raimi's brother, his sons, and his daughter were in the final scenes. I thought that was really nice. But yeah, alright, you little crook. But then, during the moment where Peter saves Mary Jane, the one thing I just find caught me off guard, once when Harry defeats Sandman, I just find it, like, pretty random that, you know, they're like, alright, Sandman's fine. And you're telling me that the New Yorkers stayed up that late in sunrise before Venom kills him? And once again, one good thing they got Venom right, Venom, Venom is invincible to Spidey senses, even though it sucks that his design and his voice just doesn't work, where he's like, I like the Peter's like, the power, just let it go. I like being bad. It makes me happy. It's like, bro, why can't you just use a voice filter and just be like, we like being bad. It makes us happy. And then, yeah, the Lego set, yeah, we actually got that. But I will say this, despite Venom was, like, so, like, rushed, like, his death was so rushed at the last minute, but even though Harry made the sacrifice, I like that Harry redeemed himself. Like, Norman impaled his own glider and his goblin side, Harry got impaled by his human side. I wish Harry's character was done better throughout the movie, but for once, Harry was becoming a good character at the last minute in his final moments. And then, obviously, Peter uses sound vibrations to take down with Venom. And then you realize bro has a flashback with the bell. I'll never forget the deleted scene that we were supposed to see Eddie Brock's skeleton corpse when Peter throws out the bomb. And Eddie being an idiot, what are you doing? No! And then it's like, yeah, bro, rather just be in touch. I find it funny that No Way Home decided to be like, that Venom's not that good. We're not bringing that version of Venom back. But anyway, despite, yeah, Venom's gone, dead out of nowhere, because I'm like, well, I guess Sony's plans of making Venom the villain for Spider-Man 4, or a solo Topher Grace Venom movie, or Carnage in the Raimi-verse, which I'll never forget back in the day, Jim Carrey as Carnage, and I'm like, I would have ate that up so quick. But yeah, either way, they didn't retcon No Way Home. I think they just forgot what happened in Spider-Man 3, because in No Way Home they still mentioned it. But here's the retcon I didn't like in No Way Home, where Ned asked Tobey's Peter, oh, you had a best friend, you did? He died in my arms after you tried to kill me. That is true, but no, Harry actually sacrificed your life when he died in your arms after the sacrifice. But I feel like, because, you know, I'm not going to talk about James Franco, the actor, because obviously James Franco's done hideous stuff in real life. But either way, I just did not like that retcon in No Way Home. So anyway, let me just get back to it, because if we said we are Venom instead of I am, because Venom Spider-Man 3 doesn't have the double D personality, unfortunately, Venom looked terrifying when Peter pulled Eddie out of the symbiote. Yeah, it did look creepy back then, but hey, it inspired some skill at 3 Days Racing MVs, am I right? The other difference is, one got stabbed in the balls, the other didn't. Yeah, pretty messed up. You can see Eddie's skeleton when he blows up, and my gosh, if they did Carnage and Venom to the movie, yeah, that's what fans wanted for Spider-Man 4 before Vulture was considered. But either way, despite, you know, Venom was wasted into the movie, and, you know, once again, you could have saved Venom for future movies, but it is what it is. But either way, the movie still continues to shine when Sandman talks about the truth of Uncle Ben's death, and I like that Sandman tells Peter by saying, like, I'm not asking for forgiveness, and then Peter tells Flint, I've done terrible things too. I forgive you. Once again, learning from Aunt May. Again, just like where Peter tries to empathize with Otto and then empathize with Flint. Like, even though, yes, you killed my uncle, and given the fact that I cannot, accept you for who you are, but I forgive you because it wasn't intentionally your fault. And like I said, my biggest complaint about Sandman in this movie is, like, we never get to see, like, there's one deleted scene in the movie where Sandman reunites with his daughter as, like, a sandcastle, and that's, like, the closest thing that he can ever get to his daughter. Like, I'll say this, the Spider-Man 3 movie tie-in game actually gave Flint Marko a happy ending. Like, for those that play the game or don't play the game, watch the cutscenes. Flint Marko gets to reunite with his daughter. They get a happy ending. I mean, Venom still dies, but Spider-Man 3, the movie tie-in game, felt more like a happier ending for Flint, for Peter and Mary Jane, and I guess the game just ignore Harry just gets killed by Venom in the game version. I feel like, this is not disrespect. I feel like the movie tie-in, I feel like the ending of the Spider-Man 3 movie tie-in game, I honestly like that game's ending better than the actual movie. But I understand, ending with the girl next door. But Cameron made a point. How is Peter not banned or trespassed from that building just because he literally punched a woman in that same place? So that doesn't make sense to me. Well, oh well. But either way, I just like that he summarized the relationship in Harry and No Way Home. Pretty much that's what he was trying to say in No Way Home to Ned during that scene. But either way, like I said, I like that Harry has his final words by saying, I have my best friend, and then obviously Peter, Mary Jane dies. I like that somebody made a joke by saying, wait, Harry's dead. Who's in charge of the money? MJ, we're rich. Like, we can have all the money right now if Peter and Mary Jane would have thought about it. But one movie reviewer, it was a spreadsheet team named The Unusual Suspects. Hey, MJ, we did not win the money. Wait, who got the money instead? The butler got the money. But yeah, I heard movie game. Yeah, I think they did I feel like the Spider-Man 3 movie tie-in game did Venom and Sandman better than the actual movie. Like, once again, if you guys can't play the game, just watch the cutscenes. I think they gave Sandman a happier ending. Venom's death, I would say, is more deadlier in that game because he got stabbed rather than just blowed up out of nowhere in the movie. So I feel like that game did some things better than the movie itself, in my personal opinion. There's an alternative ending. There's the lead scene where Marko was going to kill Spider-Man, but then he stops because he reunites with his family. I wish they could have done that for Sandman. Like, not even No Way Home. He's like, I have a daughter, want to see her again. It's like, dude, that's just sad that Flint never got his happy ending, like, in the mainline medias. But in other media, Sandman does have a good side. Hey, Sandman, if you would have stayed in the MCU, you could have joined the Avengers, just like in the comics. But either way, despite it is Harry's funeral, I like that Flash Thompson makes a cameo at the end. It's like, oh, I'm surprised Flash was there. But either way, the best line what Peter says is like, whatever comes in battle ways, it's always the choice that makes us who we are. And we gotta make this right, and we always gotta do what's right. Anyways, I'm gonna be gone for a quick minute. Personally, I would say D tier. Yeah, I would say, I'll get to my opinion. So, yeah, the ending, yeah, even though it's not a final swing with Peter and Mary Jane, but I will be honest, it's a pretty nice, since this is the last finale in the Raimi trilogy, it's a nice bittersweet ending where Peter and Mary Jane has one last dance together, with the girl next door and the boy that got bit by a spider. And even though, yes, I would have loved to see a Spider-Man 4, Sam Raimi wanted to win the fans back after the mixed reception for Spider-Man 3, put Vulture in, put Black Cat in, and make a more worthy Peter Parker story that would have got fans together. But once again, it's not Raimi's fault. It's Sony's fault that kind of messed up the missed potential of what Spider-Man 3 could have been. But either way, despite the messiness, despite the flaws, despite the corniness, I say this is still far from a bad movie. So I don't know where to rank it. I'm still either between B or C. In my opinion, it's somewhere in the B, C, but I can't say it's S compared to Spider-Man 1 and 2. But either way, that's my conclusion of Spider-Man 3. I'll dig on this. But anyway, Gabriel, you wrapped it up with the Raimi trilogy with Spider-Man 3.
Yeah. Spider-Man 3.
Yeah,
I don't hate.
I was gonna say, Gabriel,
I grew up.
You can help me out with the rating.
I had a lot of fun with it when I was a kid. I remember the promotions being everywhere. I watched stop motion YouTube videos about it.
Yeah. The Sandman.
Burger King toys. Just a lot. There was a lot of promotion. I didn't see it in theaters, but I did see it actually when it came out on digital. Or sorry, physical. And yeah, as a kid I enjoyed it more. Whether Venom was accurate or all that stuff, I just thought it was cool. But now, I do see a lot more of the flaws in the. Again, I still don't hate it. There's stuff in it that I do enjoy. I think the moral of the story was what I like the most about the movie. It's a theme about forgiveness. I thought Sandman was great. Yeah, I thought the whole thing of like, oh, I'm the guy who shot Uncle Ben. I thought that was
Yep.
the way they did it. And that's really it. I mean, everything else about Sandman was great. Like, wanted the origin of how he became Sandman and why he was doing what he was doing. It was all for his daughter. He wanted a daughter and couldn't because of him being a criminal and power. It like humanizes him as a supervillain. Of course, the actor, perfect. I think that was perfect casting. But aside from Sandman, who I thought was obviously the best villain, should have been the only villain. You have technically Harry and Eddie Brock, Venom. Harry again, like the second movie, just silly. Yeah. I mean, I think the new Goblin,
Goblin Jr.
the glider, and I always thought that looked, the fight sequence, pretty fun to watch. Especially like in that scene where Peter almost loses the ring. Like that stuff like that in the fight sequence, fun and cool. It's just more of Harry himself, and then especially after concussion he gets, and he just starts acting stupid. That was, if anything, they could have just left like that, just in the hospital. And then I don't know, maybe like by the end, said sorry, Harry. I don't know. The way they handle Harry. Then MJ, I don't think she was as bad as she was in Spider-Man, but you know, here and there, it hurt. This isn't about you. This is about me. Like that part. People are cheering, and she thinks it's for her, but it's for Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Just, I don't know. But other than that, she was okay, especially towards the end. And then that scene in the beginning where Spider-Man chasing Sandman, I thought was fun. It was unsequenced, felt very Spider-Man. Did you hear? I'm the sheriff around these parts.
Okay.
Gets punched. But that scene was fun.
Yeah, during the stomach in the sand, that was awesome.
And then when he like takes the sand out of his suit.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. It felt very Spider-Man. It was fun. Then you get the part that's not. It didn't make sense. Where everybody's praising him. He gets a kick out of it. Yeah, I understand, like, being happy about it and feeling good about yourself. Then he kind of gets an ego about it. Out of character. Like, this is before he got this. And he just has this big ego now. Like, at the parade and kiss Gwen. The upside down kiss thing. And then at dinner with MJ and Spider-Man.
Yeah, the meme Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
And then introduces Gwen. It's like what are you doing?
Even without the suit.
That was just kind of a flaw in his character, which I get was intentional.
No, Spider-Man, no.
Peter would do at that stage. If he had the symbiote, then yeah. But it just didn't make sense. But, the whole stuff with the symbiote, I guess it was kind of like, where, the symbiote crash landed. Supposed to happen. So that was okay. The way the symbiote was. It was more so just like Eddie Brock himself kind of like didn't really feel like Eddie Brock. He just felt too much of a like Eddie is supposed to be more. He's not really a dork kind of character. In this movie, he's kind of a dork. I mean, yeah, he's not supposed to be like, I'm super awesome and handsome and hunky and no, he's still a loser, but he's not. He's not a dork either. So I don't know, fell out of character for. Maybe it was just casting choice. I don't know. No hate against Face. I don't know why I forget his name, bro. I know his name. Whatever. Actor Eddie. Topher Grace. There we go. I don't know why I lost it. Topher Grace. No hate against Topher Grace. Just didn't really feel like Eddie Brock. Especially in scenes where he goes to church. What? Bro, it's not how it works. It's so dumb. And I mean, seeing where the symbiote gets, it was cool to see, and the iconic and that stuff was cool. I liked that scene. I thought it was cool. Also, him chasing down Sandman, because it's the whole reason he's awake in his suit, because he was getting ready to figure out where Sandman, Flint Marko. Then the symbiote gets him, leaving. And I mean, it was cool to see. I liked it. I liked the change, or how angry and aggressive he was. It was cool. Freaking, this is something else.
This is something else.
What else? Yeah, I guess another thing that just felt out of character. Maybe it was just meant for the moment. Like, I think anyone would be as upset as Peter was when they revealed who actually killed Uncle Ben or whatever, Marko, and then of course Peter was like upset, and anyone would be upset, but more of the vengeance thing that I felt out of character, at least before he got the symbiote. Because in the first movie, he thought he got revenge by getting the guy that, but then he felt bad about it. So it's like, felt bad about it in the first movie. Why suddenly we want to seek vengeance, do the same thing again in this movie? I don't know. But in the symbiote, yeah, it did make sense. And I think it would make sense if Peter wanted revenge, like before he got the symbiote, but knew, okay, this isn't the right thing. Like, especially after telling him not to revenge, it's poison, this and that. Like, it would have made sense if he was like he wanted to seek revenge, but then held back. Forget it. but then the symbiote brings that out, like that deeper part of him, which it did. But I just would have liked to see more of a difference between Peter before the symbiote and, but it, like there was, like in terms of his because he had an ego and then wanted vengeance before he got the symbiote. Does not make. But again, while he had the symbiote, great, cool to see him angry, fight Sandman, subways. What does it matter to you anyway? Everything. That fight sequence was fun, and then when he turns to mud, no, good riddance. Man, that whole scene was fun. I love that scene, that whole fight scene. Bully Maguire scenes, they were fun to watch. They were stupid, they were silly, but it was fun. It still made sense in a way, you know, because symbiote, it's affecting his mentality and personality and everything. And then the scene where he looks at himself in the mirror like Ernie, it's which was intentional, and I don't hate it. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, for what it is.
Him dancing around the city. You know?
It's part of our cultural impact. How you try to pick up chicks with that hairdo and dance.
And then I love the scene, of course, where, well, first of all, I like how it starts off. Oh, this suit is awesome. I feel more than it's showing how it affects his life as Peter Parker. How he's a douche. See you, chump. No. How it affects his life. How he treats others. Hit him. Once he did that and hit the person that he loved, he was like, dang, what the heck am I doing? I gotta get this off. Goes to the church. I love that. Where he goes to church, tries to rip the symbiote off and get rid of that sin and evil off of him by hitting the bell and then trying to get it off. Good. I like it because, like, getting rid of something in you that affecting that is poison, like causing you to sin. Whatever's causing you to sin and do like bad things, something you're addicted to, like Peter was addicted to, and made him feel good, made him powerful, but it was affecting. Knew he had to get it off. That's like with us in real life. Not help. That's why I love that scene. It was great. But then Eddie's there and praying God for Peter to die, which is so dumb. And then gets the symbiote. Venom's design, I guess I don't like. Okay, his face, I think is fine. It's the rest, like the way they made him look. Spider-Man 3 game, how he was buff, he was muscular, like he always should be, and still had the same design that Raimi, or the crew, came up with. I think that design would have worked, but in this one he's skinny. Like it's like he's Venom and Carnage together. Like Black Carnage. Black symbiote Carnage. It's what he looked like visually. And then on top of that, his voice. Gosh. Sucks. It sucks. And then that scene where he meets up with Sandman and Sandman, like, threatens him, like, hey, don't touch me, man. Alright, never mind. Have a good day. Moves on as if he didn't just see a freaking creature base. Like, brother, I would have been terrified if I saw that, and like been ready to throw hands. But instead, he's just like, never mind. I think, I guess the deal. Well, how did he even know about the daughter? I don't remember, but I don't know. That whole thing was stupid. I think the inclusion of it's just not good. I think that and the way they did Harry, the worst parts of. They were just trying to add too much, and it all just it was just all over the place. Harry's sub. If it was just solely Sand, this movie.
I agree.
Final battle. I mean, yeah, it's entertaining. It's cool to watch. Giants, Spider-Man fighting Venom. The way he being creative by using whole to make sound symbiote off Eddie. Fortunately, well, again, they do this thing where, oh, the villain is bad, and then he's good in the end with Harry, where they got beef at first, but then they give each other, which, again, big part of the movie. Then Harry sacrifices himself to save people. And kind of a homage to Dad's death. Except this time it was more heroic.
Pretty much.
So that was, I mean, I guess that was okay, but I don't know. Everything else Harry was dumb. And then freaking Eddie goes in like, no! Because he wants the symbiote still, and kills himself.
And then he's never seen again.
It's dumb. Dumb. Venom is terrible in this movie. Sandman, the speech where he's like, I'm not a monster. And then Peter gives it. That was one of the best, powerful, the main message of the movie, and why I still like it. It's flawed for sure. It's a guilty pleasure. I still really like the movie, despite its flaws. Please don't say that. No. But yeah, it was nice to see Peter and MJ kindle their relationship and get together. It was a happy ending, mostly, for Peter. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. The movie's just okay, I guess. It's okay. There are things to love about it, and things raise an eyebrow, like, what the heck is... This was dumb. So, I don't know. I would put it...
Just curious of where would you rank it? I'm just tied between either B or C, because like I said, it's not that bad, but definitely it's not great either.
Man,
like, definitely it's not. Like, if somebody else...
It's kind of hard.
Yeah, if somebody asks you, like, is this the worst Spider-Man movie? I'm just gonna say, no, not really.
No. Not really. Dang. It's either C or D.
Either C or D? Well, I'm the one who mentioned C, so I'm just gonna put this on C tier. That's what I would say. It's like, as a movie itself, like, has so much potential, but it is what it is. So, I guess you're fine with C, right?
I guess I couldn't.
Nah, it's the best I could think of. So anyway, so now that we're done with the Raimi trilogy, and yeah, funny enough, we talked about 3 Spider-Man movies in 3 hours of the stream, but usually these streams are like 4, 5, 6 hours long. Who knows if we have to split this into 2 parts. But either then, what I do want to talk about for the remaining stream is the Andrew Garfield movies, because, you know, Andrew, I mean, as much as I love Andrew Garfield, we will talk about his first movie. Sadly, he's the one and only Spider-Man that has the shortest run. I mean, yes, he did came back in No Way Home, but still, it depresses me that he had the shortest run. Like, yes, Tobey has 3 movies, Tom has 4 movies, Spider-Verse will get 3 movies, but sadly, my boy Andrew Garfield does, because once again, we'll talk about the second movie later, but for now, I want to talk about the first movie. So, The Amazing Spider-Man 2012. In my personal opinion, I find this movie very underrated in my opinion. I'm just going to say this. People say, oh, Homecoming's the most underrated one. No, personally, I think TASM 1, I mean, sure, granted, during the No Way Home era, people appreciate The Amazing Spider-Man 1, but personally for me, it's probably the most underrated Spider-Man movie, if you ask me. But anyway, let me just read the comments about Andrew Garfield, since, yeah, I feel like we've talked about the Tobey era, now we're talking about the Andrew Garfield era. So anyway, now for TASM 1, for some reason, this movie scared me a little bit, and it was because of the lizard. Wait, really? I mean, that's how it was for me. I was scared of Goblin when I was a kid. The Amazing Spider-Man 1 is honestly D tier, really? So, in other words, you think that TASM 1 is mid, so I'm just going to say this. I agree to disagree. So, here's my hot take. I think The Amazing Spider-Man 1 is better than Spider-Man 3, and I know the MCU Spider-Man fans are going to hate me for this. I like this movie more than Homecoming. So yeah, anyway, Andrew Garfield should have gotten his 3rd movie. I don't care how much people hate about TASM 2. Good for you, bro, but like I said, we're not going to talk about the second movie yet. Let's talk about the first one. So anyway, so here's my hot take. I do think this movie, The Amazing Spider-Man 1, is a much better Spider-Man movie than Spider-Man 3, in my opinion, because for the most part, at least, this movie takes its tone a bit more seriously. Yeah, some people use it by saying, son, like, well, D tier for TASM 1? I highly disagree with you on that. And what's worth it? Andrew is a Spider-Man fan. He did amazing. Yeah, I said he got wasted in terms of reviews. I feel like Sony wasted an amazing actor playing the role. I mean, literally, Tobey Maguire told Andrew that you are amazing. So for anyone that got complaints about Andrew's movies, once again, don't blame the actors, don't blame the directors, blame the producers and the writers. So, The Amazing Spider-Man 1. So, yes, even though most of us were sad that, oh, they're not going to do Spider-Man 4, like, Tobey Maguire was our childhood, why they can't say Spider-Man 4? But once again, Sony being Sony, Sam Raimi couldn't make a Spider-Man 4 on time, so Sam Raimi made the smart choice to, like, pull off the plug and just move on to do other things. But as for a new Spider-Man reboot, as a 10-year-old, like, I was 10 when this first movie came out, and boy, I was hyped for it. I was so hyped for this movie, man, because around that time, even though as much as I did miss Tobey when I was young, but bro, I was digging the new look, which once again, I will talk about the suit, which I know people have their mixed opinions on the suit, but personally, I actually like the suit. I mean, yes, it's different, and pretty much that was not the movie's intention, but that was like the intention of the suit. Like, we don't want to make it too similar like Tobey Maguire. We kind of want to give the suit its own identity. The only thing that kind of get me off guard is like the sunglasses, but you know what? The one thing I will give credit for The Amazing Spider-Man 1, like, we always praise the Raimi trilogy of being comic booky. The Amazing Spider-Man 1, specifically the first movie, once again, we'll talk about the second movie later in the stream. The first movie takes a more realistic approach. And what do I mean by that? Like, very much like, take notes from Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Like, you know, when they make Batman more realistic, I feel like this movie is trying to take the approach for it. And that being said, 2012 is like probably like, and personally for me, obviously I'm pretty sure most of you guys are younger than me, but to me 2012 was the best year of being a kid. And yes, this movie, along with the Avengers, I'm like, yeah, that was a great year to be a kid around that time, especially for superhero movies. But anyway, before I talk more about the movie, let me get cut to the comments. So yeah, in your opinion, it's B tier, and it has the Andrew Best suit. Oh, Cameron, you'll be surprised. Gabriel might have the exact same opinion like you have, so interesting. But anyway, Andrew's a huge Spider-Man fan. He was passionate. Yeah, that's okay. We will talk about why Andrew Garfield was amazing in this role, even though fans were mixed. Probably still mixed to this day, but yeah, fans back then were mixed on his take on Spidey. Amazing Spider-Man 1's 8 here. I may got the Spider-Man Vision mask. Oh, that's awesome, because, you know, back then at Target, Walmart, they had the glowing yellow eyes. Forgot to say this. While I like Tobey, but I think he is the weakest of the big three. I'll explain later for No Way Home. Yeah, if we do have the time to talk about the rest of Spider movies, because I personally don't want to do 2 parts for the stream. I just want to get things out and over with since I have a busy week next week. But anyway, back to Andrew Garfield. So, first of all, yes, I know fans are going to complain. Okay, why the yellow hours? And the movie was taking place at the right time. Like, personally, in my mind, yeah, fans are like, oh, Andrew Garfield's so unattractive. Yeah, he doesn't look like a nerd. He looks nothing like Peter Parker. He looks like Robert Pattinson for Twilight. Yes, I will be honest. Andrew's Peter, he still is a nerd. He still is. Like, from the scientific genius side of him, and obviously, yes, he may look too cool to get bullied, which, once again, we will talk about Flash Thompson, who probably is the best live-action Flash Thompson, but why Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker is still Peter Parker, despite the skateboarding is not part of Peter's things. But what does make Andrew's Peter good, in my opinion, number one, we get to see a more vulnerable, drama, tormented side of Peter, and pretty much like the best thing about this movie, and even Brand New Day have similar vibes of it, Amazing Spider-Man 1 takes a lot of inspiration from the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, not the cartoon, the comics. And I will say this, TASM 1 and Brand New Day are the most Ultimate Spider-Man coded in terms of the tone, in terms of the darkness, in terms of like the character in-depth moments. I'm like, yeah, I like that. That even Andrew Garfield himself was reading an Ultimate Spider-Man comic, and I'm like, that's my boy right there. That's my boy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Toby was reading Spider-Man comics on set, but Andrew was holding an Ultimate concept by saying, bro's prepping up for the role, and I respect that. Anyway, let me read this negative comment, which, once again, I disagree, but I'm going to read this. TASM 1 was kind of a forgettable movie. Like, it's not the worst thing ever. It's just meh. It's been a while since I've been seeing it through, so I might give it a try. I'll say this. Maybe your opinion might change. Like, again, I disagree, but if you rewatch it again, it's not as bad as most people are saying that it is. I mean, like I said, we'll talk about the sequel, but the first movie is probably, like I said, the most underrated Spider-Man movie ever. Like, don't get me wrong. Yes, Spider-Man Homecoming is a much more fun, entertaining, more colorful movie. And yes, Homecoming is more rewatchable. But that being said, for Amazing Spider-Man, for that, yeah, I agree with this comment. TASM 1 is a universe combination of classic and ultimate. I would say more ultimate coded than classic. Like, Tobey Maguire is more classic coded. TASM 1, specifically the first one, is more ultimate coded, that literally they took inspiration from how the way the characters interact, treated from those comics. But either way, Andrew Garfield's Peter, yes, he may look cool, but we definitely see a more tormented, like, the perfect thing that I like about this version of Peter, he's like, I mean, before Tom Holland, of course, he's the most outcasted Peter Parker of them all, because this Peter did not have a Harry until the second one. He had zero friends. He was the outcast, like, skateboarder emo boy, but not like Bully Maguire emo, but more in, like, definitely the introverted type of student that you do not want to, like, friends with, because obviously he's hard to, like, fit into school. And I will be honest, like, Andrew's Peter and TASM 1, I will say this, my positive personality is more like Tom in high school, but the negative side of me in my personal life is more like Andrew's Peter. So I'm like, yeah, for what Andrew's Peter should go through on his bad temper side, yep, been there too, bro. But either way, even though the Amazing Spider-Man 1 repeats, like, they rinse and repeat the exact same flaw as Spider-Man 1 is, like, why are you casting 20-year-olds, like, early to mid-20s to be teenagers, which the one thing that Homecoming does better than Amazing Spider-Man 1, at least Homecoming casts real teenagers to play teenagers, so that's in a way. Toby wasn't even a fan, but you could tell Andrew is like a really massive fan. I mean, dude, like, let's talk about that iconic San Diego Comic-Con video where Andrew Garfield was like on the way of the show by saying, "Harry, and then Andrew Garfield read that note and that message by saying, "Stan Lee, like, help me through bullying," and with the tears in the blood. And you can tell the pressure that Andrew feels, especially from Tobey Maguire's iconic portrayal. And like I said, and let's not forget that one iconic childhood picture where Andrew Garfield was 3 years old, where, rest in peace to his mother, where basically he was a Spider-Man fan since when he was 3, and obviously Andrew said, like, oh, I got bullied for liking Spider-Man, and I got inspired to be more like him. It's like, dude, I got bullied for liking Spider-Man too. It's like, yeah, I feel like out of all the 3 actors, I connect. I'm just saying for myself. Everyone can have their own opinion, but I feel like I could connect with Andrew the most out of the 3, despite, sadly his movies are not the best well-received. But either way, I feel like Andrew Garfield, in my opinion, I mean, Tom Holland is very close. Holland is very, very close, but still to this day, Andrew Garfield is my favorite actor to play the role, because yes, his Peter Parker is very isolated and different from Tobey's, but even though despite he does look old to play the role, but he still has that angsty teenage boy vibes for what Peter in the Ultimate Comics and other Peter medias, when Peter gets a bit more conflicted with himself, Andrew really nails it. And yes, this is the most common opinion I've been seeing a lot, where, yeah, this meme, Tobey's the best of Spidey. No. It's usually Toby's best Peter, Andrew's best Spider-Man, Tom's best as Bo. Yeah, we will talk about Flash Thompson. Like, okay, let's be honest. Best Flash Thompson ever. Like, if we're saying it in live action, this movie gave us the best Flash Thompson, despite it's kind of sad they did not bring him back in the second one. Yeah, Cameron, you and I are the same boat. I got bullied for liking Spider-Man. It's like, dude, I like watching this movie and look at this like, dude, we used to be the nerds that got bullied for liking Spider-Man when we were kids at school, and now with these movies and thanks to Brain Today, we're embracing Spider-Man whatsoever. So once again, so Andrew Garfield, I love that we get to see, like, the one thing I do like about, like, even though, yes, the flaws of this movie, yes, it does retell the origin story that we already know, and I know this movie, some Spider-Man fans says this is technically the Man of Steel of the Spider-Man franchise, but at least Spider-Man does not snap Lizard's neck. I'm like, no, he's not that dark. But either way, the point is, yes, it does rehash the Spider-Man story, but what I like about Mark Webb, shout out to director Mark Webb, yeah, I get it, that's his last name, so even though, yes, we already know the origin of Spider-Man, but what we don't know the origin of Peter Parker. I feel like that's what makes this movie stand out than most other Spider-Man movies. I mean, yes, we will talk about Peter's parents, which, once again, I say the Peter's parents storyline is fine in this movie, but boy, it gets worse in the second movie. But once again, the second movie, we'll talk about, like, okay, I felt like that arc was one and done in the first film. But anyway, Andrew's still, like, yeah, in media, like, definitely top 3 in my media betrayals. Like I said, Tom Holland, he's very, very close. Tom is close, but Andrew's still number 1 for me in terms of, like, the acting. And I will say this, Andrew, in terms of the acting performances when he's being silly, like, firstly for me, I mean, Tom is close, but I feel like Andrew delivers the best jokes. I mean, Toby gives us great iconic lines of, I'm the sheriff around these parts, but Toby, it's so corny, so cheesy that you just can't take it seriously, but when Andrew delivers his jokes in this movie along with the sequel, bro, it is so authentic and so natural. Like, my favorite joke of the entire movie that he says when he's trying to search for the Uncle Ben killers, oh, you're trying to dress like a car. Don't dress like a car thief. You seriously think I'm a cop. It's saying God, Zeus. And then when he pulls out the knife, you found my weakness. It's small knives. Anything but knives. Like, literally just Peter being the bully to this criminal. It's like, bro, that is Spider-Man. That is Spider-Man right there when it comes to, like, he nails the humor, but also Andrew is the most agile Spider-Man, which one of the things is, even though Tobey Spider-Man gave us cool web swinging, but in my personal opinion, probably next to Brand New Day, the Amazing Spider-Man movies, including this one, has the best web swinging scenes, and I'm glad that the web swinging scenes in this movie, along with the sequel, influenced Brand New Day, which I was happy about that, because the best thing about the web swing in this movie, it goes like very different shot angles from GoPro to from the hand to the different angles. Like, it's peak cinema when it comes to the filmmaking. Flash was really good in this movie. He's not just yeah, that's pretty much Flash in the comics, and that's pretty much Flash, like, in this movie. Like, he just became this douchey, jerky little bit saying, morning, Parker. I like that Peter kind of pushed on Flash out by saying, put him down, Eugene, and then literally Flash beats him up, and then we're going to get to the best Spider-Man girlfriend ever, and I feel like this movie became my introduction of why Emma Stone is not only one of my favorite actresses, but why I have from 10 years old to now, why do I have a massive crush on Emma Stone? And then I watch Emma Stone's other movies for, you know, good reasons and other reasons as a whole. But either way, I like that Gwen sticks up for Flash. But the saddest thing about Peter in this movie, not even the kid that got bullied for eating vegetables did not decide to defend him. But speaking of Flash, Flash has a great redemption arc. He just went from the bully throwing basketballs at Peter, then getting humiliated by Peter, playing basketball in that scene, and then after when Uncle Ben's dead, Flash is about to reach out, but then Peter's so tormented, just pulling the locker by saying, bro, your uncle died. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just telling you that, sorry that your uncle's dead. So I like that Flash gets to know that, alright, so you don't want to talk? There you go. Yeah, I love that line from the Lizard. And then Flash, pretty much like in the comics where Flash hugs Peter and he becomes a bro, and then literally when Flash is wearing a Spider-Man t-shirt, it's like, oh, the chick's denim. I'm also a fan as well. There's one deleted scene that the second movie showed Flash reunited with Peter by saying, I hate that the second movie cut that, because Flash was one of the best parts in the first movie, despite so much scenes. But either way, the best thing about this movie, aside from the main character himself, I like that even though, yes, okay, why do kids bully in high school? Like, no, I'm not just saying high school, but it's just kids in general. Characters like Spidey and Sonic, when they do themselves to Peter and Sonic, that's so dumb. You want to know why? Nerds! That's why they want to bully us for that. The teaser or the trailer was the Comic-Con trailer. Oh, bro, the marketing for the movie was, like, there's one trailer, even though there's a lot of lines, I feel like one of my complaints with these two movies, there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of scenes in both TASM 1, TASM 2, and they cut it, and it's like, why would Sony do this? That's a poor marketing tactic. One of my favorite lines that's not in the trailer where, there's multiple trailers of TASM 1 where Andrew's like, we all have secrets, the ones we keep and the ones that are kept from us, and then there's another one where he goes, God made enemies, it's like, and he's like, I just kind of find the truth about my parents. So yeah, Emma Stone, yeah, we will talk about Emma Stone in a second. But first of all, I like that we got all the pre-existing characters from Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Richard, like, a little bit of Peter's parents, but then Gwen's dad, Dr. Connors, like, they treat these comic book characters like they're real people. Like, even though, yes, Uncle Ben and the Raimi trilogy, like Cliff Robertson's Uncle Ben is iconic. He's the one that gave us the with great power comes great responsibility. But if there's one thing that this version of Uncle Ben does better than the one in the Raimi trilogy, at least in this movie, we get to see more of the relationship with Uncle Ben and Peter Parker. Like, obviously, we know Uncle Ben's gonna die, but we get to see the more of the father-son relationship. And once when Peter gets curious about his dad, Uncle Ben compliments Peter by saying, "You look just like him." And I like that Peter compliments to Ben by saying, "You're a pretty good dad," you know? That's like, yeah, I mean, like I said, don't get me wrong. Uncle Ben, the Raimi films, gave us the iconic speech, but we get to see more of that bond throughout the movie, which, once again, TASM 1, even though, yes, it rehashes the story we already know, but the Peter Parker aspects, that's what got me so invested. And the arc that Peter goes through, which, yes, even though, yeah, it's quite convoluting that we get to know Peter's parents, like, oh, who are my parents and where are my spy parents? But I like that it became the driving motivation force for this version of Peter, because basically Peter's arc is like finding a missing father figure. Obviously his dad was nowhere to be seen until the sequel addresses that. Maybe it could be Dr. Connors, since Connors used to be in touch with my father. I might as well just go ahead and go find for father figures. Anyway, yeah, we'll get to the nitpicks of the movie. Honestly, the responsibility scene was good. My nitpick for the responsibility scene, it's really well done, but I wish the actor, Martin Sheen, would have actually said the line. I like that when fans approach to Martin Sheen, the actor, they're like, can you say the line, with great power comes great responsibility? It's like, I get it. They don't want to copy Tobey's movie, but at the exact same time, they still want to do it. Yeah, for Uncle Ben's death, I mean, look, I understand Uncle Ben was trying to do the right thing, but at the exact same time, yeah, it kind of is ridiculous that he tries to take the gun away because we knew he's going to die. Yeah, I mean, I think it was just better off, like, as a mystery, because obviously for Tobey Spidey, obviously Sandman killed Uncle Ben, and they decided to save that, but at least they didn't do retcon. But yeah, one flaw, yeah, I agree with Zach on this. One of the stupidest moments that Andrew Spear, yeah, why would he do that when there's like, oh, Peter Parker's like, Peter, why would you put on by Peter Parker for the camera's like, Peter, that's the whole reason why you wear the mask and the reason why you don't want your villains, especially if it's a giant Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle villain that wants to know your identity. Like, I feel like that's a nitpick by saying, Peter, you're not really that good at keeping your secret, but we will talk about, like, everything else in the movie. So I will say this, I do really like Uncle Ben in this movie. Like, we get to see more of that relationship. Sally Field, I know Sally Field hated being a part of these movies, but the one thing that she does appreciate about being Aunt May is she gets to share the scene with Andrew Garfield, and she likes acting the scenes with Andrew. And I will say this, even though, yes, Marissa Tomei's Aunt May gets glazed a lot more, but when Sally Field's Aunt May gets more dramatic, like sad and serious, like when she loses Uncle Ben, when she has arguments with Peter, like that one time where Peter gets beat up, and then, I will admit, I'm not trying to get personal in my life, but that scene where he argues with Aunt May, like, May, just please go to sleep. It's like, dude, don't we have those relatable moments where we argue with our relatives, and then after that, so we just feels like so tormented on the inside? But like I said, that's what I like about, oh god, yeah, no, I should have done the Spider-Man sneeze meme where he did the Uncle Ben's killer, but the burglar, which we never get to know the burglar's name, which is funny that the Amazing Spider-Man 2 movie tie-in game, basically, what did they do? They reveal the killer, but they don't show it. But here's one thing that's a stupid retcon in the first movie. Like, we get to see Uncle Ben's killer, and the cop says, oh, there's a store tattoo on his hand. It's like, bro, it's on the wrist, not the hand. And even though Andrew's Peter kind of goes like Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne in Batman Begins, because if there's one movie I would compare this movie to, it's very much like Batman Begins if you think about it, where basically it's a very realistic reboot take on a beloved comic book character. Then he goes on vengeance mode trying to find his killer, and then he just goes on a rampage and then makes realistic suits of his suit based on the creature that's based on, like with Batman and with Spider-Man. That's the best comparison I could say this movie to Batman Begins. But yeah, it's kind of a shame that we never get to see Uncle Ben's killer. Like, Peter, like, had this arc of, like, finding it. Oh, you want to know what's a good thing what I love about Andrew's Peter Parker? Bro, he was wearing a Ramones t-shirt. Like, despite there's no Ramones songs in these movies, like, obviously the Ramones songs were more present in Tom Holland's John Wilkes movies, but bro, you're telling me Andrew Garfield's Peter is a Ramones fan? It's like, first of all, it's the perfect, like, why do I love this band so much? I'll talk more about it when we get to Homecoming, but bro, like, first of all, it's the perfect band for punk rock outsiders, outcasts, and Andrew's Peter is outcast coded. That even Andrew has a Ramones poster in his second movie. I'm like, I took inspiration from that by saying, yeah, bro's a punk rocker. But yeah, Uncle Ben, even though, yes, even though it may not be as iconic as, like, you know, the original, but the speech is really good, where basically Uncle Ben calls Peter's like, if you could do the good things that you could do other people, yeah, moral obligation to do the things, that's the stake here, not choice, responsibility. Okay, can we talk about the Lizard? As Connors, he's fine, but as Lizards, no, the voice is good, but man, the design and the motivation's weak. I will agree that the motivation is weak, so I will talk about the villain, and yeah, I will talk about Gwen later on. As for the Lizard, like, don't get me wrong, I mean, I probably ever since Spider-Man 4, like the Raimi trilogy, had a Dr. Connors, but that version of Connors never became the Lizard, so we'll never get to see that. So I feel like the Amazing Spider-Man 1 took some scrap ideas from Spider-Man 4, and they put it into the script, but since one of the writers of this movie was supposed to write Spider-Man 4 before they switch on to a reboot. As for Dr. Connors, okay, it's so hard to say the actor's name, Rhys Ifans, whatever his name is. How do I look? Not bad, nice, firm buttocks, just referencing the actors of other movies. But either way, I think the casting is well done. I was not expecting Connors to sound more British, even though Andrew Garfield is the first British actor to play Spider-Man. But either way, Connors, I feel like his reflection between Peter, like, being like one thing that Peter and Connors have one thing in common, aside from him being in touch with Richard Parker, I find, like, the only key things that makes Connors a decent, like, you know, human being in this movie is he's trying to fix his missing pieces and try to search for his answers to look for those missing pieces, and Peter's trying to do that with his dad, and that's where, once again, Connors kind of plays the father figure role, because obviously he's the closest thing what Peter can have to his father's research. But either way, I feel like, okay, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of deleted scenes with Connors that would have made character a much more stronger character, a stronger villain, because there's a deleted scene where Connors talks to his son, but that's not in the movie. Like, if we would have scenes where Connors is talking to his son, and he had like a very Norman Osborn monologue where he goes, I dream in a world, Peter, where everyone's evil, I'm beautiful. Like, he had a very Shakespearean dialogue, like, in the deleted scenes where he goes, I'm beautiful. It's like, but sadly, Sony cut those scenes. I feel like with those scenes, yes, would have made the movie longer, but I feel like it would have made Connors, like, as a character, feel much more stronger into the human. But as for the Lizard, yeah, I will be brutally honest, like, the design of Lizard grew on me, like, the more I rewatched this movie, but at the same time, guys, I mean, I think the CGI on Lizard looks amazing. Like, if there's one thing is, the CGI on Spider-Man, the web swinging, Lizard looks good. My biggest complaint is, why is Bro not wearing the lab coat? There's only one scene where he has the lab coat on. It's like, oh man, that would have been just like the comics, because that's how we're used to seeing Lizard. Like it's kind of like the Hulk in a way, but except he's more of a reptile, like a Ninja Turtles villain, where he has a lab coat, then he has pants. Like, literally, when Lizard's not wearing clothes, I'm like, good grief, he's naked! But literally, that's what I was thinking in my mind. And yeah, I understand why they did not want to bring the reptile, alligator-looking snout, because Mark Webb, the director, in all due respect, even though, as much as I appreciate the realistic take on this Spider-Man, I feel like the realisms on the villains just don't work with the Andrew. Like, for both movies, I just don't think the realism works on the villains as the same as the main hero and the side characters. But either way, I understand they want to make Lizard's face too more human, but still a letdown they don't make him more lizard-like. But I don't know, it is what it is. I still say the design is fine, even though he looks like one of the Goombas from the live-action Mario Bros. Movie. The design is fine. The CGI looks good, but I just feel like if he would have, like, added a snout and had the lab coat on, it would have been, like, a great Lizard adaptation, but it's fine. But as for his motivation, yeah, I agree. His motivation is so weak, and like I said, the deleted scenes made Lizard much more complex, but Sony being Sony, they have to do some rewrites, they have to do some reshoots where Lizard's motivation would have been like something more diabolical, but no, it's like his motivations feel so like something straight out of Ninja Turtles, where it's so cartoony, where he wants to turn the whole situation into Lizards where he could be more like him. I feel like that's probably like the most cliche supervillain like motivation to have. Like don't get me wrong, like Connors has some empathy, but he's not as empathetic as Otto Octavius, and his motivation's not as strong as Green Goblin. But I will say Lizard, out of all of the Andrew Garfield villains, he may not be as cool as Electro's powers, but I still say he is the best villain for Andrew Garfield's movies, in my opinion. But speaking of Lizard, okay, we'll talk about No Way Home later on, guys, but bro, I feel like they treated Lizard so dirty in No Way Home, especially after what he was treated. But either way, Lizard's fine, but the coolest thing about Lizard is, I like his line deliveries, where he's like, I'm getting stronger every day. Like, when he's trying to, like, chase Spider-Man in the sewers and Peter's running out of his webs, which I will talk about the web shooters in a second. I thought that was really cool that we get to see an underwater battle. Yeah, Cameron, I was going to say the same thing. The 2014 TMNT movie just rehashed the same plot line as TASM 1. It's more like, funny. I just say this is like a Ninja Turtles plot, and then boom, the 2014 movie basically just rehashed that. Funny, because TASM 1 and TMNT 2014 came out the same year, so how ironic. But anyway, the coolest thing about the Lizard, though, I love the action sequences with Andrew versus the Lizard. I said the sewer scene. Dude, the high school scene, which I will be fine, one deleted scene where Lizard was about to get freaky with a high school student. Thank goodness they cut that scene. That would have been too, perverted of the Lizard. But either way, Andrew just being like in a suit, trying to take down the Lizard, and I even like the music where he goes, "Nowhere to hide, Peter. All these souls, lost and alone. I can save them. I can cure them. There's no need to stop me, Peter." And then Peter just aura farming, and the best thing about that fight, I like that he literally crawls like an actual spider, taking down the Lizard, and like I said, his line deliveries against the Lizard is just gold, like top tier Spider-Man gold of, "Stop, dog, this isn't you." And he's like, "So you don't want to talk? Don't make me have to hurt you." And then when the Lizard scales off the tail, I thought that was brilliant. And then we'll talk about Gwen in a second. I like that Gwen is the first Spider-Man girlfriend that gets to save Peter's life. I mean, Mary Jane in the Raimi trilogy try, like, the only thing that she did is just drop a brick on Venom's head in Spider-Man 3, and that's about it. But no, Gwen saved Peter's life, and then Lizard's like, "Gwen." And I like that Peter crawls like a spider, webs him up, and then the funniest Stan Lee cameo, in my opinion. Like, Spider-Man 3 gave us the best Stan Lee cameo, but the funniest Stan Lee cameo out of all the cameos, in my opinion, is after when Peter's like, "Uh-oh, somebody has been a bad Lizard." Stan Lee's listening to, like, orchestra music, doo-doo, 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 where Spidey is fighting Lizard in the library. That was comedy gold. But before we talk about the final act, can we talk about Gwen Stacy? Because that's one character I want to save. Boy, once again, number one, this movie, along with this movie and Spectacular Spider-Man, made me fall in love with Gwen Stacy. Now I'm thinking, what if Michael Bay directs a Spider-Man movie? Megan Fox as Mary Jane Watson, Shia LaBeouf as Spider-Man, a bunch of explosions, and Linkin Park songs at the end. That's what it would have been if Michael Bay directed a Spider-Man movie. My favorite scene is when Spider-Man the Lizard... Yeah, I just talked about that scene. Like, literally. The Stan Lee cameo was funny. What do you mean was funny? It is funny. But anyway, I want to talk about Gwen. So, yes, thanks to these movies, the first and the second one, and Spectacular Spider-Man, yes, I know Gwen did not like Spider-Man in the comics, but then, obviously, she dies in the comics, and we talk about the second one. Obviously, Mary Jane is meant to be the end game goal for Spider-Man. Okay, I'll say this. Maybe in the comics, Mary Jane is the better girlfriend in the comics, but in the movies, easily Emma Stone's Gwen. Sure, yes, Bryce Dallas Howard's Gwen is more physically attractive, but no, Emma Stone's Gwen Stacy is like the best love interest. Like here's my ranking. Before I talk about Gwen, I'll talk about Gwen as a character and then her relationship with Peter, which it's going to be pretty obvious. But here's what I'll say. In my rankings of the Spider-Man relationships in the movies, Peter, like Andrew's Peter and Emma's Gwen is still number one. Number two will be Tom Holland's Peter and Zendaya's MJ. And then third place is Tobey's Peter and Kirsten Dunst's Mary Jane. Says, the Raimi trilogy's relationship was very toxic. So anyway, let me just get back to Gwen. So first of all, not only it's Emma Stone, great, amazing actress. Obviously, she's pretty, let's be honest on that. But secondly, I love that Gwen is her own character first than just the girlfriend of Spider-Man to Peter Parker. She has goals outside of Spider-Man. She definitely has in touch with Oscorp. She has a loving family. It's funny that one of her brothers, I forgot what's the actor's name, but one of her brothers in that dinner scene is Jimmy Olsen and James Gunn's Superman, but also the voice of one of Shrek's sons in Shrek 5, and Zendaya is the voice of Shrek's daughter. Coincidence of Spider-Man actors joining Shrek? I think not. But either way, Gwen and Peter, why did they work so well? It's not because, oh yeah, Andrew Garfield, Emma Stone dated in real life, which yeah, it is very true, but the reason why their relationship works in this movie because they start off as fantastic friendships first and foremost. And since this Peter did not have a Harry, and she was the first person to know his identity in the first place. And the one thing that is relatable to Andrew Garfield's Peter and even though people said, like, oh, Andrews Peter is not too nerdy enough, he is still very socially awkward when he talks to people, except for Uncle Ben. Like, literally, Andrews Peter, he stutters, he gets a little bit awkward, and trust me, like, to all my fellow men out there, isn't it like that when you're trying to talk to your crush and be like, yeah, it's, okay, I don't know what to say. Like, literally, it gets to that social awkward anxiety, and Andrews Peter did that so well for Emma Stone. Like, that's the most realistic way of falling in love in real life, especially if it's, like, your first crush in high school. And the best thing about it is, they started off as friends, and then for Peter and Gwen, like, on Peter's perspective, I understand why you would dig a girl like her. She's smart, she's different from all the other classmates in your school, but also, she's very caring. And on Gwen's perspective, I understand why she would be attracted to Peter, not because he's smart and different. She finds Peter to be heroic, confident, just like her dad, who happens to be a cop, which we will talk about. Diego from Ice Age being Gwen Stacy's dad. We will talk about that later. But either way, so once again, like, this movie, along with the sequel as well, this movie perfectly depicts of, like, what should a great relationship, like, not just in the Spider-Man movies, but what a great relationship in real life should be more. Like, it's a partnership, it's a team-up, and that's why, once again, that retcon No Way Home, where Andrew Spears like, I don't know, it's working as a team. Like, bro, your girlfriend saved your life twice, and despite your girlfriend is not a badass, she doesn't have powers, but she has at least she's willing to help you out to face these villains that are part of Oscorp, since Oscorp is like the anti-Stark Industries in the Amazing Spider-Man universe. But that being said, Peter and Gwen's relationship and their chemistry, it's realistic, it's palpable, but once again, it's believable in real life, and I'm not trying to brag. I met a girl once who is like Gwen, and pretty much like Gwen. Our relationship did not last too long, so that's one thing why I have a soft spot for this movie, and this movie kind of inspired my real-life relationship, so that's what I love about it. But anyway, let's talk about other things. So, Captain George Stacy, who's played by Diego from Ice Age. First of all, I'm like, bro, that's freaking Diego from Ice Age. I cannot take that seriously. Who's up for round 2? I did not like how, like, New York Department treats Spider-Man like he's a villain. Well, yeah, Gwen's dad is Diego from Ice Age. That's literally him, so I honestly thought that was pretty funny. And Emma Stone plays who does she voice in Croods? Eve? Yeah, that's literally who it is, since Andrew Garfield's never done voice acting before. But anyway, the reason why New York treated Spider-Man as a vigilante is because, you know, just like Batman, it's a pretty realistic thing, but it's like, who does this mass vigilante think he's doing? And I will say, the practical stunt scenes where he's swinging the bridge, check it out, swinging here, I'm swinging here, that's literally a stunt double, web swinging on the bridge, and I thought that was like the coolest thing for that. I realized the voice of Diego also played Captain Stacy. Yep, that's him. Let's not forget, Ice Age 4 and The Amazing Spider-Man came out literally the exact same year. So, sadly, rest in peace, Diego from Ice Age. Like, literally in that scene when he got stabbed by the lizard. But either way, I want to talk about Captain George Stacy. So, first of all, you can easily tell he's a blue-collar working dad trying to know what's best for the city. And I will be honest, Captain George Stacy, he does... Okay, since Dennis Leary is cast as George Stacy, he looks exactly like Captain Stacy in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. Not the original, the Ultimate comics. He looks exactly like him from the comics, which is why Dennis Leary got cast in the role. Like, Dennis Leary was more of a Batman fan, but when he read the George Stacy role, but also got immersed in the role. But the one thing that is so realistic, but really well done between Andrew Garfield, like I said, the greatest thing about this movie is the acting from the cast. And the best thing about it was where, okay, here's this, like, obviously Peter sneaking to Gwen's house, messy, unfiltered, and brings her flowers. Like, picture this, like, when Peter's being invited to dinner and eat the fish, like, with the Stacy's family, I like this scene. Just imagine this. Imagine you're trying to impress your significant other's dad, but what if your significant other's dad is trying to hunt your ass down just because you're a hero in New York, you're a vigilante, and he does not your identity, but then your significant other's father is calling you out, and he's not knowing it, and in that situation, the question that Peter did in that scene is, what are you going to do? Are you going to defend yourself? Are you going to stay quiet? What are you going to do when there's going to be that family tension toward drama? But obviously, Peter, for what he did, even though he's not revealing his secrets, but he's defending the fact by saying, like, no, he's trying to do things in the cops. And one time when Peter was trying to talk to George Stacy, I think he said the funniest line in the movie where he's like, a dinosaur in the city? What do I look like, the mayor of Tokyo to you? And I'm like, ha, Godzilla joke. I like that. Yeah, George Stacy was taking the role of J. Jonah Jameson because I feel like Mark Webb and the team behind these movies did not want to put Jameson in the movies yet, because even though it's easy to accept a new Spider-Man, it's so hard to replace J.K. Simmons to J. Jonah Jameson, so that's why they did not want to put Jameson into the movie. So it was a good call. So George Stacy has to play that Jameson role, but except he's the cop. But either way, I just like how Flash has a good redemption arc. Same goes for Captain Stacy. He also had a good redemption arc. Like during the scene when the cops were going full on John Wick, taking down Peter Parker, and boy, that action sequence where they unmask Peter and then he has to take down the cops. It's like, Captain Stacy, you gotta stop what you're doing. And before we get to the crane scene, my favorite scene of the entire movie, which yes, Peter has the spider bite, and yeah, he has web shooters, and unfortunately, he's the only Spider-Man that gets web shooters, because guess what? The creator of the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, Brian Michael Bendis, says, he said, I think they asked the creator of Ultimate Spider-Man, is like, hey, what should we do? Should we do organic webbing again or do web shooters? And the creator of that comic was like, put web shooters for the new Spider-Man, which once again, to make it different from Tobey, but also we see the intelligence of Andrew's Peter crafting the web shooters and the bionic webbing. My complaints is like, wait, if you get those from Oscorp, is Oscorp aware that there's a guy named Peter Parker getting bionic webbing and the fact that he's getting bit by invincible radioactive spiders? I will be honest, it's a bit irresponsible that Peter went to a room full of spiders, but I get it. He wants to know more about his father's work, his father's secret, but either way, it's just a small nitpick that I got from it. But I like how Andrew's stickiness when he breaks the keyboard, breaks the computer, and it kind of like messed up with his powers. We didn't see that much with Tobey's Peter, especially when he accidentally ripped a shirt of a woman and takes down some guy's subway train, and then some black guy turns into a white guy in the subway train. That caught me off guard, but that was funny to see in that scene. But my number one favorite scene of the entire movie is the bridge scene. Why is that? Because remember at the beginning of the movie, we see young Peter Parker searching for his dad, and then when Spider-Man stops the lizard, there's like literally this kid on the bridge by saying, help, I need to see my dad. And then literally when the kid is like being scared, Peter unmasks himself in front of Spider-Man, and then he wants to go by saying, hey, I'm just a dude. And once again, the best scene of the entire movie is where Peter's trying to inspire this young boy. When the oil's going to the car, when it's into fire, like literally, Peter's like, what's her name? Jack. It's like, put it on. The suit's going to make you stronger. You want to know who Jack reminds me of? Peter. In the very beginning of the movie, he's like, I can't find my dad. Help. I need to like search him in. And then Peter encourages this young boy, put that mask on. It's going to make you strong. It's like, that's Spider-Man. That's the representation of not just Spider-Man, the character, but to us kids growing up, being inspired by him. And then literally Andrew, like, web swinging the Jack. And I will be honest, guys, that scene gets me into tears every time where Spider-Man reunites Jack with this boy. And then literally you can see from Andrew Garfield's body language in the suit where the boy, like, the dad's hugging his boy by saying, my son. You can tell Andrew's emotions inside that suit. It's like, I just get, like, I know I'm never going to get this. Like, I'm never going to have that moment of reunite with my dad, but I let this boy reunite with the dad. And then literally the dad, this is where Andrew Garfield's Peter understands not with great power comes responsibility. This is where he earns the Spider-Man name, where this dad goes, who are you? I'm Spider-Man. And then the music plays, da-na-na-na. It's like, this movie's all about self-discovery, and I love it. And speaking of that dad, since I'm like, wait a minute, Spider-Man's struggling to get to the tower? Hey, he saved my son's life. Hey, construction crew, let's help Spider-Man get to the Oscorp Tower. Once again, like the Raimi movies, the New Yorkers help our local hero. Like, yes, we could talk about Thomas movies, like you have the Avengers, you have all that, but it's the average friendly neighborhood people that helps Andrew's Peter, which even though I thought it was dumb when the cop shot Peter out of nowhere, like, bro, Captain Stacy literally said, hold your fire, but you shot him either way. But either way, just like we talk about Tobey's best moments in the movie, Andrew's best scene, aside from the car scene in the bridge, the crane scene, where literally all these New Yorkers, literally around this time, this is the part why I prefer Andrew over Tobey. Cameron, I agree with you. It's like, bro, the New Yorkers lining up, and boy, the music in that score, it's like where Andrew's lucky, and then he's trying to like put that wound into himself, try to run to New York, and then literally, you know what I mean? He's like, come on, Pete, come on, you got this, and then literally going from the cranes, and then all the cops, and then literally the music just so good of da na 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 na. And yeah, speaking of the suit, okay, I know people have their mixed complaints of the suit. Personally, I cosplay in that suit. It's such a unique take. What Mark Webb wanted to do with this version of Spider-Man is the fact that literally Andrew's Peter's like, well, what's something that we've never seen from Tony's movies? We never see Peter make the suit. Like, he makes spandex, he makes sunglasses shades, and it's a very realistic take by saying, okay, this is how what a teenager would do, especially thanks to the Amazing Spider-Man. It inspired many cosplayers making that. The construction guys, the guy shot. No. The guy who shot Uncle Ben for the first Tobey movie is actually the guy in the car with the Indian guy. I forgot what's the Indian guy's name. I think his name is Mr. Kafka or something like that, when Lizard was going full-on Godzilla rampage in the bridge. But either way, that crane scene, amazing, top tier amazing. Even though, like I said, even though despite the Lizard's motivation is dumb, but I like how it resolves in the final act where Andrew's Peter is like choking with Lizard, and then Lizard was smart enough to take down web shooters. And then once again, Lizard's best lines: "Poor Peter Parker, no brother, no father, all alone." And then Captain Stacy sticking up. He's not alone. My complaint about the final battle is, where was Captain Stacy's backup man? He literally was in the helicopter. Like, as much as I like seeing Captain Stacy defending Peter, where's his backup man? Where they all went to? But if there was like no backup, then maybe Captain Stacy would have not been dead from the Lizard. But yeah, better than the TASM 2 theme. Again, this is the best Andrew 2 star. I don't like the TASM 2. Like I said, Cameron, you're not the only person in this live stream that might agree with you on this, but I will tell you who later on. But either way, yeah, even though it does suck that Captain Stacy dies, and yes, hooray, Peter Parker saved the day before all the civilians would have turned to Lizards, where it's like Ninja Turtles plot 101. But either way, like, one of the coolest thing is when the Oscorp Tower falls down, the CGI, the cinematography looks good. But even though, despite Connors and Lizard could have been done better as a villain, like I said, as a villain, he's fine. If I make a villain's ranking, he's definitely an average Spider-Man villain, but not as good as, like, the Raimi villains. But either way, one thing I do like about Connors when he's going back to his human self, he uses his human hand. When his lizard arm is fading away, he uses his human hand to save Peter. And then Connors, despite, you know, the lizard's gone out of him, he has that human side. And even though they adapted the death of Captain George Stacy in the comics, like, in the comics, he tells Spider-Man, protect Gwen at all costs. But this movie kind of did a twist. Like, Mark Webb's version in the first movie is like, you're going to make enemies. People are going to get hurt. So, you know what you must do. Leave Gwen out of it. And basically, Peter wants to pay off a giant promise. And I like that when the music plays, you get to see Peter shouting, like, in the background. That was the final shout of a boy. That boy crying out, becoming a man. And yeah, James Horner, rest in peace to James Horner. His score may not be as iconic as Danny Elfman's, but guess what? During the scene where Peter's looking at the Oscorp Tower, James Horner did the score for the live-action Grinch movie with Jim Carrey. And that scene where you hear the piano do-do-do-do-do, it sounded a lot like the piano music that he did for the live-action Grinch movie with Jim Carrey. So I'm like, hey, same guy who did the music for the Grinch. I noticed that scene. But yeah, one of the best scenes, like, even though it's sad that Peter was not able to go to his funeral, even though he would have, but one of the most realist scenes, like, even though as much as Andrew's Peter wanted to be with Gwen, and not gonna lie, Emma Stone did really great acting from how the way that she cries and feels sad, where he's like, my father promised you something, did you? It's like, I can't see you anymore. And I like that Aunt May, like, oh, I almost forgot about the eggs, like, she calls Peter about the eggs, and then Aunt May could care less if Peter Parker's bleeding bruised. He just come back home, get back to the eggs. I mean, just like Spider-Man 2, this movie has really great human moments that I wish the sequel could have done more of in the first one. But that being said, I feel like Peter's arc of his missing father figures, I feel like that storyline is done the first movie, but then, like, once again, because like I said, TASM 1, TASM 2 has two completely different writers. They're not the same writers, which is why both movies feel so different. Different writers from TASM 1, TASM 2. TASM 1 feels more grounded and realistic. TASM 2 is more Batman, Robin, Avengers wannabe with Amazing Spider-Man moments in it. But we'll talk about the second one, like, later on. But as for the first movie, so even though, yeah, Aunt May tried to lecture Peter by saying, if there's one thing that you can have is good, it's like, if you had someone talk to me. Like, earlier in the movie, Peter did not have the maturity to listen to Uncle Ben's message when he died. But once when Peter completed his arc, he listened to Uncle Ben's message. It's like, take it from an old man. It's like, you're my hero. You're destined for many things. You're my hero. Come back home. I love you. It's like, dude, like I said, tear moment. It's once when Uncle Ben has his final message before he passed away, and Peter grows up to listen to it. And even though, once again, relatable moment, Peter looks at his ex in school and has no word about it. Even though, for Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker, it's clear that Tobey knows who he is, knows his identity, who am I, Spider-Man, he chooses to be. For Andrew's Peter, it's kind of unclear, but it's unclear in the best way, where basically, like, the teacher, I think the teacher's like, oh, next lesson, who am I? Mr. Parker, you're late. Sorry, I won't be late again. And the teacher says, don't make promises you can't keep, Mr. Parker. And then Peter whispered to Gwen by saying, yeah, but those were the best kind. And the way I see it is like, is this the wrong choice? Yes. But is this the most human choice? I think so. Like, the spy, he's breaking off the wish of her dying father's wish. It's like, you know what? Despite the promises I can't keep, those were the best kind. I love you, Gwen. I love you, girl. I'm still going to be Spider-Man. And I will say this. The Amazing Spider-Man 1's final swing is my second favorite spot. Like, my number one favorite final swing is the Tobey Maguire swing, and I'll place Andrew Garfield's TASM 1 final swing. It's like, dude, from the cinematography, from the CGI of do-do-do-do, with the music. I mean, like we said, sure, this movie may not be as great as Spider-Man 2, but I'm just going to say this, no pun intended, this movie, in my opinion, is amazing. It, like I said, despite the flaws, it deserves A for amazing. Yeah, you are amazing. So yeah, that's my thoughts on TASM 1. Gabriel, do you have words to say about it, since Cameron has some hot takes about the suit?
Yeah, TASM 1, I will say about both TASM movies in general, like, the promotions for both movies, like, to me, like, the best. All this.
Yeah, I agree, in terms of the marketing.
Like, there was just promotions everywhere, like commercials, toys, billboards, like so much. But yeah, I remember at the time couldn't watch it in theaters because my family was like, "Ah, it looks scary."
Yeah, same goes for us. I wish we would have seen this movie in theaters, but instead we saw the second one in theaters.
But when I did, or when great. Yeah, there are things, like small nitpicks, like Andrew, performance-wise, was great as Peter Parker, Spider-Man. He's a great actor.
Amazing. You are amazing.
It's more so just like his appearance as Peter Parker and the whole skateboard thing that I didn't really like. Like, he acted the part well as Peter Parker. Like, he had his moments where he was awkward and had his nerdy moment, which, like, he stayed true to the character, personality-wise. But I think it was just hard to, like, believe this guy is supposed to. He was like a closet nerd, I guess.
Yeah, in a way, you could say that.
He looked like a skater boy, but glasses on. I don't know. I didn't like the whole skater thing, but other than that, he was still great. And the build-up of his relationship with Gwen, great. It felt real. Their chemistry was just best. You got to see Gwen's family, Captain Stacy. Holy crap, Jimmy Olsen? No.
Yeah, literally. Shrek's son?
Yeah, her brother, the rest of her. Cool. Like Daniel said, best Flash
live
action we've got.
In live action. Can't say the same about Tom Holland, the Flash from the MCU.
Yeah. The school scenes still pretty, like, again, they all like high schoolers. I did like the basketball scene.
Yeah.
I liked Peter. But Peter got mad at Flash. And when Uncle Ben came pick up Peter, ask about the girl and all that. Just moments like that while he was at school, I liked, felt grounded, somewhat realistic. I did like Uncle Ben.
Yeah, for sure.
You could feel like how much he cares for Peter. Even when he was scolding it. Peter was kind of being a douche. I had an attitude, but the way they portrayed Uncle Ben's death was, I would say, saddest out of all the movies.
Andrew Garfield really acted really well. If somebody call an ambulance, really great acting in that scene.
Yeah, because it went from, you know, when he saw Uncle Ben dead, he was crying, and then later went home and was sitting last minute. It really hits. I thought that was well done. I actually like Aunt May too, the actress. Good casting for Aunt May and Uncle Ben.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I don't think we got as many special moments between him and Aunt May compared to the Raimi movies.
Yeah, sadly, as we want to admit that.
But she was still good.
At least we get to see more of their interactions before, you know, Uncle Ben dies.
Yeah. I did like Peter's like disguise, or like his vigilante.
Just the hood and the shades.
I know it looks like cheap, but that's the point. It's supposed to look cheap.
Yeah, for this realistic,
more realistic.
Realistic take on Spider-Man.
Yeah, so I like that. The way he was, I guess, discovering his powers, and I like this. He shoots webs on his face, and like.
Yeah, where he goes,
like
Mother Hubbard!
Making the web shooters.
Mother Hubbard. I like that.
Also, Oscorp, thought was cool to see. This is, the best we've seen of Oscorp.
Oh my gosh, is that tied in the MCU?
Yeah, dude. Kirk Connors, also great casting. My favorite Spider-Man villain. And I'm not a huge fan of the lizard design, especially at back. There's a lot of divide his design. I've gotten used to it, and I get what they were going for. Like a straight up look like a human that mutated into a lizard. So I get it, but I still would have preferred if the comic where he had the coat looked like a lizard or a dinosaur.
Is that a dinosaur?
But he was still all right. I thought his performance was good. The difference with Connors, he's this chill scientist, like, I'm gonna figure out a way to grow my arm back, and then messes up, and then becomes psychotic because a lizard. And I mean, his motivations, I mean, I guess it's supposed to be dumb, it's supposed to be crazy, turning everybody. You are gonna be like me, and we're all gonna
it was the next step in human evolution.
Awesome like me, because I'm a lizard. Yeah. It's pretty dumb, pretty crazy, but I guess it is the point. And I guess the best way to make the lizard to a movie, because he's usually just side villain.
Yeah, for the most part, he is.
His stories, I feel like, are always short. I guess this is just a way for them. The final battle sequence was a lot of fun, cool, especially like in the trailers where that thing on the tower fell down.
Yeah, that was in the trailers and in the movie. It was really that cool to watch.
It was really cool. Also at night, and I don't know, just everything with the lizard. Oh, at the school too. That was my favorite fight sequence.
That was awesome.
I think that's my favorite fight in the school scene. Where that's where you get the Stan Lee camp. Well,
yeah.
They fight in school, and then somebody's been a bad lizard. It's just it felt very Spider-Man, and I loved
Very
it.
authentic.
Also, when Peter, like, first gets his suit, and, yeah, dude, the scene from the trailer where he jumps from building, and onto the
Yeah,
window.
GoPro Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, that was cool. Also, when he stops that criminal, and he, like, webs him up to the wall and that was just little things like that. Just fun. See Spider-Man. The suit, I think, okay, I totally get why people TASM looks more comic book accurate. Get it. I just think, specifically for Andrew,
suit.
the first suit looked better on him.
See, Cameron told you. Gabriel's on your side on this.
The TASM 2 suit, just, I think on Andrew, I don't think the big eyes work on him. I think it made... Because he's a very tall and guy, it made his, like, body look lanky and his head look big. Like, his head almost looked body. And I think it's because of the eye. I think the smaller eyes were better. And I'm just saying for Andrew, I'm not saying... I love the big eyes, like the Ultimate Comics and stuff.
Agree, Gabriel. That's why we're homies. That's what Cameron fun.
But yeah, homie. But yeah, I don't know. I just think the TASM 1 suit looks better, specifically on Andrew. But yeah, I like both suits. I think they're both so good. It also, like, the first suit matched the tone of this movie. It was more darker. Nighttime. I think it matched and looked better.
It looks great. Yeah, at night, that's where it shines the most for that suit.
What else? Yeah, also that deleted scene with the lizard. It was that one guy, I think.
Yeah, the Indian guy, and then he bites it.
Just like could have stayed in the movie.
Just like Venom, he just bites his head off.
Yeah. Just, it would have made you more scared of him. Would have made him more menacing.
Yeah.
Would have showed a little more of, like, what he was trying to do.
Yeah, and what happened to that character
in the movie. I don't know. I don't know why they cut that out, but
I guess for the sake of the runtime, I guess.
But yeah, also the emotional scenes, death of Captain Stacy, showed. It was sad, but it was also powerful, showing how Peter dealt with it. At first, he was upset, sad, and then still got back up and kept fighting, even while, the cops, because he's a vigilante, they're down. And that scene where he's, like, with the helicopters and he's about to jump and swing off, and the music played, like, man, that's so cool.
It was.
But despite everything that happened, he kept fighting, promised to take care of Gwen. Stopped the lizard. Yeah, I don't know. It was just inspiring. It was great.
It's amazing
to see the growth of Peter. Yeah. How he went from this lonely nerd to a hero, and grew ever since, the way he was before Ben died, before he met Gwen. Now he's got Gwen. He's a superhero now, and he knows his responsibility. Learned from Uncle Ben's death. Everything he told him. Everything Captain Stacy told him. So seeing his growth in the movie, great. Yeah, I think that's all I can think of. I mean, I still really... I think it's totally I mean, his acting wise, his performance was still great.
It is.
Obviously, TASM 1 is a story, just a better film overall, and the best we've seen of his Spider-Man. So yeah, I think I would put this.
I put it on A tier because why not?
I guess for now, yeah, I would put it on A.
Yeah, I was gonna say A for amazing, but obviously, like I said, sure, may not be as comic booky, may not be as refreshing as Tobey's, but still, like I said, I still say
it's like A or B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I really liked it.
Definitely for sure, but yeah, like I said, sure, it may not top Tobey's, but it's definitely still in my opinion to this day. I know people say, "Oh, Homecoming's underrated." No, this movie's more underrated than Homecoming in my opinion. And secondly, yeah, it's definitely one of the better. And oh boy, we get the downgrade. Yeah, this is what's gonna suck about the second movie, man. Oh boy, let's talk about the Amazing Spider-Man 2. So here's my confession, guys. Okay, Amazing Spider-Man 2. I have a love-hate relationship for this movie. There are some things I love, but there are some things I really hate for it. Once again, like Spider-Man 3, it's not the director's fault, it's not the actor's fault, it's Sony all over again. And I feel like Sony rinse and repeats the same mistakes of Spider-Man 3, but I feel like TASM 2 did it worse. Like, at least Spider-Man 3 had more redeemable qualities on rewatch, but TASM 2, once again, Sony being Sony. And let's not forget, this movie had different writers compared to TASM 1, so that's why some scenes, like I said, there are some really amazing scenes like the first movie, and there's some scenes I'm like, why? Why is this a cloning thing? So, let's talk about the things that are amazing. So, yes, even though I might be the anomaly. The original anomaly. Yeah, even though, yes, I love the first suit, and I'm going to be personally, like, call me basic. The first suit is amazing, but I honestly like the second suit more. I know, it looks like a Party City costume, but at the exact same time, I mean, the reason why they did is because, obviously, one, they did not want to copy Tobey Maguire around that time, but at least TASM 2 suit looks more comic booky in my opinion. Yes, I will admit, despite the eyes are big, but it's definitely giving me Todd McFarlane type of inspiration. I mean, the logo still remains the same, but my only complaint about the suit, like the suit itself is amazing from top to bottom. Ayo, pause. My only complaint is I wish we would have seen the process of how Peter got his new suit. I know there's like this one Amazing Spider-Man 2 video game tie-in that explains like, oh, Gwen actually helped Peter to make the suit, and I feel like we could have seen that. But no, unfortunately, we had to do the Richard Parker, Mary Parker storyline, and I feel like the new writers of TASM 2 wanted to extend that story. For me, I feel like the parent story, I feel like that story felt complete in the first movie. We didn't need, I feel like if there's one plot that has to be cut for the second movie, I would have cut the parents from those being spies completely gone from the movie and just focus on Peter, Gwen, Electro, and one of the villains. Not all of them, but at least one of them. But anyway, let me just get back to some comments. So yeah, F TASM 2, I actually hate this movie. TASM 1 and Homecoming, in my opinion. Yeah, so like I said, I blame Sony. Like, this movie is the reason why we never got the third movie. I mean, like I said, don't get me wrong. I mean, Gabriel, let's not forget, the creator of Naruto, who is involved in Brandon Jose, said he loves TASM 2. And yeah, there are some people on Letterboxd. There's people on Letterboxd that puts TASM 2 on a high ranking, which once again, like I said, I'm not going to judge. Like I said, this scene has really great scenes. Like, I'll talk about this. The beginning of the movie, I get that the watch is supposed to be a metaphor of the film. Like, you know, the theme of the movie is about time. You can't race against time. You got to make sure you have the time for it. Like, you got to make time. Like, time is your worst enemy. And yes, it is relatable in real life, but my least favorite parts of the movie are the Richard Parker and Mary Parker stuff. Like, yeah, I feel like we were like all like, what? I was 12 when this movie came out. I'm like, I just want to see Spider-Man do some New York stuff. But instead we have, I mean, like I said, I know it must have been a very expensive scene to shoot, but I don't want to see a James Bond, Jason Bourne movie. Can we just get to see, like, kind of like Tobey's movies, like another day in the life of Peter Parker being Spider-Man? And that's what TASM 2's opening sequence. Like, I feel like that origin scene just stretched out way too long, and the movie really begins up. But I will say this, the web swinging like the first movie, man, I like how the suit wrinkles, how the way the suit goes. I know there's a silly crotch cam, but man, Like literally, like seeing the first movie and the second movie is literally night and day. Like the one thing I will say about TASM 2 is the fact that yeah, I feel like this is probably the first sequel in a franchise where a sequel feels completely different from its predecessor just because of the tone. And yeah, I hated Peter Safran in this universe. Yeah, speaking of which, this movie, I mean, look, despite this movie could have been as amazing as the first, but Sony wanted to make a Sinister Six movie so badly, which is why they put 3 villains. And like I said, here's my issue. The issue with this movie is not the amount of villains. You can make a movie with, I mean, look at the Batman movies. Like, Dark Knight had Joker, it had Two-Face, and they still made the movie work. Look at Robert Pattinson's Batman. You had Riddler, Penguin, Catwoman, Falcone. The problem is not the amount of villains, it's the writing, it's the execution is what ruins it. So you can balance multiple villains in one movie as long as you write them really well, you give them a good script, and they're not completely wasted into roles and not just complete them into jokes. But anyway, Cameron, yes, I did saw that concept art where that canceled Sinister Six movie, which around that time, Sony wanted to copy the success of the Avengers, because obviously around that time, we were like, oh, I hope Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man joins the MCU, which he kind of did in No Way Home. But to be fair, it's like, yeah, hopefully Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man teams up with the Avengers, and Sony wanted to copy and paste. Like, the first movie felt like that's, I mean, yes, it's a reboot, it's a familiar story we already know, but at least the first movie has its own identity of what it's trying to be. And I feel like the second movie, even though the second movie has much more colorful and beautiful visuals, like I do say the CGI looks so much better in the second one, but the story feels much more stronger in the first. Because TASM 2, like TASM 2 tries its best to have a story, but the problem with TASM 2 is, I mean, people will complain about Spider-Man 3 by saying like, oh, there's so many stories, by saying, yeah, but I say Spider-Man 3's weakest aspect was Harry Osborn, and yes, again, just like the main Spider-Man 2 in a way, but either way, they want to make a Sinister Six movie, and yes, they were considering Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man movie. Would I would have liked to see this movie? And yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Spider-Verse has, like, the first Spider-Verse. Well, once again, the problem is not amount of villains; it's the writing, it's the script. That's the major issue. Like Spider-Verse, like we will talk about Spider-Verse movies later on, but TASM 2 was like, you can balance villains in your movie as long as you have the right balance with the scripts and the execution. But anyway, as for the villains, I know, like I said, the New York stuff is amazing. Peter, like, stopping, one of my favorite scenes where Peter's doing like his friendly neighborhood stuff and doing like his Buster Keaton, Bugs Bunny type of crime fighters. One of the best scenes of the movies when a kid is getting bullied and then Spider-Man sticks up in front of the boys and he's like, you made this? No way. Because once again, Andrew Garfield's Peter used to be bullied like when he was younger in his teenage years, and then he becomes that friend. But once again, representation, yeah, we were the kids that got bullied for Spider-Man. Spider-Man's an inspiration to us. But yeah, the villains, man. I'll talk about Electro for a second, but man, look, Paul Giamatti, he's a great actor, but boy, I feel like Paul Giamatti's Rhino is taking the same performance like Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face in Batman Forever. Like, I'll say this. Like, I can't believe I'm comparing these movies to Batman movies. If The Amazing Spider-Man is Batman Begins, The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is Batman Forever meets Batman and Robin in a nutshell. Because even though this movie tries to be campy, I mean, trust me, we like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man campy, but the campiness feels more like those Batman movies like Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, which, don't get me wrong, as much as I love Batman Forever, I will agree that's not the best Batman movie because it might be a bit too corny at times, and TASM 2 is kind of like that for me. But either way, Rhino, man, say hello to a 9667! I will be honest, one of the best scenes is where Spidey's webcomic was like, hey, I call me Spider-Man, you call me Wagbad, you call me Amazing, I just don't call me late for dinner, get it? I think Paul Giamatti is an actually comic book fan. I think Paul wanted to play Rhino. I think it was in a Conan O'Brien interview that he wanted to play Rhino, so at least he got the job what he wanted, but guess what? Kevin Feige, the Marvel president of Marvel Studios, says Paul Giamatti is a great actor, but even the CEO of Marvel Studios says Paul Giamatti's like cartoony nature could have been toned down. Like, don't get me wrong, Rhino is not meant to be a serious villain, like, obviously, but at the exact same time, bro, maybe he could tone a little bit like the I'm a killer, you think you're a funny guy. I think the funny scene is once when Spider webs up Alexei, is like he's literally wearing Rhino boxers underneath his briefs, and it's like, this is not the end, Spider. But anyway, yeah, Spider protect the little kid because he doesn't want the same thing what happened to kid with Flash happen to that kid. Yeah, exactly, from the first Amazing Spider-Man movie. Like, no, those are the best moments with both of these movies. But yeah, that being said, Paul Giamatti, like, clearly that villain's just to set up the Sinister Six. But that being said, and yeah, speaking of Rhino, I will talk about Rhino later on. As for Electro, Jamie Foxx, you cast a great actor, a great versatile actor, and once again, the one thing that the Amazing Spider-Man 2 and Batman Forever has one thing in common, they have both in living color cast members, funny guys that plays villains that became fanboys of the main hero, like Jim Carrey's Riddler. He was a fanboy of Val Kilmer's Batman, but then when Batman turned him down, he becomes the villain. Electro, same thing. Became a fanboy, then becomes a hater. Basically, Syndrome, like Syndrome from The Incredibles, but obviously the fanboy to hater villain. Syndrome is the best example of fanboy to hater, but just done written well. I feel like villains that try to be like Syndrome cannot be as well written as Syndrome. Like, you can't trust anybody, even your own heroes. They try to do that with Electro, which I find it funny that Max was a completely different character in No Way Home. Like, in No Way Home, Jamie Foxx is just playing himself, but in TASM 2, yeah, he's like this nerdy nobody. Once again, I understand Max is trying to be the reflection of Peter, but except a more Steve Urkel, family members, can I do that type of guy. But here's the thing. Here's what I don't understand about Max. Even though Jamie Foxx is a great actor and he does the role, I will talk about Electro in a second, but him as Max, I find it funny that Spider-Man saves his life, but then those people on the taxi drives, like, bro, those people in that taxi cars, they're dead. Like, people, like, when people talk about Brand New Day, people have their complaints with Tom Holland by saying, like, he could have saved those people. Like, no. Despite Andrew was trying his best to, like, save Electro, but at the exact same time, there's a lot of people that died in that truck scene. Like, when Rhino was, like, crushing over people that dressed like Peter, I know you're trying to save Max and trying to inspire Max, but Peter, there are a lot of people that are dead in those New York streets thanks to you, because you have to save one guy, and then you save multiple people from a school, like a New York City bus, but it is what it is. So, this version of Electro became obsessed with one scene. Yeah, maybe a bit too obsessed after that one moment. I think they should give live-action Rhino Spider-Man movie. My fan cast is Dave Bautista. I think Dave Bautista wants to take a break from Marvel after playing Drax. And secondly, yeah, they screwed up Rhino twice on the big screen, which, if we have to talk about Kraven, yeah, I feel like Rhino's kind of hard to adapt in live action since they fumble it twice. But anyway, back to the point. So, I find it weird, like, even though Jamie Foxx is a great actor and he does a good job playing Max, well, here's what I don't understand about Max's motivation before he becomes the Spider-Man hater. So, you're telling me he became the #1 that says Spider-Man fan club, and I like the funny that in his Spider-Man graffiti, you saw Spider-Man turn off the dark, the notorious bizarre Spider-Man musical, and even before Jamie Foxx was cast, Jamie Foxx actually went to see the Spider-Man musical on stage on Broadway. So I'm like, wow, that foreshadowed him playing Electro in TASM 2. But either way, I just find it weird that at the beginning of the movie, he did not want to socialize with people. He just wanted to bring spoons, like, hey, excuse me, get out the way. And Max wants connection with friends, but at the exact same time, he's been trying to avoid social interaction, except for Gwen for a little bit in the elevator scene. But like I said, I will get to one hilarious scene with Max to the film. But I will say there is an interesting Electro Easter egg where he has like a cake with green and yellow things, you know, referencing Electro's classic things. But I like that Max is being so mad by saying, the Amazing Spider-Man. I like it a lot, Max. Okay, I think Max is being a bit too clingy and obsessed. And the weirdest thing is, this movie, I feel like out of all the Spider-Man movies, this is the one that has the most deleted scenes of any other Spider-Man movies. There's some I'm like, okay, that well deserves to get cut. And there's some other scenes that I wish that was kept in the movie. Like, there's a scene where Max has a mom that's dying, and then she's like, oh, you don't care about anything, screw your birthday, Max. And then when Max meets, once again, this movie has a lot of deep-cut Spider-Man characters that Spider-Man fans will know, like, oh, Felicia Hardy, Alistair Smythe, because that's the guy who made the Spider Slayers, Donald Macon, the Chameleon, yada, yada, yada. Like, once again, Sony is trying their best to make a Spider-Man cinematic universe, but they rushed it in the second movie, which was the biggest mistake that Sony did. If it was more like the first movie where you can make a sequel, make it self-contained, that's why I give credit to Spider-Man 2. Like, yes, Spider-Man 2 is a sequel, but it doesn't try itself to set up a cinematic universe. It doesn't set up a world. It's just a movie where the cinematic, like, continuity tie-in doesn't feel as forced compared to The Amazing Spider-Man 2. So, either way, I just find it funny that Max is like, or he just randomly daydreams, like, when Smythe's like, I'm Spider-Man, I will admit, it doesn't make sense, but it's hilarious where it goes, oh, you're no Spider-Man, if you do this, I would take your grandpa head off. It's like, bro, I remember 12-year-old me was dying of laughter in the theater when I saw it, because just the way that he just grew up in is like all up in his mind. But then I just find it weird that in Oscorp, Gwen coincidentally went to the same building. No, the same elevator where she meets Max and then he meets her. It's like, look, I get that Oscorp is basically, you know, what causes all these Spider-Man villains to become who they are. But I just find it so coincidence. It's so weird that, oh, when Gwen's in the elevator, there's one villain and there's another villain that Andrew Peter faced. I just felt like inconvenient writing when it comes to it. Yeah, remember that one trailer? Yeah, it was like a random stuntman in the city, which, yeah, once again, this movie has a lot of deleted scenes, more than any other Spider movie. You want to know what's one deleted scene that, I will talk about the Richard Parker stuff, but the one scene that, remember that we were originally going to get the Amazing Spider-Man's version of Mary Jane, who's going to be cast by Shailene Woodley, who's mainly known for the Divergent movies. I remember a bunch of toxic Spider fanboys were saying, oh, she does not look pretty enough, that's not Mary Jane because she has no makeup. Honestly, if they would have kept those scenes, I think Shailene Woodley would be a great Mary Jane, not gonna lie. I'm like, what are you talking about? Shailene Woodley's a very attractive woman, so I highly disagree on that. But either way, when Mary Jane was quote-unquote, like when Mary Jane was cut from this movie, I think the context of the deleted scene was Peter realizes there's a new girl in the neighborhood, and her name is Mary Jane Watson, and pretty much like the comics, Mary Jane has an abusive father. Then Peter Parker puts on a Spider-Man suit and web-ups Mary Jane's dad as a punishment to teach Mary Jane's dad a lesson. And there's one deleted scene where Mary Jane meets Gwen Stacy before she dies. But the main reason why they cut Mary Jane completely, no, I think there's one final shot where Mary Jane is looking at the rhino outside the window. I think there's reasons why Mary Jane was cut from the movie. Number one, the movie had so many things going on. Maybe a bit too much. Like I said, even more than Spider-Man 3 by comparison. So, a bit too much going on in the movie. Secondly, if Gwen dies, it wouldn't be as emotional, like, well, Peter has a new girlfriend now. He needs to have his new MJ. So that's why they originally cut Mary Jane out of the movie. And I feel like they would have kept Shailene Woodley as Mary Jane for The Amazing Spider-Man 3. So, yeah, that's what it could have been. I mean, like I said, even though, yes, as much as, like, you know, be satisfied with Zendaya's MJ, but I would have liked to see Andrew's Peter had his own Mary Jane, but it is what it is. But I feel like they had plans to bring her into The Amazing Spider-Man 3 as, you know, the new love interest after when Gwen dies, so they can adapt the Spider-Man Blue comics, you get what I mean. But either way, once again, there's so many, like, the biggest issue with this movie is there's so many stories, some are good, some are bad, and it's like, and sometimes they had to not completely cut it off in the movie, they just trim it down to make it shorter. Like, for instance, the Peter and Gwen stuff are still the best parts of this movie. The villains, however, the villains are 50-50. So, either way, before we get to Max becoming Electro, like, look, I understand that Max is a nerd, and he often talks for himself, where he makes, like, he's really weird, but I find it, like, very rude that nobody cares about his birthday. He goes, happy birthday to me, and I like that No Way Home keeps mentioning, like, you know, fall to a pool of electric eels, and the way that he goes, like, ah! And then freaking one of the eels keeps buying him, that it fixes the gap of his teeth, and then the eel decides to, like, eat his mouth. Is like, bro, you start making out with those eels from The Little Mermaid, and then boom, bro explodes and dies, and then bro just wakes himself as the Blue Man Group. And I remember one of my friends made a joke by saying, hey, you know Jamie Foxx was in that Pixar movie, so I was like, yo, Joel Gardner's awakened from the soul reality. And that was funny. Dwayne was the one that made that joke. But anyway, making Electro Blue, once again, taking inspiration from the Ultimate Comics. I will say this, even though, yes, I like Electro's look more in No Way Home, I do think the CGI looks good in the blue, but I will be honest, the voice is a 50-50. Sometimes he sounds badass, sometimes when he's trying to be evil, he sounds badass, but when he says some cheesy lines, he kind of channels Arnold's Mr. Freeze. You know what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Everybody chill. That's where you get the Batman and Robin vibes in this movie because of Jamie Foxx playing the blue guy. Like, once again, like I like the fact that in the Times Square sequence, Ultimate Electro, the design is lame. Yeah, that's where they're taking inspiration from. I will talk about the suit later on because, first of all, where does he get the suit when he got free out of his? Like, where did that come from? But either way, I will say this, the CGI on Electro looks pretty cool, even though I prefer his No Way Home design much better. But either way, I understand that he's going to electricity just to take everything away. Just, you know, I need the power, I need to consume, I definitely need to eat. But either way, the one thing that just is so funny is he just wants to be seen from New York, and then after that, I like, obviously when everyone's trying to like round him up with the cops, he's more like, please, you want people to see me? Bro, that shot when he's trying to look at Times Square where he's like, I can't take it seriously, it's not my fault. And then I like that Spidey comes into the action. Like, once again, Andrew's becoming more Spidey-coded when he stopped the criminals, and then he's trying to buy medicine for himself. Or he's like, I'm Spider-Man, and then he got the Daily Bugle. Which, once again, despite Jameson is not in the movie, but they got an email saying park your fire, because once again, they don't want to like take the risk of recasting somebody else that's not J.K. Simmons, because that role is too perfect and that's so irreplaceable. But either way, as for Electro, I like that Spidey tries to empathize with Electro. Like, he tries to make jokes by saying, yo, Sparkles. I'm like, oh yeah, Max, you're my eyes and yours. You look different. But Spider-Man being Spider-Man, it's like, look, I understand you don't want to hurt anybody. Let's just move out of the way. And then Spidey tries to reach out to the cops. Nobody shoots at Max. But then when Max twitches, obviously the cops could care less. And then Spidey did his best, like, once when his web shooters fry. I like that. Literally in Electro's theme, I will say this, Electro's theme song slaps, bro. Like no matter if you think his motivations are justified, his theme song slaps out. And then the motivations of the song, he's dead to me, he lied to me, that's Spider-Man, he is my enemy. Like, personally for me, I feel like despite it's not as strong as Syndrome's motivation, it's more like, yeah, I become the Spider-Man fanboy, and now I'm like the #1 Spider-Man hater. At least that scene, there's like, yeah, he got the suit because, shut up, Sony, in a nutshell. Literally, that's what it is. But either way, the scene where he's like doing the Spidey senses and then going slow motion using his one and only web shooter, that's where Mark Webb as a director shines, from the slow-mo shots, the action sequences where Peter uses his web shooters and intelligence. And yeah, despite that was an amazing scene, pun intended, like I said, Mr. Freeze's goofy-ass dialogue, it's my birthday, now it's time for me to light my candles, and then boom, just take down, and then literally, okay, the most annoying thing about this movie is Sony product placements everywhere. Like, Spidey crashes through Sony product placements, Sony iPhones, Sony computers, Sony everywhere. Hey, buy our products, Sony computers, Sony TV, Sony bathtub. It's like, Sony, I get it, you want to market your products, but still, this is just shameless cash-grabbing product placement, Sony. Like, that honestly got annoying for the amount of Sony product placements throughout the entire movie. They didn't do that much for Tobey's movies, and probably not even for Todd's movies either, but for this one, shameless marketing for the products that Sony owns. But either way, despite the fight scene was pretty short, and the fact that Spidey decided to go Bugs Bunny his way with a fire hydrant, I just find it weird that Oscorp found a way to take down Electro, and then he got locked in, and then the freaking German scientist was like, oh, Electro, who are you? Don't you know? A world without power, a world without mercy. The only thing I noticed, like, until No Way Home, Electro's the only Spider-Man villain that doesn't know his identity. That's why No Way Home's like, oh, I thought you were going to be black, because he was the only villain that never gets to see Peter unmasked in this movie, so that's why I noticed. So either way, I think Electro's powers are cool, and the actor is great in the role. I just feel like the motivations need to be more stronger, and pretty much like Mr. Freeze in Batman Forever, I feel like when he nails the serious stuff, he's good at it, but when it comes to the comedy, yeah, you just can't help but to take it seriously at all. But yeah, his theme song, like, I feel like Electro's theme and Prowler's theme from Into the Spider-Verse, boom, they slapped it down. Hans Zimmer's and Junkie XL. Despite I prefer the score in the first movie much more, but the theme song slaps in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and that's why I honestly like Electro's theme. I feel like out of the villains, and even No Way Home know this, like, yeah, Electro was the most interesting villain in the film, so that's why we bring it back in. But as for the other villain, Dane DeHaan's Harry Osborn, look, I feel like they could have done Harry so much better. I mean, similar like James Franco. I mean, not as goofy as James Franco's Harry in Spider-Man 3, but once again, another live-action Harry Osborn that you cannot take seriously whatever. What sucks about it is we have our second live-action Norman Osborn, who's played by Chris Cooper. Yeah, Tex Richmond from the 2011 Muppets movie, maniacal laugh. When I watched the 2019 Muppets movie, and when he has that before, it's like, game over, Kermit. I'm like, look, you're not going to be as good as Willem Dafoe, but I would have loved to see his take on Norman Osborn. But instead, they kill him off like freaking Goblin Disease. Like, no. Like, I get you don't want to rinse and repeat Tobey's movies, but at the exact same time, you wasted a good actor for a potential good role that he could have been. And speaking of Chris Cooper's Norman Osborn, they originally were going to bring that version of Norman back from the dead, like Walt Disney, his head frozen, and then bring him back to life by saying, what? What was Sony cooking behind the scenes of what they're trying to do for the future of this franchise? I don't get it. So yeah, bro, that line delivery. Come on, everybody wants my money. I don't. You're a fraud, Spider-Man. Ugh! Look, I get that Harry's frustrated, but bro, I cannot take Harry so seriously. Like, either way, once again, a great actor that you cast for the role, but I feel like I've had to say who are the weakest villains in the movie. I mean, Rhino is a joke, so obviously I'm not going to take Rhino seriously. But I feel like Harry is the one, once again, same issue like Spider-Man 3. I feel like this version of Harry is the weakest part of The Amazing Spider-Man 2. If I'm talking the characters, failed on Harry again in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. But at least Spider-Man 3, James Franco's Harry has a redemption arc at the end. So that's why I would tower Spider-Man 3's Harry over TASM 2's Harry. But bro, I understand what they were trying to do to make Harry the new CEO of Oscorp, and even though they tried their best, my gosh, Harry's so mid. He's so emo here, and I hate Taz and Norman Osborn, especially the Goblin suit. Oh, we will talk about that awful Goblin look, which once again, I understand the realism of these movies, but it doesn't translate well with the villains in the Andrew Garfield movies, like as much as I say. And I'm glad that Tom Holland's movies are like, we're going to make them as comic book as possible. So at least the Tom Holland movies improve on that for him, this one. But either way, Dane DeHaan's Harry Osborn, man. Dude, I mean, I feel like he has a lot of potential to, like, you know, be, like, here's the thing, like, so you told me that Andrew's Peter and Dane DeHaan's Harry are friends. Like, they had a good chemistry at the beginning where they're trying to bond, like, you know, Harry went to boarding school, where have you been? It's like, what's up with you, Peter? That's the question. But the sad thing is, you want to know what they should have done at the beginning? Instead of doing the Richard Parker Mary storyline at the beginning of the movie, you want to know what they could have done? They could have done Peter and Harry, like, being childhood friends, like, oh, your parents are gone, but hey, sorry I can't hang out with you in high school anymore. I'm going to be shipped off to boarding school because my rich dad said so. On my 60th birthday, you give me scotch. And I'm like, what a loser, man. But other than that, they could have, like, developed Peter and Harry's friendship because the Raimi, like, I can't believe, to my surprise, I mean, look, James Franco is, you know, despite his allegations, whatever. But the point is, at least the Raimi trilogy made Tobey's Peter and Harry's, like, friendship banter, made it more believable. But in TASM 2, they just rushed it. Like, that's the one thing I didn't like about it. Like, they just rushed it. And let's not forget this one scene that's being promoted in the trailers where Dayton's Harry's like, Oscorp has been following you. My dad's been noticing you. Whoa, isn't that the question of the day? Yeah, isn't that the question of the day, Sony? You use that scene a lot in your marketing, and then you completely cut it off from your movies. Like, look, that's the main problem with this movie. Like, there's so many ideas that Sony either trimmed down or cut off just for the sake of it. And, yeah, I understand that Harry's like, Peter, I need Spider-Man's blood. You get that? I hate the twist. Okay, that's probably my least favorite scene of the entire movie, Cameron, that you're about to bring up. But, yeah, I understand that Peter was trying to be a good friend and try to warn Harry, but obviously Harry's too tormented to do Goblin Delulu in the head. But that being said, I will talk more about Harry when he becomes the Goblin, but still, I thought Harry was easily the worst part of the movie. But as for the worst scene, like I said, I feel like the story that should have been completely cut from the movie is the whole Richard Mary Parker storyline. Because once again, I feel like that story was done in the first movie, but now they decided to rehash that in the second one. And the worst scene is like, so Peter is still going on to his father figure missing story. I'm like, Peter, I thought you grow up and mature after the first movie. So that's what I don't like about the new, let's not forget, the writers of the movie are the same writers that gave us Michael Bay's Transformers movies. So yeah, take that for what you will. But either way, back to the scene that Cameron just brought up, the twist of Peter being destined to be Spider-Man. So you're telling me that his father injects his own blood on these spiders, and what's more stupid is his father, why would he leave his own underground laboratory in a subway train? It's like, what, you think your son is going to be old enough? It's like, first of all, how do you know your son is going to be alive and well to recognize, like, hey, I did an underground lab, hopefully my son is the only one? I felt like that was stupid writing, and that's, like, stupid inconvenience, and probably, like, the least interesting part of this movie. Like, at the beginning, we have, like, a really great Amazing Spider-Man movie. We had Electro, one of the coolest, like, CGI-looking villains in the movie, and we have cool music and great scenes with Peter and Gwen, but the Richard Parker stuff was, like, being Destiny Spider-Man's like, dude, that's like Spider-Man turn off the dart by making, yeah, Spider-Man falls in love with a spider goddess, and now he has to marry this creature just in order to save Mary Jane. Peter is not destined to be Spider-Man. To me, that kind of takes the aspect, like, into the Spider-Verse. The Spider-Verse movies are like, anybody can wear the mask. You can wear the mask. Like, yes, Peter's the first Spider-Man, but the Spider-Verse movies, by saying anyone can be Spider-Man, whether it could be Miles, Gwen, Miguel, a cartoon peg. Like, the Spider-Verse movies, like, I like that the Spider-Verse movies diminish that message for TASM 2 by saying, like, dude, that was probably, like, the worst part of the movie, in my opinion, where Peter, like, despite Andrew Garfield did a good job acting in that scene, but it's like, dude, I hated that scene so much, and I just find it stupid of, like, the spider blood being destined to them. It's like, that just, dude, that's just a stupid retcon of the origin of Spider-Man for that sense. But either way, as I continue on, yeah, the best scene still holds up with Peter and Gwen, despite Peter still feels bad that he can't be with Gwen, and the fact that Gwen's sick and tired of it, but then they restart their friendship, and they still have that sweet romantic balance, and they still, despite they can't be together, they still help each other as partners, and Andrew and Emma still has the best chemistry, which we will talk about Gwen's death. But I will be honest, it was so stupid that Harry tries to free Electro. He's like, please, I need you. I know what it's like. But Electro's suit, man, where did he get that suit? Secondly, I get it, meant to be like the Ultimate Comics. I like how everyone has to be like, Peter has to be Spider-Man. It's like, dude, isn't that the message of what Spider-Verse is trying to tell us? Like, I highly disagree on that. But as we move on to the next scenes, yeah, the fact that Electro just electrocutes Donald Macon, the bro just escapes in the collapse. So, but Harry becoming the Green Goblin, bro, look, I mean, I know there's the deleted scene where we see Goblin being tormented, where he becomes a monster, and then he kills Donald Macon, and then Felicia Hardy, which, oh, speaking of Felicity Jones, sexy woman, good actress, but why would you waste Felicia Hardy in this movie? And that's why I'm still mad to this day that we still don't have a live-action Black Cat. I know what you guys are going to say, but the Amazing Spider-Man 2 have Felicia Hardy, but despite the name and despite you cast a good actress, she did not act like Felicia at all. We never see scenes that she interacts with Peter, except for like 1 or 2 deleted scenes. And sadly, I feel like she could have been a great Black Cat for that universe if Sony didn't mess it up. And sadly, we're still to this day, we still don't have a live-action Black Cat. And I feel like if Batman could do multiple Catwomans, we need the romance between the Spider and the Cat. That's the one and only love interest in the movies that's not been neither in live action, neither in animated form. So hopefully they do this for Tom Holland's future movies, especially after Brand New Day. But anyway, back to 2002. So yeah, Green Goblin's design sucks. I mean, the only good thing I would say about his version of Goblin, his glider's cool. I'll give compliment about the glider. I forgot that Felicia, once again, they wasted her, like, great actress, and they name, like, making her Harry Osborn's girlfriend cool, but once again, wasted potential. Like, this movie, despite it has really awesome moments, it's just wasted potential. This cast Sydney Sweeney as MCU Black Cat, boom, dumb. Yeah, that's the popular fan casting choice, and yeah, Euphoria and Zendaya, yeah. But anyway, back to the point with The Amazing Spider-Man 2, so yeah, I really don't like Goblin's design. And sure, once again, you thought, like I said, you guys thought Topher Grace's Venom was cringier? No. Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin is double dose cringe. The only good thing I'll say about this version of Goblin is the glider's cool, I'll give it that. His theme song is scary enough. Like it sounds like a horror movie, that's cool. My biggest disappointment of watching the movie is the Spider-Man versus Electro scenes are awesome, especially in the final battle. But my biggest disappointment is like, so wait, Spidey defeats Electro, but then Green Goblin shows up at the last minute. That's why people say like that's why I prefer Spider-Man 3 a bit more, because at least we have Sandman and Venom in the same final battle. But Amazing Spider-Man 2 is like, oh, Electro's gone into a different universe in the MCU. Okay, let's bring in Green Goblin. It's like, bro, this kind of feels like a new challenger. The Felicia put, like, yeah, I'm saying like it's great and spectacular, but I'm saying like I need Peter and Felicia in the movies. Like, they did the TV shows, they did the video games, they did the comics. I just need to see it in a live action movie. And I feel like for Tom Holland's future movies, they could do that with the future of Black Cat. But anyway, back on topic. So yeah, I'm disappointed that you put these villains in the marketing, but you don't have Green Goblin and Electro in the same fight. I mean, of course, maybe Goblin would have been electrocuted, but still. But the final battle is pretty awesome, where Spidey and Electro, where, you know, I'll be like a god to them, Magani sparkles. Peter uses his intelligence with Gwen. The one thing I do find stupid is where Gwen just shouts out Peter's name, which I know that was an unscripted moment with Emma Stone. And yeah, I was going to point this out, Gabriel. I mean, not Gabriel, Cameron. My bad. No. Okay, this is what I was going to say. The Green Goblin in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 has less screen time than Venom did in Spider-Man 3, because I will give Spider-Man 3 credit. I mean, despite Venom was rushed, at least Spider-Man 3 had a build-up to Venom, like the symbiote coming to Venom. At least Spider-Man 3 had the build-up. The Amazing Spider-Man 2, it sort of had it, but then they just rushed it in, then they just shoehorned it in. Here's my hot take. Just like with Venom and Spider-Man 3, they could have saved Eddie as Venom for like a potential Spider-Man 4 if they would have done it and not completely kill off and waste Venom. And I feel like they could have done the same with Green Goblin in this movie. Like, even though, yes, they would have taken the Spectacular Spider-Man direction of, yeah, Harry Osborn's the Green Goblin, then it could be Norman Osborn, pretty much like Spectacular Spider-Man. But still, at the end of the day, I feel like they could have done Goblin and save him for the next movie. I mean, Harry survived in a way, like, literally at the end. But either way, The action scene with Electro was pretty cool, with the fight scenes, the CGI. It was stupid where Electro was literally just playing Itsy Bitsy Spider, and the Spider's like, and then Peter's like, I hate this song. I will admit, that was pretty funny. And once again, why is Gwen Stacy the best Spider-Man girlfriend in the movies? She saved Spider-Man's life twice, because Mary Jane, the Raimi trilogy, would never. Because Emma Stone's Gwen literally just ran over Electro in the police car, and I like that she's like, really? You're gonna wet me up to a car? What are you, a caveman? It's like, girl, you literally voice a cave woman in the DreamWorks Cruise movies. And then Andrew Garfield's acting with his body language, like, Gwen, I'm not messing around, I don't want you to be here. But just like the first movie, like Peter and Gwen work together as a team, shuts down Electro. I still find it funny every time when Peter thinks of Captain Stacy, he just randomly shows up as a random ghost dad. I know, like the haunt of Diego from Ice Age is haunting him by saying, I'm breaking my girlfriend's dad's promise. But either way, I'm just doing it because not only I love my girlfriend, she's definitely a good partner to help me out when I face my enemies. So, even though, yeah, they defeat Electro and Peter, my only complaint is, like, Spider-Man has no empathy towards Electro despite he felt bad for him at the beginning. But then No Way Home, Peter empathized with Max, so I'm glad that No Way Home fixed that afterward. Peter had zero empathy of defeating Electro. But yeah, there was a London subplot. Once again, this movie had so many ideas, and they just don't know where to place them. Let's not forget that Aunt May was supposed to do some nursing classes, and she's like the only non-scientific genius in the movie, where she's like, you're stupid non-scientific class, where I'm giving you nerd class. I don't know how to do this without Ben. You're my boy. Yeah. It was a really great scene with Aunt May and Peter, but once again, this movie had so many things that they want to do. It's like, you guys could have saved this for future movies, like, oh, let's just put this all in one movie. Even Batman v Superman had the same mistakes of too many things in one movie, and it just becomes so messy because Sony, like, I feel like director Mark Webb, Andrew Garfield, Emma Stone, and I can say for the most part, most of the writers that do care really want to make a really great sequel to the first movie, but Sony being Sony, hey, we gotta set up our Sinister Six spinoff, yeah, we gotta do things. But if there's one scene that is really well done, yes, it's the most heartbreaking scene in Andrew Garfield's movies where they adapt where Gwen Stacy dies. I mean, obviously, I knew Gwen was gonna die because, one, I read the comic. Number two, Sony, despite the marketing was hard for 1 and 2, but I will admit, for Sony on the other hand, bro, they kind of give away the Gwen falling off to the clock tower so many times that Sony just keeps on spoiling the movie, the marketing, and they still kind of did it again with Brand New Day. But either way, despite, even though as much as I don't like this Green Goblin, but the one thing they did got right is, despite it's not a bridge, but in a clock tower, which, you know, the thematic theme of the movie is all about time, that you can't just face against time, just get into the way. I realized in Homecoming, Spider-Man webs Aaron to the car like TASM 2 is seen with Gwen. Yeah, pretty much. Same parallels that Tom has with the other Spider-Man. But either way, when Peter eventually gets to fight Goblin, tries to stop the clock, and then literally, I like that the clock stops at 11:21, which is basically a reference to the issue when Gwen dies. But yeah, even though I like that the web becomes like a reaching hand, the Gwen Stacy death would have worked best for TASM 3. It would have been if Gwen's death, like, I would say this, like, I was originally by saying, like, they could have saved Gwen's death for the third movie, but, you know, you want to start something tragic for it. And I realized this, even though as sad as it is to see the scene, I feel like TASM 2 just rehashes the first movie's final act where a villain in green from Oscorp, close to Peter, kills a Stacy. In the first movie it was Captain Stacy, second movie was Gwen Stacy, and then after that Peter loses someone, regrets it, and then after that he gets motivated to put Spider-Man again. I feel like they just rehashed the first movie's final battle all over again. But that being said, it's still sad that Andrew Garfield did a great job acting the scene. I think what Andrew said, that he did not contact Emma Stone for like a couple of days to prep up for the scene. I think he texted one producer by saying, I effing hate you. And it's like, Andrew's real for that. But either way, yes, it sucks that Gwen dies. It sucks that he breaks his promise with Captain Stacy. But that being said, well, I got to go. The stream's a bit too long. I have fun though. Bye. Which we will talk about that later if we're going to split this to like 1 or 2 parts. But hey, thanks for joining for the stream. But as for The Amazing Spider-Man 2, yeah, even though Andrew Garfield did his best for like adding to the scene, there's a deleted scene where he could have fought Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin, and just like there's a scene in No Way Home where Andrew Garfield warns Tom Holland by saying, I don't want you to end up like me. And there's a deleted scene, I wish it was kept, where Andrew beats the living crap out of Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin, which we kind of see that with No Way Home with Tom Holland's Peter, but they decided to cut that off. But I feel like that line in No Way Home, I'm like, I think I know what Andrew Peter's talking about, where he could have just got rageful and bitter of not just being Harry's Goblin, but facing criminals after when Gwen Stacy dies. But either way, despite it sucks that he lost his Gwen Stacy in the fight, but here's the biggest plot hole of the movie that thankfully is not in the final cut, but the deleted scene where his dad is alive, and like I said, Andrew Garfield does a great time with acting receivers like, my father's dead, who are you? Say what you want to say, what you want, you're dead. And then literally just hugs over his dad. It's a really well acted scene, but I don't like that his dad in the deleted sign is like, oh, Peter, Gwen just died for nothing. You know, a great power comes great responsibility. It's like, no, Uncle Ben says that. And why would he say your mom died for nothing, Gwen died for nothing? It's like, despite the acting's well done, that would just retcon so many things about Richard Parker being alive. So like I said, the parent aspect, like, the Richard Parker storyline, the Harry Osborn stuff, those are the weakest aspects of the movie. And then, let's not forget about The Gentleman, where he goes like, Spider-Man's gone. It's like, oh, I want to keep my sister 6 small, which obviously you got Doc Ock's arms, Vulture's wings. Originally, we were supposed to get the symbiotes, like, into this movie, but they decided to cut that off, because we were supposed to get a Venom movie that was taking place in the Andrew Garfield universe, but Sony still wanted to do it anyway, so they made one without Andrew and without Tom Holland, but it is what it is. I just thought it was really stupid. So, I don't know. But anyway, the movie actually like Spider-Man 3, the movie actually does get better when we get to the scenes where Peter gets to reflect about Gwen, and obviously Spider-Man's gone, and then he's everywhere. And then Aunt May, despite this version of Aunt May doesn't say like, oh, Peter Parker's Spider-Man, but after the beginning where she's like, oh, alright, laundry sheriff, I think that was during the moment where she knows that Peter Parker's Spider-Man without even telling him. And then I like that Peter has that speech at the end, kind of like when he listens to Uncle Ben's speech in the first movie, where Gwen's speech is like, you must promise me you gotta hold on to hope, keep it alive, my wish for you is to come home. And I feel like the coolest thing about that scene is Emma Stone actually wrote that speech monologue for herself. It's not from the script. Emma Stone's the one that wrote that monologue, and she's really good. Yeah, that deleted scene. Yeah, I hate Peter's dad's honest. I mean, that was saying, like, his father's such a douchey reject. Uncle Ben was clearly the much better dad for it, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like the second movie made the dad so much even more unlikable the more I think about it. That's why I'm like, yeah, Peter, sometimes your real father's not. It's just like that one line from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. He may be your father, boy, but he ain't your daddy. So yeah, Richard Parker really sucks. That's why he got eaten by dinosaurs in Jurassic World Dominion. But either way, the scene gets better. After when Gwen, motivational speech, puts on Peter for that suit, and once again, you get to see Ramon's thing in the background. But man, why does Rhino look like a Transformer? Which, once again, same writers of the Transformers movies by Michael Bay. I am the Rhino! I told you I'll be back. But I will be honest, the best scene of the movie is where that kid, Jorge, stands up in the middle of the scenes and defends himself. Like, obviously, like, oh, brave little boy, scared little boy. Like, that boy, like, thanks to Spider-Man saving his life from those bullies, that kid become courageous for himself. Kind of like the Jack kid in the first movie. And, yeah, Jorge did the right thing. And then when Spider-Man comes in, that kid unmasks himself, be like, hey, Spider-Man, I knew you'd come back. Once again, small scenes like that are really amazing. I mean, I wish this sequel was amazing as the first one, but small little moments like that, it's like, okay, that's a great moment. Great representation as us kids growing up with Spider-Man, being inspirations like fist bumping Girl, the bravest kid. And then obviously Andrew's Peter just quoted by saying, by the half in New York City, a real violence everywhere, put your mechanized paws in the air. Never! I will kill you! I'll destroy you. It's like, bro, as much as I want to clap this scene where Andrew's like, oh, there's no place like home, I will admit, to No Way Home, I wish he would have said that line of there's no place like home in No Way Home, because that would have been so meta. But that being said, despite it's awesome seeing Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker, like Captain America get, like, stopping CGI Rhino, but what stops, like I said, I hate that. You want to know what sucks about this, Cameron? Sony market the heck out of Spider-Man versus Rhino. Like, it's in the final shot of the trailer. It's like, bro, that's how the movie ends. Like, we never get to see the fight. Like, yes, Electro has the fight, Green Goblin has the fight, and then what makes this, like, what makes the ending don't age well, like, yes, it was cool to see Andrew Garfield back, but since we're never getting Amazing Spider-Man 3, it's like, dude, now we're never going to see how did Andrew Garfield fought the Rhino. Like, he mentioned it in No Way Home's like, I fought some Russian guy in a Rhino suit, but still, once again, and the worst thing is, Sony treated Andrew Garfield dirty. Like, Andrew Garfield was aware of the negative criticisms, that even Andrew Garfield felt it, like, during the press tour release of the movie. And I know when he's like, oh, screw the credits, I'm like, Andrew, I feel like Sony paid you big bucks just to do that. But either way, if they would have made The Amazing Spider-Man 3 I know the original plot was going to be, since Dennis Leary just confirmed it by saying, like, oh yeah, my problems with Spider-Man 3, that Spider-Man was going to bring people back from the dead, bring back Gwen Stacy, bring that Cat Stacy. Like, no. What is Sony doing? This is not, like, you're devaluating Peter Parker's character. You're not supposed to bring people back from the dead. Like, even No Way Home and the Spider-Verse movies are like, yeah, you can't undone for what's happened. You can't save everybody. It's like, dude, this is not how you do the Clone Saga. Like, it sounds like a Clone Saga, man. Yeah, they literally show in the trailer, like, you could have made a quick fight scene that ends with Spider-Man, the people cheering for him. Yeah, like, kind of like what Brand New Day did. Like, Brand New Day, like, TASM 2 could have took notes for what Brand New Day did. Like, yes, you could use, like, a Spider-Man villain to seize out defeat, and the New York loves them. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, Brand New Day takes, like, the best parts of, like, Brand New Day took the best parts of TASM 2, but thankfully they avoided the worst parts of the movie. So, yeah, either way, TASM 2, okay, it's definitely, I will not put it on C tier, I will not put it on F tier. I would say, I would put TASM 2 on D tier, because it's definitely, it has its moments, but it's definitely on the mid territory, where great visuals, great action, but the story and the writing and the saturation of the villains are terrible. So, honestly, D tier for me for TASM 2. And like I said, I won't forgive Sony for this. I mean, as much as I was excited to see Tom Holland in the MCU, but that being said, wasted Andrew Garfield Spider-Man and wasted your whole cinematic universe, because so many ideas in one movie. So that's why it was kind of a relief. Like, despite I was sad for Andrew Garfield, I'm like, well, I feel like Spider-Man joined the MCU with Tom Holland was probably the best decision they did, or else TASM 3 would have sucked. But yeah, that's just my take on it. Which, Gabriel, I guess if people are going to leave the stream, do you want to end this off with TASM 2?
Alright, well, I'll just say quickly, pretty much, yeah, everything Daniel said, I agree. Like, I think the start of the movie was bad. The whole, just anything, his parents, especially Richard, Dad, was just dumb. It was bad. Especially, oh my gosh, the deleted scene where he's alive and they're at the graveyard. It's dumb.
It is.
So dumb. But then the rest, like some of the things, like, first off, the CGI, all the Spider-Man movies. I think he has the best swinging out of all the Spider-Man movies. In this movie specifically. But yeah, the somewhat beginning where he's, you know, diving down, you know, and then he's swinging around New York, finds the Rhino, and yeah, Rhino was pretty ridiculous in this movie, but also funny at the same time. But again, it's the Rhino, like, you're not really supposed to take Rhino serious. More so just how they used him in the movie. Oh shoot, it's him, he's gonna be Rhino later. Little did you know, he'd be in the next, like, seconds, and then cliffhanger, and then never see him again. That's it.
That was stupid.
And then freaking, all because he was trying to crack joke. Peter, or Spider-Man, was on his van, and then he swings off and
boom,
run over the other car.
You could care less about
and
it.
Kill people. And, like, bro. Everything with Peter and Gwen, still just as great. Their chemistry is great. I think it's what made Gwen's death really sad, is not only their acting, but their chemistry. You really felt and believed their relationship. And so it made the death of Gwen Stacy a lot. Thought, performance-wise, it was good. It's just about, you know, Harry's goblin that was really stupid. Terrible. Harry was terrible in this movie in general. And he was a joke. And it's not the actor's fault. It's not because of him. Just his character.
The script and the direction.
I don't know. He's just ridiculous. You're a fraud, Spider-Man. Then I mean, I think Andrew, again, performance-wise, did really great. You have moments where he's quippy, whether it's, with and without the suit. Like, that's the question. That's the question. And then where he's like, I forget what scene this was. It was when and they get to somewhere, I think in Oscorp. And then
it was.
He, like, webs somebody and then...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that scene. Obviously the scenes of Spider-Man, where he helps Max Dillon, then he picks up his stuff. I'm your eyes and ears. Or no, you're my eyes and ears. Just stuff like that. Like, he felt a lot more Spider-Man person. And also this helped the kid from the bullies and played basketball and just, like, stuff like that.
Yeah, that was a nice behind the scenes moment that Andrew did for the kid.
Showed a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man side of it. And how much he's comfortable with Spider-Man. Then, it shows the more responsibility side when things go downhill. Choosing not to help Harry and Norman, because it would be wrong. To donate his blood. Kill him. Then, because of that, when died, then, you have Electro, who could have been better because Jamie Foxx is a good actor. I don't think it's a bad choice for him. But, yeah, I guess the point was, like, you just can't take it serious. Like, Max Dillon is, that scene where he's yelling at his in his imagination.
I'm gonna rip your roommate head off.
That's so funny. But it was sad. I get what they were trying to do, make you feel for him. Nobody cares about him, and the origin of how he got powers when he found the tank of electric eels.
Better be careful where you fall.
I guess it's okay. That's not that bad of an origin story. Better than Harry being Goblin.
Yeah, it was stupid.
And the stupid Rhino mech. But yeah, I think if they just stuck with Electro in this movie, it would have been okay.
Yeah, it would have been.
Would have been better than what it is now. I think the movie just still would have been mid. I don't know. But if they kept out the Peter's parents stuff, the whole "you're destined to be Spider-Man," that's not how it works.
The worst scene of the movie, right there.
Like he used Across the Spider-Verse or not Across.
Into the Spider-Verse.
Spider-Verse in general. Like with Miles, he wasn't even supposed to be Spider-Man.
You're the original anomaly.
So that whole argument of "you're destined to be Spider-Man," that's not why he got his powers. It's literally it literally happened by accident.
Agreed. Accidental curse that brings in the gifts of the powers.
Yeah. But yeah, CGI, the action, especially the fight with Electro, the action sequence, cool. CGI was great.
Still holds up.
And yeah. And I mean, I get it was for comedic purposes. I think it was unscripted, where Gwen was like, "Peter!"
Yep, that was unscripted by Emma Stone.
That was...
Yeah, Mark...
Like, I don't know, there's little moments here and there. And also, the Gwen's in the beginning, they graduated, was nice.
Yeah, I think I know that guy.
Yeah, Stan Lee. Like, little moments like that here and there were nice. When Peter's at home and trying to hide his identity still from Aunt May. We don't have a chimney. What?
What? Kind of got that same vibe in No Way Home.
But just little moments like that were nice. It's just the story, it was very messy. Messy?
Messy?
It was very messy. It was all over the... what it was trying to... And I think that's the biggest flaw of this movie.
Agreed.
Like, you got good actors. Just the story you told with them, just a mess. Yeah, I would agree with D tier.
So yeah, D tier for the Amazing Spider-Man 2, which, you know, we would just say.
Yeah, because I don't hate it. Yeah, it's pretty bad, but I don't hate the movie. Like, I loved it growing up because it was fun and I was excited.
Yeah.
For the movie.
I wish TASM 1 was our.
And there's still moments I like, but yeah, it's not realistically, it's not that great of a movie.
Yeah,
sadly.
I was gonna say, I know for anyone's like the movie wanted to do too much, and that's the big mistake. But yeah, I wish we would have saw TASM 1 in theaters, but instead we just saw this one in theaters. But it is what it is. However, if there's one last thing I will say about this movie, the songs in the end credits are pretty good. It's on again, wow. But there's one underrated song. But there's one underrated B tier, bro. That is a bit too much high glaze on the Amazing Spider-Man 2. But hey, I'm not gonna judge. If you like on B tier, good for you. But once again, like I said, this movie, I just have a love-hate relationship with it. It's like, once again, it's a toxic relationship. Like, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you. That's my toxic relationship with the Amazing Spider-Man 2. But anyway, another thing I want to say, one last good thing I would say, aside from the It's On Again, there's one underrated song that's not in the credits where it goes, I am standing on the edge of my life. Underrated, unreleased song that's not in the movie and it's only in the soundtrack. And then you got Pharrell Williams putting a song for this because he was in the peak of his career. And for some reason, this movie had an X-Men Days of Future Past post-credit scene for some reason in the theater. It's like, wait, is this like to promote Fox X-Men or to be in the same universe? That just came out of nowhere. But obviously, Sinister Six spin-off. So yeah, D tier for TASM 2. So anyway, guys, I know it's been 5 hours, and usually my limit for these streams are like 5 or 6 hours, and some people are here, some people are not, and I'm going to ask Gabriel a quick question. So, do you think we should stop here with part 1 with Andrew's movies, and if we do part 2 soon, just start off with Tom Holland's movies? Gabriel?
Hey, yeah, I mean, probably,
like if we,
part of it,
like
but...
I was going to say, if we do a part 2, do you think we should do it tomorrow? Because I got plans on Monday.
You have plans Monday?
Yeah, Monday I do have plans. But
yeah, it's just... I gotta keep studying for the week.
So, what you're saying is if I do a part...
So I probably can't join
part 2?
But... yeah, I mean, if you want to continue, do your thing. Do it tomorrow if you're not busy.
All right, I'll do it. But Gabriel, I'll say this: if Gabriel can't do part 2, speed run all of these movies. Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
From Tom's movie, Spider-Verse, yada yada yada. Since Gabriel most likely won't be back for part 2.
Yeah. Let me see. All right. So I'm not gonna really explain everything of why I put them there, but I'm just gonna place them. So for Homecoming, I would put it at...
Pretty hard for you.
I would probably put it at B.
Okay, not bad, not bad. I was kind of thinking the same too.
Far From Home, that's F tier.
I'll explain it part 2.
No Way Home, I put it...
I know it's a tricky one for you on No Way Home.
Oh, I would put it B tier.
Okay, B tier. So you put it in the same level as Homecoming for what you're saying.
Yeah. It's a very fun movie. I still love it, but it's got a lot of flaws.
Yeah, especially shit. Rainy Day. I guess.
But I still love it. There are still good things. Brand New Day, S tier. Spider-Verse 1, S tier. Across the Spider-Verse, A tier.
A tier, okay, that's fair, that's fair.
So, Venom 1. Ooh. Oh boy.
I know it's gonna be tricky. Just to please the Venom boys in the chat, and then I'll rank part 2.
Oh man, for the first one, I don't know.
Because I know you have a weird soft spot for that first movie.
Yeah, well, the first 2 are They're fun.
Yeah, first two Venom movies are... First two movies are guilty.
I would probably put the first one at C.
Okay, next is Spider-Man 3. That's fair, that's fair.
Venom 2... It is a fun movie. I'll put them both on C, honestly.
Okay, so you put Venom 1, Venom 2 on par.
They're both fun movies. I still like them, but they're not... I don't put them in the same tier as the movies. I think the other one.
So yeah, C tier for Venom 1 and Venom 2.
Spider-Man movies, I mean.
I understand.
The rest, oh no, Spider-Noir.
Yeah.
That I would put. Yeah,
because I know you skipped Morbius, Madam Web, and Craven for good reasons. Yeah, I know it's a TV show, but come on, it's unfair that a good Sony Spider-Verse project that's not the villain movies made it better.
Man, it is good, but I don't think I would put it on the level of the movies that I put on S tier, so I'd probably put it A tier.
So, okay, A tier, if I can recall, so A tier will be TASM 1 across the Spider-Verse and Spider-Noir, so you'll put it on that category.
Yeah, I would put it A tier.
So yeah, so in your opinion...
I really like Spider-Noir.
So yeah, in your opinion, Spider-Noir, as a Spider-Man project in live action, you like it more than Homecoming and No Way Home when it comes to the B tier ranking?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for your S tier is Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 1, Brand New Day, and Into the Spider-Verse. And then your C tier is Venom 1 and Venom 2, next Spider-Man 3, and then F tier, I'll explain in part 2, Far From Home on F tier for you.
Yeah. We always love talking crap about them.
Yeah, which we kind of already did in 2024, but wouldn't mind doing it again for the next stream, just a reminder for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll say...
that's my ranking.
So yeah, so I'll say this, guys. Gabriel, you already say what you have to say. Like I said, for me, I feel like since people are dipping off the stream, except for Cameron, since, Cameron's a true G, but I feel like to save my energy and my time for Tom Holland's movies, and trust me, I have a lot to say about Tom's movies, both the good and the bad, so I'll say this. Part 2, if I'm lucky, because like I said, guys, I have plans on Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, so I feel like I could just do Part 2 all by myself. It would be nice to bring other people, but you know what? I might as well just risk it for Part 2 to do a standalone, even if my throat's gonna die. But either way, I'll say this. Part 2 will start off with Homecoming, with the Tom Holland movie, Spider-Verse, and the rest of the spin-offs. But other than that, Gabriel, from the time that you just have, thanks, Gabriel. By the way, Gabriel, you'll like my notes. Yeah, for Instagram references. So yeah, thank you, Gabriel, for at least joining Part 1 with Toby's and Andrew's movies, the one that we grew up to. And that being said, before I close off, Gabriel, you decide to close off, and then I'll close off Part 1 of the stream.
Alrighty. Well, it was great to be here. Great to be here, Fred. Great to be. Love talking Spidey all the time. And it was good to kind of refresh, talk about all the movies again, and kind of have a different perspective on everything. Despite nostalgia. But hope y'all who've watched the stream or are still here enjoyed our rambling about these first few movies up to Andrew's movies. That's my ranking. I'll let Daniel take care of the rest tomorrow. And
I can handle it.
You can let us know in the comments wherever your rankings think of our ranking. Yeah. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good night as well. And like I said before, guys, I will do Part 2 tomorrow if I'm lucky. If these streams, Part 1, Part 2, so well, I could probably do more Spider-Man rankings, like suits, villains, yada, yada, yada. But other than that, thank you, Gabriel. Thank you guys for joining the stream. Later, boys, I have to say for these movies I have left. Yeah, Cameron, I feel like at the time right now, I'll say, like I said, if you're staying tuned for Part 2, possibly by tomorrow, we'll save the rest for the rest of the movies for tomorrow. But other than that, you guys have an amazing, spectacular, and sensational Spider-Man day. A brand new day. And as I close off, don't mess with the amazing